world updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
It is the final day of the PUBG EMEA Championship for last chance qualifiers, and for some teams this will be the end of their competitive PUBG journey for 2024. Let that sink in for a moment. If you are not in the top 8 at the end of today on the leaderboard, you will not have another opportunity to compete. That will be it for you until next year. So it is all to play for every single one of these teams. They want to keep going, they want to keep competing, and ultimately they want to continue in this competition into the grand finals. Avenger and Saga are here to break down all the games and to chat a little bit about what we saw yesterday. Highlights on your screen right now are showcasing day number 1 of the LCQs. And Saga, it was actually a really exciting day. We saw some strong teams come out though and dominate the top of the leaderboard, right?
Yeah, it definitely was not the last day of LCQs, but you could have fooled us because last day completely dominated the latter half of the day. 3 chicken dinners in a row and then a second place to round it out. Yeah, they made it pretty clear that they are going to be in the finals, so we're going to likely be talking about top 8, but realistically at this point there's only 7 spots left to play for if you're not already locked in.
I mean, BBL and FaZe, for me, Avenger, also 2 that are probably locked in as well, based on the performances we saw yesterday.
Yeah, honestly, for me, like, there's no doubt about it. Like, these 3 teams, they had such a crazy day that there's no way that they would. Yeah, that's not happening. It's not happening. Like, there's no chance. I want to bet on it that it's not happening. So, my biggest question for today, though, guys, is did Saga and Kalaris color coordinate their shirts today so we can actually see the completely real similarities? But yeah, I don't know.
We'll see the evolution of Saga into Kalaris a little bit later and see if we've got that color code down. The 3 teams we've been talking about are also the only 3 teams to grab wins yesterday. So 6 games were split between those 3 teams. FaZe got a win, BBL got 2. Last day took everything else. We're going to go right back to the beginning though. Let's get into exactly what this competition looks like and how we get to the last qualifiers, Avenger.
Yeah, obviously we already had a group stage. We had some crazy teams that did super well. They're already in there. I would say maybe only one surprise for me. Primal popping off and doing 77 points in one day was the biggest surprise, I feel like. So they're obviously in the finals. And now we're going to be finding our last 8 teams, guys. And yeah, as you guys pointed out, it's 3 locked in. I would even go as far as saying maybe even Eternal Fire and Tropic, if they just have a half decent day today and get across that somewhat like 70 points mark or whatever. It really comes down to how many teams in the very top are going to be sponging, guys, because that's really the one that's going to be cutting you off, Sam.
And they did sponge yesterday, obviously, and it's all about those points that they were able to get. The big thing, Saga, is even though the 3 teams we've been talking about finished in the top and they won their games, in the games that they weren't winning, they were getting huge amounts of kills. I think FaZe at one point went out of the mid game with like 9 kills. So ultimately that also gets even more points on the board for you.
Yeah, even without these placement points, which are spread, as you can see on the screen here, FaZe was just popping off. That was kind of their MO in the groups as well. Only got 9 placement points across the entire 12 games that they played. That is averaging outside of the top 8, but they still got 50 kills. So, like, they still showed that individuality and that excellence, but just wasn't quite able to get it across the board. But similarly, since we have so many teams now that are dominating towards the top end of the leaderboards and stacking up tons of points, FaZe, BBL, and last day, everyone else has been struggling. And it's understandable to see why, but it does certainly leave the door wide open for everyone still in this lobby. If you can get a few of these placement points, it could go a long, long way.
A long, long way to get you into the grand finals, where you can grab your share of the prize pool. $50,000 up for grabs for these teams competing in PEC4. But also what we need to talk about is those PGC points. I mentioned it earlier. The bottom line is, Avenger, if you do not make the grand finals, your competitive time until next year is probably down, because PGC is where you want to be. We've got all the other tournaments as well that you need points for. So right now, it really is a matter of you have to be in the top 16.
Yeah, you can go on a 4 to 5 months hiatus until you wait for the next open qualifiers next year to go start. But yeah, it's hugely important. Also, the 400 points, if you go out and you're actually going to be winning and you're not already in the very top, those 400 points, and if you have a little bit already, that could actually guarantee you a spot to PGC. So it's hugely impactful here.
If you're wondering who you get to watch today, we'll break down those teams. But first, let's take a look at all the teams that made it through to the group stages here at PEC4. The groups took place last week. Those with the yellow background are the 8 that have made it through to the grand finals. And I think, Saga, you'll agree with me. Twisted Minds, Ascend, they were on fire. Primal as well, obviously had that incredible final day in the group stages. It is a very competitive lobby this year.
Yeah, I think we'll likely touch on this a little bit more next week in the actual grand finals, but Stardust as well had a similar story to Primal, where day 1 was a bit slow, day 2 was a big turnaround for them. They just got overshadowed by the fact that Primal were 7 times better in terms of the points that they picked up. On day number 2, Stardust had a big turnaround and managed to get themselves across the line, and it was extremely close for those 4 teams following. Win or Die, Fairy Tail, Gaming Gladiators, and Last Day, all within 2 points of one another at the top of the teams who failed to qualify. Last Day have overcome that hurdle already. For the rest of them, there's still some work left to be done.
Avenger, you mentioned Primal surprised you. So my question is, do you think what they did in that final day of the group stages they could do again in the grand finals, or are they going to struggle a little bit?
I would say it's a more stacked lobby. Obviously now they're going to have our final 16 teams. I don't think they're going to be able to replicate 77 points. If they do, they fully deserve going to both PGS 5 and 6 and PGC. So yeah, I would hope so. It was crazy, and if they can replicate that that confidence and that self-belief that they had, then it would be huge. We know that they're obviously an experienced team. We saw some individual skill and mechanics that really was displayed that was quite impressive. So yeah, I'm crossing my fingers we're going to see something similar, because that would be out of this world.
We'll focus one more question on the top 8 here, and that is Ascend. What do they need to do you think, Avenger, to really cross the line? Because this is a team that always seems to be knocking at the door, but never quite getting through it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them before at BGS, and obviously it would be cool to see them there again. Honestly, for me, it comes down to that consistency, right? And they were able to display perfect consistency across the 2 days, getting 49 points in both day 1 and day 2 that they played. And yeah, if they're able to get up there, it would have to be a Primal level or Last Day level performance from another team that would knock them off that top 2, top 3 spot that they were going to be able to get there. I'm really hoping that kind of little bit of a honeymoon period is going to come into fruition for them, and yeah, that would put them in a seat for PGC and maybe even PGS.
Let's take a look now at what the last chance qualifier looks like. You can see there the top 8 teams that have already confirmed their spot in the finals, and now everyone else fighting for survival. Any surprises for you, Saga? Teams that you thought you would see in the top 8 after day number 1? I mean, I was letting him
voice
answer
just popped
it,
into my head. That's crazy. I actually think Lil W and Win or Die are the teams that I would likely highlight and say, we've seen them do good things. We've seen them both win tournaments in the EMEA region of varying sizes. Like Win or Die had a fantastic tournament maybe a year or 2 ago, maybe PCS 7 and beyond from that point. Lil W a little more recently have been getting some good results on the board. But let's also take into account the fact that 8th place currently is 28 points, which is pathetic and weak, because 87 points was what was required to get top 8 in the same amount of games in the group stages. Here we're on for like mid 60s or something like that, so it's very, very doable. And particularly for the teams that have shown that they can do it, like Lil W or Win or Die, who've had good results in the past, I wouldn't be sweating all that much just yet, unless you start coming across teams like BBL FaZe or Last Day in the server. Then it gets a bit sketchy.
Would you argue, though, that the reason 8th place is sitting on like 28 points is actually because Last Day did sponge up all the points at the top, Avenger?
Yeah, I mean, there's both Last Day, BBL, and FaZe Clan. We can attribute it to that. Even go as far as saying the guys that are plus 40, they are sponging so much. That's why we're seeing it so close at the very bottom. And with Fairy Tail and Tropic, like, they're realizing, guys, we're gonna need like 25-ish, maybe 30 points today, and we're fine. That makes it Quantum Realm and Gaming Gladiators the only 2 kind of available spots for the 7th and 8th, and that's what everyone else is gonna be focusing on. And Win or Die, they are on track to do what they did as well. In the group stage, they had a terrible day 1, and then maybe they're gonna have a great day 2 and be close to that cutoff again. So we've seen them do great things before. They are definitely a team, along with, I would say, Sakura Sensen, that is on for taking on Quantum Realm and Gaming Gladiators. The scary thing is that once we see the leaderboards progress, the players obviously are also looking at leaderboards after every single game. They're going to be looking and saying, okay, guys, forget about the other teams. Don't third party Last Day, PBL, FaZe Clan, and maybe even Eternal Fire and Tropic, because these teams are probably already qualified. Focus on the other teams. So like the teams that they're competing directly with for those spots, they're going to have a target on their back, and that's what's really going to be scary once we progress through the day.
I love this graphic because it really puts it visually into the type of day that Last Day had, though. Take a look at Stardust, right, to your furthest left, going into the finals. They played 18 matches, 3 days of competition.
12.
And they got 87 points. They had 3 days in the group stages.
Yeah, but they were swapping groups, you know.
Oh shit!
The total of the 24 teams is playing 18.
And this is why I should never do maths. The point of the matter is, though, it's still fine.
Yeah,
so
it's
12 matches.
Yep.
It still showcases the point I'm trying to make. Last Day and the first day is, what, 5 points away from what Stardust was able to get over 2 days, which is an insane amount of points. Yeah. And ultimately puts them in a position where they don't have to show up at all today, Saga, or they can do maths the way I did and bomb out early on, and they'll still qualify and get through to the grand finals.
Yes. Sorry, I lost my train of thought about midway through what you were all saying there. But I agree, it is an insane amount of points. 82 is ridiculous margins. Normally we say if you're picking up like 10 points per game, you're probably winning every tournament that you play, or at least getting like top 3. They went way beyond that. 82 points in 6 games is like ridiculous margins, and it's from a team that, you know, we heard it from Quizzy himself. They only put this roster together just before the open qualifiers, so to see them come out and be able to play so confidently and actually playing well as a team as well, not just relying on that individual mechanics. Thinking particularly back towards the end game on the Tego match where Bombilova was off by himself and they were using utility to keep him safe and alive and get that off angle safely. It's really impressive to see, and speaks really well for the prospects of this team.
Avenger, remember when Toby in the group stages made that terrible maths mistake, and then we just memed him for like every day after that?
Oh,
I feel like this is what karma looks like. I'm never going to live that one down.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, I think Sam's just preparing herself for Smash format, where maybe we could have 18 games in a 12-game grand finals. Who knows?
Right. Yeah. We're playing 6 games in the first day, then 12 in the next one. Guys, it's a 14-hour day. Welcome to StarCraft.
We're here till 3 a.m. Lock in, everyone.
Guys, we're starting at 2 and finishing at 3. Let's go.
Your hours have been too easy until now. It is time to work for that day rate. Okay, let's get into what's going to happen today. 6 games. I got that one right. We're starting on Miramar. We'll be ending on Erangel. You'll see Tego and Rondo as well. Yesterday, some teams come in super aggressive. Do you think that the same will happen, Avenger? Because I'm guessing that our top 3 teams will come in mad aggressive. They'll feel super confident. They'll be hunting for kills, having a good time, because they'll know that they've secured their spots.
Yeah, they're going to have a good time. I think at this point, only BBL and Last Day is going to have a good time. Of course, they're still going to be third party and pushing some fights that they maybe normally wouldn't, because they can afford to, and that's the scary thing. You kind of really want to avoid Last Day and BBL, because otherwise you're going to be running into a team that's going to be over committing to a fight that people are like, we're in a 2-2 split, we're just going to have to drive away. Like, if they get a knock on you, they're going to completely send it on you and take any spot away from you. So that's really the scary thing. If you're a team fighting for that cutoff point, avoid these teams at all costs. Otherwise, they're just gonna send everything at you, commit all their utility, and commit all 4 players to every fight.
Isn't it quite difficult for teams like Sakura Sensen, who are, like in the single digits away from making it into the top 8, Saga, and now they have to balance this idea of they can try and play it safe but risk coming into contact with one of the big 3 and getting eliminated early on, or they can play aggressive and risk being taken out early on. How do you find that balance if you're one of those teams?
See, that is the eternal struggle of Sakura Sensen, because half the team wants answer A and half the team wants answer B, and it always seems to be like trying to force one another to play the play style that either of them can work. It's just trying to find the correct balance of when they do it. So far, Sakura Sensen has had some success when they play a little safer style, when they do get to hold on to a compound and play a defensive style of game, but sometimes that has looked a little bit sketchy, and then sometimes they have had better performances when they are getting aggressive and looking for third parties. So it really does come down to just adapting on the fly to these situations, and that's always what it is when you're in a lobby like this. It's like you can have your game plan A and B, but as the old saying goes, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. It's how they react to that afterwards that really makes the difference.
Okay, let's have a little bit of fun. If you were in one of the mid-pack teams, would you come in and just play aggressive from the get-go, or would you try play it safe, Avenger?
For sure, there's a thing to it where in the first 2 games, I don't think they should be too worried. Obviously, if you have a target on your back and they want your loot spot for finals or something like that, that usually only comes in once we're like 1 or 2 games deep on the second day. So I'm not too worried in the beginning, but definitely on both Tego and Rondo, that's a situation where like you have to be really, really aware of your surroundings, both when you're dropping, but also when you're driving. Make sure you drive together as a full 4-man, otherwise you're gonna get pulled up on, drive by, all these crazy things that these teams could be doing. And then we come to a wrangle. It's really scary not playing, like, we're not gonna see I don't think we're gonna see our mid-pack teams maybe as greedy, having these 2-2 splits. It really can't, like, it's not gonna pay off, because if you have a team that's like, oh, there's a team over here, guys, we're pulling up into this compound with full 4, you're gonna get 4v2'd, and that's what they want to avoid.
Saga, how about you? What side of the fence do you sit on?
So after yesterday's matches, I actually went and had a quick look at what Brex was doing on his stream. He was doing a little bit of VOD reviewing, talking to his fellow countrymen in Samla, giving them some advice. And he went with a fantastic quote that said, "Du musst mit alles Eiern zu spielen," which essentially translates to, "You must play with full eggs," which, you know, can boil down to basically play like big boys and you will dominate in a lobby like this, because like you say, there are the big boys in this lobby. They have been playing aggressively, they've been playing confidently, and that's been winning them games. So if you're down towards the bottom end, don't let it affect you too much. Reset your mental, come in fresh slate today and play with full eggs, boys. Must be done.
A little birdie told me that Kylaris is a fan of eggs. Me too, Kylaris. I too love them eggs. Right. Who do we think is making it through? I did ask this question to you yesterday during the pregame. I'll ask it to you again. Which teams do you think will be making it through to the grand finals, Avenger?
Yeah, so you asked me, right? And if I remember correct, the only team that is not in the top 8 right now, maybe I said 2. I said Sakura is going to be in, and I said Win or Die is going to be in. They're currently out. And I think I swapped them for Quantum Realm and Entropic. Or did I say? Yeah, so the current, there's the 6 out of the 8 that I actually said. So Sakura and Win or Die, they have to fight their way in, and they would have to swap with Quantum Realm and I think Entropic. I think that's the 2 that I didn't mention yesterday. So right now we're 6 for 8, which is completely fine.
Do you think they'll be able to do that though? Swap it out? They do have 6 games.
Win or Die, they have before had these like 50, 60 plus point days, and it really comes down to how well does Quantum Realm and Gaming Gladiators do, and does Entropic or Fairy Tail choke. Now that they're in the top 8, they're like, if they're playing, I think this translates is very much as, I think that's global even, you have to kind of put your eggs in, all your eggs in the same basket, right? And that's what they gotta do. They probably gotta play it safe. They gotta play it together. They can't be too greedy, and then they gotta take it what comes at them, right? I don't see a way where a 1-1-2 or 2-2 split is gonna pay off for them, because they are gonna get crashed. These teams, they are literally gonna be playing like it's ranked, and they're gonna be pulling up. They're gonna be drive-buying, and they're gonna be completely crazy, and it's gonna be a really fun day today.
I do love having all my eggs in one basket, but I also know there's people that like to share their eggs, Avenger, so no judgment here. But we'll see. I've got to stop that now. You know what? We're going to stop talking because this might get out of hand. We're going to go to Kylaris and Sobi and jump into game.
No, it doesn't stop there. Their eggs are full of vigor and ferocity. We are ready to go into our last 6 games here for the last chance qualifier to see who is going to make it to the grand final. My name's Kylaris. Alongside me is Toby in a lovely hoodie. I like that hoodie. It looks nice.
Yes, so I wore this today. I was going to go, you know, we always do dress shirts and stuff. Wear it black because in commemoration for the players that will fall. Today, I thought I'll wear a shirt that has fallen, a shirt that's been denied for the 8 teams that 2 will be denied by the end of today. So Rip Vikendi, Whip, 8 players, 6 games from now, and 8 teams, I suppose. And yeah, that's my reason for hoodie casting. It's been a while, but it was the only Vikendi thing that I owed. So there you go.
Well, I'm getting tucked in. I've got my pajamas on, as Avenger likes to call them, and we're ready. They're not pajamas. They're not pajamas. Don't do it. Don't do it. But we have ourselves an issue for some of these teams, right? Yesterday was absolutely not a great start for them. Teams towards the bottom, like Samla, like iGaz, like Full Tilt, like Royalty, like Business as well. That being said, it does feel like the cutoff isn't going to be insurmountable for them today. So definitely somebody could make an upset occur here against some of the bigger names in the lobby.
I mean, when the likes of last day goes out and pulls off 80+ points in a day, obviously there ain't a whole lot of points left for the rest of the teams in the running. So no, I mean, definitely one good game for Business, who are currently sat down in 16th to kick things off, and they're right back in the race. And I think, I mean, that's going to be the storyline for today. Really, it's going to come down, as it always does, but even more so with this current leaderboard, it's definitely going to come down to the final match of the day. And I think we're going to have at least 5, maybe even 6 teams in the running for, you know, like very drastic change-ups in that final match.
And interesting to see how last day's approach is going to be. I don't think they're going to change anything. However, I think that they're going to be playing with such a relief, no weight on their shoulders whatsoever, and that makes them unbelievably dangerous in a lobby like this, especially for those teams down towards the bottom, right? Because if they're going up against last day, they know 100% there's really nothing to lose for last day here. So they could start testing out a bit more aggression, a bit more kind of looking for angles that they may not when they were more dubious about kind of their approaches. So that could be scary.
And also, I mean, we heard from Chrissy yesterday. Obviously, it's a extremely newfound team, and they'll of course take any single game they get here as practice for the grand finals. They're already guaranteed for, because again, keep in mind they didn't make the top to make their way through to the grand finals initially, so they know the competition they're going into next week is going to be incredibly difficult. And 2, since they're obviously not global partner team, they need to make top 2 in the grand finals to make the next global event, which is going to be, even for a team with almost 4 wins in a day, almost impossible. If last day comes out and takes one of those 2 spots in the grand finals, I would be, even despite yesterday's matches, incredibly surprised.
Yeah, well, aside from that, our barriers looking, again, as we mentioned, very, very doable, right? I mean, what we currently have in terms of the barrier is Gladiators actually down there at the moment, which I expected maybe a little bit more further from them, not quite in the position where it's only 28 points on the day. And then Sakura Sensen is on the losing side of the barrier here, only 25 points to their name. Now, I was tuning in to the Marcel Extremes. They're crazy, they're chaotic, they're all over the place, but, you know, I was hearing that, you know, they're expecting a better day today. What are you expecting for them, Toby?
I hope for them that they turn things around. I hope for them that, I mean, I keep going back to the Mika interview because I think that's the best insight we've had into how the structure and the teams work, or team works. There's a lot of shifts in that kitchen, and you can hear it through. I watched back some of Fuzzface's VODs from like their games last night because they were streaming them. If you guys want to watch, there's a lot of these players that are streaming their POVs where you can hear their team comms, and I guess fortunately for us, it's in English on this team, so we can actually understand it. There's a lot of communication going on at any given time, and I think it clutters a bit of the focus when everyone is wanting to do it. Like, great that everyone has suggestions on what to do, but difficult when you can't commit to one, especially in some of these hectic situations that we saw yesterday as well. I hope that they will keep the talking to maybe half of what they did yesterday, and because of that, maybe get to respond quicker to certain situations.
Would be nice to see. Would be nice. I mean, again, there's big names on that roster, of course, to try and push themselves into that grand final. I was particularly impressed by He-Man yesterday, though. Out of all of them, like, there were moments where, especially in that hot drop situation, he could have easily had a 3-man spray transfer. It was only the 2-man in the end, but you know, he was really on point with that hot drop that was going on, and that's what you need in some of these kind of moments where you need the clutch factor to come together.
Definitely. I mean, you can see all the players that were up there with him in terms of damage on yesterday's games. All were hitting double-digit kills outside of Levante, but he was only sat at 5. So clearly a lot of damage was done. Sakura Sanderson was doing a lot to try and get that success. It just didn't amount to a whole lot more than their 4th place in the first game and then their 3rd on the Rondo match, which we saw in a good position for them. But again, playing those high ground compound spots and being able to fight multiple teams at the same time, it takes a team with really good communications. And as I was alluding to before, it seems like there's still something to work out in those regards.
Well, let's do it. It is our final 6 games here for the Last Chance qualifier. We are on Miramar to get things rolling. That means we end on Erangel for the day, as we have our game number 7 here with Last Day absolutely rocketing ahead. Who could even possibly challenge them at number 1? I don't think anybody at this point, but we'll see as time goes on.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of whether or not they get taken out today, as you're saying, they're in, guaranteed. Obviously, they would want to finish off as strong as they started. Maybe not expecting almost 4 wins today, but continue with the momentum that can then hopefully keep going into the grand finals come next week.
Let's see how it's all going to unfold for everybody here for our first Miramar. It looks like drops have been totally okay. Circle is absolutely dead center here, favoring Picardo, favoring that power grid kind of plateau, and favoring the old DA split here to get things rolling. And on old BBL, Schiller is still in his parachute. He was scouting around. Look at him.
Sometimes you fat finger F a bit too soon, and then you goes, boy, I'm the UAV team. I'll stay up here for a bit and get us locked in somewhere. But nah, seems like he did make landfall now. Should be good. I like the adjustment from FaZe instantly setting Fix out actually to the neighboring compound. So saying, you know what, BBL, I see what you're doing. You're trying to kind of engulf us or like circle us in, and we're not going to let that happen. So Fix very quickly out of Picardo towards that some people still call it Gemty compound from back in the day when he was an active player. I like that response to them seeing Sheila come that close.
Good Sean Connery impression. I liked it at the beginning of all that. That was nice. We got Gladiators, as we were just looking at them before. I think, again, we're looking at these barrier teams, of course, Gladiators and Secura Sense. And if you think about the names that you would expect to qualify, I do think these two are absolutely in the running. I think Quantum Realm is one of the kind of trump cards already in that top 8 that, I mean, hey, we didn't even know that they were playing before yesterday, to be perfectly frank. So, I mean, if they can qualify into the grand finals, that would be monumental for a Quantum Realm. I mean, obviously, a lot of the players have already been to grand finals in the past, but I don't think that they had the inkling that they were even going to get the opportunity to do so here. So it would definitely be big for them.
Definitely would. Little W sat at an even 4,000 damage done in yesterday's games, and they were running into this team that you were just mentioning, Quantum Realm, quite a bit. I feel like in terms of early game shenanigans, one that we had almost every single game was Quantum Realm, Lil W, side by side or face to face in phase 1, phase 2 situations. This time around, day 2, on the same side of the circle coming from the north. So it'd be no surprise to me if they run into each other once again. And yesterday, I mean, as you can see at the leaderboard, it was Quantum Realm that came out victorious in the majority of those early game skirmishes. So we'll see if that's going to continue through today.
Already teams pitching up here as Leosh is on a runaway. I think he's not in vision of them, so he should be able to get out of here. But the thing is that all of these teams coming to pitch up here, if there hadn't been that kind of like slight Miramar change where land ratio had kind of been a little bit changed and all this stuff, I think not as many teams would start pitching up here as we now see, right? With Gladiators here, with Win or Die here, then people realize, okay, well, these areas are just more playable now for potential circles as things do shift down. So Gladiator's already rocking on up, and Win or Die does not lose a member, which is a good start.
I mean, yet. They do have Zakiro from Full Tilt sat down below. Fortunately for Leosh, the rest of Full Tilt is nowhere near yet. So he should be all right to do that full 360 rotation around that rock and get back towards his teammates.
Not bad. What will Lil W looking at? Over in Minas Generalis, looking around. It's a good little scouting spot for the most part, getting all the way up to the sign. And you can see from here, this lovely vantage point. Not the camera, never mind the hill. Look at this lovely view we've got.
Yep, it's definitely a good one. You get, I mean, in terms of info gathering, that mountain is probably one of the best spots in the game. I mean, even more so for a circle like this, but I feel like oftentimes those really, really high up hills usually are in an area where there ain't a whole lot of info to get. I mean, instantly my mind goes over towards El Pozo, like southwest of there. A lot of that is open field where you're not expecting a whole lot of people anyway. But in and around Minas, you have eyes on, I mean, with the 8X or even just the 6X really, you have eyes on somewhere along the lines of 20 plus compounds.
Yeah, you do. Lots to be able to look at here. Fuzzface, likewise, also doing some scooting a boot for a sec.
What is that, James?
Scooting a boot? just scouting about, you know, but
there you
with
go.
a slight Canadian twist.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
Okay,
you know?
fair.
I'm not Canadian. I don't know. I don't really know many Canadians for that matter. Anyway.
If you were, you would probably have made it to the Nations Cup team. So good for us.
Thanks.
That you, good for us that you aren't. In the meantime, Master Lake 2 now under fire in and around the same area that we saw discussed just before. Will be able to make his way to safety up on that power grid plateau as Rayo flies his way forward, looking down below towards the Quantum Realms rotation. And maybe this is what Semler needs in order to gain some success here. An eye in the sky to pave the way for the remaining teammates. Because they yesterday, I feel like their toughest opponent really was themselves in some of the rotations that they were trying to make. That's not even including the horrendous military situation, but just everything else. Like they were rotating themselves to death effectively more often than not. So hopefully today that won't be the case.
Yes, you're not going to let that one go, are you?
I will
can
not.
understand.
No, I will not.
It was tough. It was tough. Some more foresight, I think, in some of their rotations, or maybe even decisiveness, right? If we think about actually that rotation that we're referring to, where they did just die into blue because they wanted to go to ferry, they were actually so close already as they'd rotated towards that west bridge and decided, actually, no, this isn't for us. Because again, technically speaking, yes, people can camp those bridges on Erangel, but there was no one there. Everybody had already centered up. It was a melee finish, and we have so much centering up in some of these games at the moment. So I would have rather they'd committed to the West Bridge and than just going into the boat and not having enough meds. It was tough.
To use a James term here, but that's by the by. So now let's take a look at LoL W once more, who have got themselves a pretty decent, I was going to call it a 4-way split, but I'll call it a 3-way split with Schenken and Blazers had somewhat apart from one another. I like this Eastern setup that they have now that Lurix hears Vanos from business on that Eastern side, though I'm a little worried, or at least curious to see how they're gonna react. Are they gonna maintain their split? Is Getrox, oh yes, he is, he's actually getting to his car now. Is he gonna try and group up with his teammates so they're set in a 2-2 instead? I always find it interesting seeing wider splits because I think they can be really effective, but it's about what you do when one of those positions get compromised. Because oftentimes people like the wide splits, but they don't really have a plan set up for regrouping, and oftentimes that can lead to early casualties.
Yeah, it can. You've got to be careful about these things. As you can see, LoLW is doing a lot of careful scouting themselves still. Not only the fact that they had up towards a sign, but also now they've just fanned out as far as they possibly can to get more info. Down into this kind of valley is really where you want a lot of info. Maybe you can spot people up alongside the cliff surface of the plateau towards Power Grid from there as well. And Full Tilt is kind of doing the same, right? Just kind of scouting out as much of this area as possible. They might not have as high a vantage point, but still the same idea remains as Sequeto was hit by a bullet from a distance.
Or he fell off something and then had to heal his way back up. Yeah. Regardless, a little bit of damage done towards him, whether it be self-inflicted or from an opponent we won't know for now. Now, yesterday I asked you, James, a couple of times, what circle would you like to see here? I'm going to do something different. I'm going to not ask myself. I'm just going to go out and say, you know a circle I don't want to see off of this first circle? Straight west. So let's go away from Chuma, away from Monte, just because, I mean, A, it's going to be chaotic and we're rotating into no man's land. But B, we've been over there so many times recently. I want to go straight east. If we can end this game close to Cantera, like between there and Graveyard, that'd be interesting. Especially seeing the rotations that teams would have to make in order to get over there.
Let's go for that. Yeah, I'm trying to think about the terrain around there. I mean, I haven't seen Cantera for quite a while.
Exactly.
And, well, we're about to get our circle pop in a few, as Royalty's already popped their emergency pickup ready to go. Never mind, it's the Power Grid Plateau and nothing else.
I lost my Wololo powers. They were taken from me yesterday, and here we go. Power Grid once more. At least it's an area that these players are very familiar with. Issue is now, again, I mean, look at the rotations that all these southern teams have to make.
Yep, we'll see the migration happen here. And the problem for some of these teams, again, is the fact that an emergency pickup was popped by Royalty. Now, I don't think they're going to be using it. Maybe one to send up to actually scout what could be going on ahead of them. But they already have an all right spot. But what that did deny for a little bit of time was actually anybody's ability to throw down their own emergency pickup, which is now on the way here for Entropic. But they may have wanted to pop this a little bit earlier. So if that is the case, this has been denied from them here slightly, meaning that they'll be arriving to this circle quite a little bit later than even some of those people that are just driving.
Yeah, the amount of teams that are coming up over this hillside is insane. Usually you see 1 or 2 teams commit to it. Right now we have 5, all trying to kind of side by side sprint their way up the hill. Fuss finds one. We saw James fall just before. Fuss trying to keep him alive, I suppose, by taking out Quizzy. BBL coming up to backfill them, and they have the remaining FaZe players sat down below there. So incredible entanglement from all these players who are all trying to effectively make their way up towards the Power Grid Plateau.
Yeah, big chance, big opportunity to try and just soak up as much area as you possibly can, considering all of these teams know how this terrain works.
Yeah.
So they'll try and be greedy, try and take as many dips as they possibly can for a little while. And you can see here, though, Eternal Fire is just committing to the solo location, which makes total sense as well. You just want to make sure that, of course, you're cordoning off teams to get too close to you, just in case you become nade bait or something like that. But, I mean, they're good shooters, so they're not going to allow that to happen too easily.
Not too soon, no, that's for sure. How? Spotted Lyron down below, maybe cold eyes on more BBL players. Is now Entropic. Okay, I thought they were going to go further north. They're going to full speed send it straight into Power Grid proper. 3 guys arrive. Heyman is already here. Finds the first one. Damage on in the second. Gets the second knock as well. Grindis still full HP, trying to make something happen because Jenny has to heal up here. Can't do too much, at least not yet. But Heyman will be taken down. Close one, though. Nice effort to try and stay put.
The throw of the flash almost gave away his position there, which is interesting. I mean, of course, you want to use that utility offensively to try and kind of get rid of him and cause even more problems to him. But He-Man almost got a 3-peat there for his troubles. Will go down in the end, and Skurasen's then so disconnected that they're not going to be able to really kind of rally against that. It's win or die here that's really kind of locked this down. Damn, Molotov from the distance actually gets Mika.
Yep, Mika found now as well. Surprised to see Sakura Sensen up to try and maintain this split. But of course, seeing where they are currently positioned, Marcelik up on the hill above. Fuss now finding Fex as well, finds one more. That's corrects it down. Now it's just Gustav left alive, trying to take out his former teammate.
Fuzzface putting in the boot against FaZe. Is this real life? Oh, Gustav turns around and really causes the problems. Can he get the rest of the guys up, though, here? Might be a little bit difficult unless if Marcelik's got anything to say about it, because he's going to get aggressive with it. Surely we heard a little bit of this going on, so Gustav's going to have to be careful here. Blue zone nade, but Molotov's throwing some shots in here as well. Gustav realizes exactly where he's coming from, tries to go for the shots, has to reload, maybe going for the pursuit.
Yep, has to try and see if he can get it here. Nice pre-fire from Gustav. Nice pre-fire on the other side of Marcelik as well. Gustav didn't have a vest on, but stays alive with 5 health. And Sakura Sanson are eliminated. That seems to me, I mean, last day not really in a position to push up on this, that FaZe will get to survive without any casualties in this fight. Keep in mind, James fell earlier elsewhere. Now, win or die, trying to fend off also in and around Power Grid. A lot of teams trying to get control here.
Losing Code Marco, unfortunately. Ooh, Presenti, though, will have to get into cover just a bit there. Whilst Extents will throw more nades forward. He was excellent for a win or die yesterday. They might not be in the best of positions so far, but he did a lot of the heavy lifting for win or die. Can they continue to kind of solidify around him? And it looks like the answer is yes. This is a big start for win or die here. 3 on the board and being able to wrestle away one of the center locations. I
love how Martin said earlier today, it's the final day, everyone's going to play a bit more calm, and then everyone on the server in the meanwhile is just going James mode, crush it. And that's that's the vibe for today. Everyone's just going to go full speed forward, try and see what they can get. Moldog once again, I mean, he's been active in the kill feed quite a bit already. 300 damage done thus far, 3 kills to confirm as well. We'll see if they can take out Gaming Gladiators too.
It relates to how much room everybody wanted, right? We were talking about it before, how much space people wanted. People wanted to be greedy. People know that transitioning from place to place on this plateau is not exactly the easiest. So you want the anchor points across multiple locations if you think that you need to guarantee some kind of success. Bombilovo able to take down Levante here with the FAMAS. Not bad. Still need to see Gladiators, though, in the distance. Try and rally against this. Gladiators is stuck in kind of a rough spot here around a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone just got caught by surprise by how many teams actually opted to commit from that push up the hillside from the south and Power Grid Plateau. And now they're all stuck in very awkward positions. Vex gets eyes on two. First one crouched down, second now trying to make a run for it. Gustav is actually going to be the one to land both the knocks. A lot of damage coming in, obviously, from both the teams. As now Dante, bold action in hand, will dissuade Vex from making the full committed pushes. I think they're now just trying to isolate.
Can Gustav continue to save the prospects of FaZe? Yeah, definitely. It's the perfect opportunity. Goes for it. We're following it forwards. Will it land? It's looking good. It's looking really good. Oh.
Wait, what?
So close. It was too deep. It was too deep, but the second one follows up for the kill. Lovely. Wow.
A lot of nades expended there to try and get him down. In the end, they will be rewarded with the 3 kills off of that. So look at the space that FaZe now has to work with on that southeastern side. AP is still down and around there. Could potentially flex over towards that eastern side. But for now, it's all quiet up on the plateau. Circle swings south. Royal has it thrown dead on them. And with where they're currently finding themselves in the bottom of the leaderboard, this, hopefully, for their sake, is a game where they get to turn things around.
Hopefully, this could be a great opportunity for them. They didn't take the emergency pickup earlier on. They were favored a little bit by the circle. They're going to get it again. You have to convert with something like this. Now, the problem for some of those teams down towards the bottom is we've seen them get circles before, but they've been crushed down upon by some of these other teams coming in from the edges. And BBL takes no prisoners, probably coming in for the West eventually. They don't really have much contest against them here. It's really just Quantum Realm that they're going to hold off for a little bit, but both of these teams can come in from the West side pretty much unwounded if they don't take a big, huge engagement against one another.
And that's the thing, right? Because look at the terrain here. Perfect overview by the observers. It's such a hard uphill push to that compound. If Royal are not contested from the east, they can just all sit and look towards the west because there's effectively a big gate of teams. Power Grid itself, but also the teams sat out on that eastern side are not going to allow for anyone to crash all the way west side. So Royal should be good, at least for now, as Samler. Oh, Vanos just 1 HP left to work with, but able to get away at least initially.
Absolutely blasting on past here. Let's see if they can really make anything off of it. But this is kind of a bit of a desperation move here for them, realizing that they were so far away from the circle. Likewise, Full Tilt is going to be blasted out as well by the nades, raining down upon them. And Lurex might just get a few more finishing off shots here. Full Tilt, this is rough because, I mean, they were trying their very, very best here to get towards the circle. Probably a relatively slow pace, but, I mean, with Lul W just coming in and backfilling this kind of position, they were absolutely, it was like shooting fish in a barrel, really.
Definitely. Nice timing on their push, though, to clear out this position. FaZe now doing the same thing. Having heard the players down below, does he spot? He saw the vehicle just then, but does he realize there's a player just on the other side? Matzy falls. That's the last living Full Tilt player. They heard that vehicle coming in, and obviously that's going to force Corexy to throw things down. But now, peeking back over, those smokes are definitely going to give away the position, that and the info that there's an opponent just nearby.
Reinforcing coming down. Corexy realizes now that some sounds were going on, has to be a bit cautious about it. And in fact, Gustav and Vex realize, okay, well, he's retreating back now, but well, look, with the Panzerfaust to get things rocking up here against Lul W. I don't know if Lul W can really do a whole lot more with this. Blizz did find Bombilovo, though. Bombilovo with that FAMAS gets like one knock himself. It's all on Molodok now to really do something against the two members. As Lurich coming around the right-hand side here. Molodok, though, a dangerous opponent to go up against in these situations.
But I mean, being in a 1v5, split in between two teams, not going to make things any easier. 4 bullets now has to prone and reload. As soon as FaZe peeks over, that should be easy pickings, and it will indeed be. Gustav spots him, takes him down. 9 kills now for the boys in FaZe. They had a phenomenal start to yesterday, then things quieted down a bit. Let's see how far they're going to make it in this one.
As the kids say now, Gustav's locked in. He's ready to go.
True.
Look at him. That's some great stuff coming out from him. Not only being able to save his team earlier on, but now also 6 on the board. Looking towards Lul W. Does he have any more nades available to him? Wait a minute.
Lurix. Just over the hill. Actually goes for medkit as well, knowing there's like he can see the smoke from the breath of Corexi just over the hill, and yet he goes for the heal, and he's not gonna win regardless. Corexi able to take him down.
Yeah, a tad ambitious. It's stolen away as well, actually, though. Grenda's in the distance, being able to take that one. Entropic's actually going to try and hold off of all of this approach from the east side. So that could work significantly to their advantage. Yeah. As Vanos, as well as Breezy, try and deal with Samler up the hill. Samler's being torn apart again. Oh, it really feels like in so many of these games, Samler just gets nothing going.
It's such a hard push coming across the street. They're not having the full info of where you have to go off it. Very, very difficult indeed. They will fall. FaZe down to just Fex left alive, trying to commit to the rest here. Blue Zone is not going to go far enough for that nade, and Schenken's hand might have Fex's name on it. Nope. Swings a bit far towards the south. Let's see. Rez has come through. Gustav is back up alive. Can they actually hold off here? It looks difficult, if not near impossible. One taken down. That's both of them gone, and FaZe fall in 10th.
Good cleanup, but what do you do from here, LolW? Because you're going for the loot, the Blue's pushing you, and Entropic's looking your way. I like their approach, though. They've gone down into this dip slightly. They really need to negate some of those lines of sight of Entropic north of them. The only problem is that as they're trying to approach the circle a little further, now, as time's going to go on, there is, I guess, power there. Again, I don't think we've been that impressed by them here in the last chance qualifier so far, but they could easily hold this dead to rights.
I'm also surprised looking at the map just now that Royal still is How on the hill on the southern side. Not opting to commit full to the compound could potentially work out really well for them, but I'm worried that they would rather have the fourth man in the compound with them for a close quarter fight than have him isolated on a hill on the southern side.
Yeah, potentially. I wonder if the plan should have been to try and at least shoot some shots towards BBL on their approach from the west, so eventually that kind of western front of Quantum Realm and BBL were maybe a bit more keen to try and fight each other if BBL thought that maybe there was someone present in the south side of this circle. But I mean, regardless, now you have two of those teams. What a perfect nade. Oh my days.
Even lumps a flash over just to, oh, watch out, don't want to get taken out yourself. Even double checks, finds the second one as well. Blazer down, that's Lil W out in 9th. And only now we're getting placement points, and it swings west again. BBL gets to sit around, chill this one out for a little while longer.
Such an important game for those teams that are trying to pursue. Such an important game. How many can get points on the board? We've still got business in. We've still got, I guess, power in. Royalty is in as well. I mean, to a certain extent, Quantum Realm also wants some big points. So does Fairy Tail. Yeah. If they can try and guarantee themselves already at the beginning of the day here. And Fairy Tail's just holding on to what is a pretty decent spot for now. I'm just a little bit concerned as to how all of these teams are going to come in from the edge, maybe crush down on them, and anybody's already down.
Let's see. Entropic finally forced to push out a power grid. Have been mainly looking towards the eastern side now. Forced, of course, to look towards the west. They have Winner died just over the other side of this hill. 2 nades being thrown on forward. Are they going to fight the targets? No, both go short.
Both short. Breezy takes down Zubila. So actually, it's business that's really pushing quite aggressively on this. And I didn't expect them to be the ones to do this so, I was about to say haphazardly, but that's not the case, right? They're just being a bit more forceful about their engagements compared to maybe yesterday, as it were. And that can work out oftentimes. We'll see what goes on, though, because they are taking casualties themselves across the ridgeline. That's not a bad nadar, but it goes too far. Muzik going to try and move up this hillside, try and get rid of anybody's, and then maybe take this spot away. But he's got to be careful about the backfill.
I like the idea that business tries to make an aggressive play on Fairy Tail, knowing that Winner Die will get there soon. I just think they were too late in registering that was about to happen, and therefore Winner Die gets to push up and find 2 with their backs turned towards him. Quantum Realm, in the meantime, will just sit here happily and wait for all the commotion to happen on these. They've already cleared their west side, so they can just slowly fill in. I say that now, but Fairy Tail, at least for a brief moment, they're a bit of an angle, which just seems like Shipless should be able to isolate.
That was the right gamble spot for him to go prone there for Global Army. But anyway, regardless, he's still up, still alive. Shipless is doing some work against them as they're trying to crash on in a Win or Die. This is actually a great off angle to deal with this approach from Win or Die. So it's allowing Quantum Realm a lot more room than they would have afforded had there been other teams here.
Definitely. Deadrix finds Kral. That's one of the iGas players down. They are still 4 alive, should they be able to get Kral back on his feet. So could potentially go out and get something done. Deadrix will fall in the blue as now Royal. Finally, they say teams are coming towards him to actually do a bit of fighting. And how? Now trying to make the run back towards his teammates, but he's on the eastern flank.
They are awake in the shantytown. They are ready to go by the looks of things. I'm not going to complain, although Halv is actually knocked as well, though. And he was kind of their off angle for a little while, so now he's gone completely. Percival shuts him down, but at the same time, peeking over. Bolty action in play. Was able to hit him, but not do enough damage to get him down.
Full chaos mode. BBL is coming in from behind now as well. Should see Soppy in just a short moment. And in fact, there it happens. Sheila peeks forward, gets the double. Both of them going down, and this should be a somewhat easy sweep for BBL. They've committed 3 of their 4 players to it. Lyron just got the circle. He's the only player in it right now. He can sit back here and wait while Quantum Realm and the remaining 3 BBL players just fend off really AP on the eastern side. Yep. Not a whole lot I expect them to do from here.
This was the whole narrative of this game. That west flank was just unimpeded about their game plan, about anybody else trying to deal with this. Yes, the circles kind of went their way a little bit, but the fact that the east was so congested and Royalty clearly was not warm enough in the shantytown to be able to deal with it. The problem with the shantytown, though, is there's actually not that many great angles to stop a lot of teams approaching you, so you have to leave it. But maybe leaving it earlier to try and shut down some of these teams would have been slightly, not leaving it fully, but, you know, just kind of peeking over the ridge lines. Yeah. But now Quantum Realm and BBL are going to rule this game if they're not careful.
Let's see. Level 3 gear. Cherix, if he gets this rest through, maybe there's a chance for them to push forward from here. BBL has, at least for now, backed off a little bit, but that's just allowed for Quantum Realm on the northern side to sweep in closer. Blue is coming in. Percival got rest, but he's going to fall straight back down. Global Army finds one. Now it's just one left alive, and I think Cherix might. I mean, either it's going to fall to Global Army or it's going to fall to the blue. We'll see if there's anything he can get done here.
How many does I guess Power have in terms of kills? That's my question. Because, I mean, the 4th, they've got themselves some okay placement points from that. That's a good start for them, considering that they came into today at 13th place with 15 points, I believe. So, not a bad start here. Quantum Realm and BBL eventually felt almost destined to fight against each other, and here it goes. Lyron already peppering a few shots over that way, but can't quite get the knock.
Ultimate is, again, I mean, they've been on that northwestern side for quite a while, so not fully aware of the position of the teams on the other side. Lyron has been the one holding them off, and now he's trying to do that once again. Shiplist, realizing there's one just on the other side, realizing there's too many angles on him, has to back off for a bit here, but where is the peak up from Bumbill? I know he's a solo player left alive, but right now he could be a big influence in this fight, because he actually has a pretty decent high ground position here.
Gotta do his full name, Billy Bomb. He's up there still. Yeah. And yeah, I think he's probably going to go. Yep, down to blue, in fact, but he got himself mullered by a few shots there, so scary. And now, yeah, the destined fight is on the way, but BBL has already lost one. They do know that they have a knock, so they're kind of trying to be a bit more aggressive with the utility, not as much peeking over these ridge lines.
BBL, they won the final game of yesterday. Now there's a chance they might win the first. We'll see if they can continue the journey here. That nade looks good indeed. It is. Shiplist falls down once more now. It's a straight up 3v3. Circle favoring BBL to some extent, but I don't think this one is going to play all the way through to that final dot getting closed in. And I think this one is going to end very, very shortly as soon as those smokes disappear.
I like that Shilla's moving off to the left-hand side because I was scared that they were all going to approach from exactly the same angle. That could have caused them a lot of problems, especially with Tarkus having taken that right-hand angle, which was very far away. Now, it seems to be that they're actually kind of circumnavigating around that and kind of negating Tarkus's angle, but Voldemort is up on the left here. This man advantage proves to be so problematic, BBL's going to have to overcome it.
Yeah, Voldemort might be able to get a good off angle here. He has Sheila right next to him, at least the way it looks on the map. Sheila is the one furthest out on the edge. It's kind of a... it's the flanker versus the flank, which in the end becomes a straight face-to-face battle. We'll see who's going to come up victorious here. Voldemort realizing now, though, that with that angle up above, he can't make the full swing around the side. Jumps for info, and Sheila sees him.
Yeah, he does. I like the idea that the flank, and then they flank again, and then flank again, and they just suddenly end up in the blue and they both go down. That'd be great. But it's not going to happen. We have ourselves the Mexican standoff for the moment, which is apt and appropriate because we have the shoot-off that goes on in some of these segments in between the games. But let's see. Slow and steady.
Back and forth, and BBL out on top. Now it's a 1v1. Lyron, the guy up high, the guy sitting, defending this position, gets the double on his side, and it's just him and Voldemort left alive. MK14 in the hand of Voldemort. Will swap over to the Orc, spots one on the other side. Lyron, of course, wants to confirm the points. Sheila able to get the double knock just before. Now it's just them two left alive. You can see Voldemort is doing the same thing, trying to see if he can claim some more points in case he doesn't come out victorious here.
Kind of hard to see exactly how that initial fight popped off.
Yeah.
Like, but I mean, regardless, we're down to the 1v1 now here with Voldemort and Lyron. As again, both will just bide their time for a little bit. But as quickly as it began, it ended. Right, that was a lightning fast aggression from both teams. And now Lyron and Voldemort. Lyron might be getting the better end of this here. I think Voldemort's losing information as to where he's coming from here.
CC's crawling for info. Makes perfect sense. No reason to try and commit to the rest here. He's going to pin him down as soon as he can. Use that as bait. Lyron now peeks on over. Did Voldemort hear those steps, though? I'm not sure. Goes for energy drink at full health, my friend. My friend. Focus on your scope. He heard him now as well. Because
yeah, that might have tipped him off. Tries to go for the spray, Lyron. Can he do it here? Good shots already to start things off. And he's only peeking against his head, but he needs to reload.
What is going on? Lyron able to win it out, but that was not clean. Honestly, as far from clean I've seen a 1v1 in a long time.
Yeah, that made me wince a little bit. I was scared for him, scared for Voldemort as well. I mean, Voldemort was given some opportunities there to reply in kind, but it was very clear that Lyron had really kind of juked his understanding of exactly where he was up until a few moments.
Maybe it was just Lyron realizing he had the superior position and going, psh, I'm over here, psh, I'm over here, making it a bit more fair. Got a shot in the sky, didn't matter. In the end, a close one, nailed by that. Goes to show, I mean, when both of them, who we know to be able to pull off impressive endgame performances, go out and clearly still has some jitters in them there, it's, I feel like it tells a story of what's on the line. Even for BBL, if they're already qualified, they need to go out and perform at their best because they have a really tough grand finals ahead of them. So the pressure is clearly already starting to come in now.
Yeah, and I feel like they haven't performed super well at grand finals for a long time, so it has to start now before the grand final actually comes around. But anyway, let's head over to the desk here. BBL with another win on the board for the LCQ.
Clenched bum cheeks for any BBL fan when you watch that final 1v1, but they continue the streak. They have now got 3 wins to their name in LCQ alongside last day. The only other win going to FaZe. So that argument of teams at the top just sponging up all the points continues, Avenger.
Yeah, it's a huge one here, but also really important game for Quantum Realm. They needed to kind of ensure that they stayed in the top 8, and they managed to do so here with a good amount of points. BBL also very impressive here with 6 kills and a win. Huge amount of points to go their way, and they're going to push themselves into the 80s of points.
What did you think of that final fight, Saga?
It was close. It was too close, really, from BBL's point of view, because Schiller with that massive off angle at the start, which went completely undetected for as long as it did, got them 2 knocks on the opening engagement. At one point, they had 3 down to the 1 that Quantum Realm had. But we were so close to seeing the actual Voldemon come out of Voldemort. He brought it down to a 1v1. That in itself was super unlikely. But then the final 1 versus 1, level 3 gear maybe made the difference. M4 versus Org, up that close. It's unfortunate. He could have come away with a huge clutch. But still, it's a good set of points for Quantum Realm that they've picked up. But BBL, now only 1 point behind last day.
Look at that, the 2 leaders just pulling away from everyone. And I want to point out FaZe even. They didn't get any placement points in that matchup, Avenger, but they did get 9 kills. You can't let them get those kills because they will just continue to extend the gap between themselves and all the teams at the bottom, and it's going to make that mid-pack fighting even harder. Yeah,
and also another thing is that in this situation here, we have maybe now 2 or 3 teams, depending on Eternal Fire, of course, and if Quantum World continues. But this game and that amount of points that they're able to get in this one here, if that doesn't give them confidence to stay in the top 8, then I don't know what should here. So, but yeah, very impressive here. But yeah, the cutoff is scary, Sam.
It is so close. We have got 5 matches, though. That's what you need to remember. When you take a look at how the teams were playing, did they live up to your expectations of Avenger in terms of pace and the style in which they attacked this?
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit kind of hard area to play, of course. It makes it a little bit different because the teams are approaching it in different ways. There's not as many compounds available to it. But overall, yeah, I think we saw the top teams do exactly what we expected to, and the teams on our cusp and our kind of cutoff, they were fighting it and playing a little bit slower. BBL here for the game and to take this home here a little bit different. I thought we were gonna see them more aggressive, but they actually took it a little bit slower and secured the win to make sure that they go to the finals. Now they can completely relax and do whatever they want.
Saga, did Samler play with their full eggs?
That's a very good question, and kind of yes and kind of no at the same time, but we can definitely see that they have been attending the church, the school of Brexco, dropping all the way over towards the edge, because one of the other things that Brex, among others, Aduzi, has gone quoted as saying this, basically, if you're playing on the edge and you're not using a glider, you are throwing. So they used a glider. And they played on the edge, and they got on top of the mountains. They did some excellent scouting work. Ombre got a really solid long-range knock as well on towards business, sort of around this point. They did a solid job of holding their edge, but just allowing the three-man of business to get in front of them. It's Renalock over on that offer angle. We might get it. Bang, bang. There he goes. Sat down. Ombre controlling the edge very well. The problem came when it became time to get into this circle, and then, Martin, then they went a little too much full eggs.
Put all your eggs in the same car and send it. That's what they did. But also, I actually felt this car push here was a little bit unnecessary. If they took a little bit more advantage of the time that they had, they could actually have fought business quite more like smart and cognitive compared to what they did. So I don't like the send there. I want to see them fight with their backs free to the edge and then just actually win the engagement with business there to actually just take the spot away from them. But unfortunate with the cars, but maybe that's what they saw. And of course, there's so much going on in game, and you have to kind of analyze what's in front of you and what you have. But that felt like it was overcommitted to the cars rather than actually just fighting them on edge.
You mentioned there that in-game you need to analyze what's ahead of you. We're going to analyze what's ahead of us as well, and it is another Miramar as we move to the second game of today. And slowly but surely, we're taking away the matches, meaning there are less and less opportunities to qualify for the grand finals of PEC4. We will find out who is one step closer after this.
There's a guy on blue rock. Do you see him?
Yeah,
He's running.
I see that. He's not.
4 guys.
Might jump into me.
On Hema. All on Hema.
Trying to run over to you. He's low. One more knocked. One guy running left.
Nice. One is on the
one more.
on the concrete. I can't help.
It's on my door. You can't see him? Marcelek.
I can't.
What do you mean you can't?
I was getting shot. I had to get.
Nice. Resets. No, shoot. Good.
despite BBL getting the victory here, a nice fight back for some of those teams that are clawing away for some big points, trying to move into the grand finals. What's important, Toby, is you said it yesterday, the fact that if you do not go to grand finals here, your whole run up until potentially March, April, whenever it may be that the next season kicks in, could be over in terms of professional. It is a huge period of time where you would potentially not be playing pro.
Definitely is. It's and I know for a fact that exists in the back of the head of all these players, because they want to extend their season. They want to keep on playing for more, and of course, main goal, they want to make the PGS events and even PGC. For a lot of these teams, I don't think that's a realistic goal, but just the thought of we still have a chance is going to be huge. And with every single game that we play here today, it's going to get that much harder for quite a few of them down in the bottom. I think that last game we just had now is one of those rare Miramar cases where most teams were playing on foot from phase 2 onwards. Like, that normally never happens, but everyone knew we were ending in and around power grid, so they just settled for dips and tried to play out on foot from there, which turned out to be, I don't want to say a unique game of Miramar, but just a rare case of rotations not really being a thing come like very early mid phase of the game.
Yeah, there was no, in a lot of later game circles, there's room where you can do like wide wraps and things like that, but for all of these teams, there was none of that. There was just very much so, we need to move forwards, we need to get into this circle, and we need to go in a straight line about it. But I think one team that we actually were speaking about when it came to the break here, Toby, that we haven't really given much credence to, and also haven't really kind of paid a huge amount of attention to, is actually Eternal Fire. Because for us, it's funny because they were originally, of course, Howl. Right now, they're not anymore. And I think I'm being deceived and tricked a little bit by the kind of rebrand, by the kind of new org, as it were, because usually we'd be like, Howl, they're not in the grand finals. They should be in the grand finals, but
they should. I mean, once backlevel power, always backlevel power. They're a team that definitely has proven their capabilities, and I think the addition of Code Marco back when he joined the former Howl roster, a lot of people had their eyes on them as kind of, they're gonna be like the Turkish powerhouse team. They're gonna best some of the top teams in the region and could potentially go out and do a whole lot. Not a whole lot happened. I think they're still in, while the rebranding has come through, also still in figuring out how exactly we want to play the game phase, because they have the players, like the names and the individual capabilities of going out and dishing out a ton of damage, but also play a really smart cerebral game of PUBG. I just I'm sad that I feel like I've yet to see it, because the average numbers in a lobby like this, LCQ lobby, are good, but I know they're capable of so much more. And I think it's not individually, like performance-wise. I just think it's like grand plan. The whole approach to the game. If they change that up a bit, they could be and probably will be the best Turkish team in all of PUBG.
I mean, they shook up the status quo of that region when, what was it? How they got themselves second place, which turned...
Yes, PGS 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, that really was kind of the big shakeup, right, for them to be able to kind of push forwards and get to that position and show that against the likes of old BBL roster, old DA roster, all of these things, and how they lined up in that region were up for grabs for a hungry roster like this. But anyway, let's get to it. It is our second Miramar, our last Miramar of the day here for these teams to get points on the board on the Dusty Dunes.
On the Dusty Dunes. Easy, straightforward playing path, not looking like we're gonna go East Islands. Fair, I'll take my loss and I'll bring it into Grand Finals instead. And in the meantime, I am...
What's up?
Well, initially I lost my train of thought, but then I started looking again, and I was seeing Lyron and James fly very close to each other. And that kind of caught my eye, got me out of my thought. Are they actually going for the same vehicle here? I mean, given that they both qualified, I suppose maybe there's a reason to try and fight for cars now. It's just, guys, this has not been a problem before. Why are you doing it now?
Yeah, it looks like Lyron's going to turn off here. I thought maybe one of them would just say, okay, well, I'm not getting it. I'm going to go to the warehouse straight away, which then kind of gives you the potential of having a gun, which means that nobody's going to chase you for that moment. But no, James just takes it and goes away to the warehouse himself.
And it's James flexing out. I'm just sat here looking back at the previous match. It's definitely James flexing out of Picardo, trying to, again, I mean, initially they were fighting for Picardo. They scare off BBL. And now I think it's a mental domination thing where FaZe go, you know what? I mean, look at Sheila now. He's not in the compound next to where FX was before. And now James is starting to flex. I was like, boys, you came to us. We kicked you out of Picado. Let's see how much more we can take. If you're not going to try and stop us, we'll just keep expanding.
I like it. I like the idea of it. I mean, I've always been an advocate for having influence on the people that drop around you. And maybe if you know that you are basically qualified, good to go, by the way, off of like 15 placement points and 50 kills. Like, you can't be playing like that in the grand final. But anyway, like, you have that influence on them. Like, even if you just slightly trip them up, not like actually knock and completely kill off a member or two or whatever and stuff like that. Just slow people down around you for these tournaments where they have stages.
In the meantime now, the circle has swapped to the north. Full speed up in that direction. These players will have to go. Only 5 teams in and around the circle as it stands right now. But obviously we know by the end of this, all of them will have had to make their way up in that direction. And I think the approach to this next circle is going to be pretty interesting. I don't think a lot of teams are going to settle for south. Even though that's where the compounds are, that's where we oftentimes see these circles swing down. I think surprisingly many teams are going to try and wrap west around. Because coming in, like, you know, Hacienda through the open fields down there, it just takes one split team in and among all those compounds east of Hacienda to really brutally hurt your rotation. So I'm looking forward to seeing like FaZe, BBL, last day as well. I mean, Fairy Tail I think is pretty clear-cut rotation past El Pozo and then in. But for the rest of those teams that can kind of go center, kind of go west, see how they're going to rotate.
Cool that we get an off circle though, eh?
True. Not too often we get those.
No, indeed. So, I mean, Samler, we were just looking at them before. They're up in the new Campo Militar. I say new, it's a little while.
It's the same, it's just been scooted a bit west.
Yeah, just moved. And I don't mind it, to be honest, because the thing is that when it was originally way up in that corner, nobody went to it, especially in competitive, right? Like, it was just way too far out. You never see people there. But so now it actually can be of use for especially a circle like this. It's full tilt here, down over in Hacienda. I mean, sorry, Minas Generalis, should I say. They've really not got much going themselves either. Dead last at the moment. And even in that previous game as well, a slow, impeded progress towards some of the later circles meant they were just bait, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because look, like through the group stages, there were 2 or 3 games where like, okay, full tilt, I see you. Like, it wasn't because they were going out and pulling off global, you know, high-level performances, but it was like, you know what, I see the potential here. I see what you're doing. One of them that springs to mind now was the Takeo finish on the eastern side, where they were kind of scattered all over the mountain sides. They were fending off against 3 teams, playing a really good open edge playstyle, and I mean, obviously that's maybe just one good game where they'd worked out for them, but if it worked so well then, I'm like, why not go back to that again? Why not try and do the same flex out, splitting playstyles and see if it can work here? Because I don't feel like that's what I'm seeing from them. And yeah, it's kind of sad to see a team with potential within a playstyle then go do something completely else and therefore fail.
I mean, they got 40 points on that day that you're referring
to.
Like, that's pretty decent for a
better than
group
15,
stage.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, that and a 15. Yeah, we'll not talk about the 15. Yesterday was basically the 15 for them for this. And hey, if we get 40, whoa, it could be back in the... No, maybe not. We'll see. But anyway, last day here, they've got nothing to worry about. They're coming in kind of late alongside all these other teams. But they'll just be having a good old time. You could see in the previous game, obviously, just not really too shy about shooting at anybody that was coming around them. They weren't super aggressive, though, about their positioning. So it was just... pretty chill.
Yeah. Teams have started centering up further towards the north. Gaming Gladiators still trying to maintain a split. It's a 3-1 split with 1 down in the compound to the northeastern side. As you can see, Dante kind of isolated down there. They are aware, though, that they have Royal sat right next door. And usually, I feel like one team gets kind of control over that compound too. Gaming Gladiators up to set up more kind of on a line with how they're currently positioned. It's going to be a bit annoying, I think, for Gaming Gladiators to keep looking east, knowing you have a full team right behind you. As now, Eternal Fire, talked about them just before, running into business, and they seemingly coming out way on top of this one. 2 down, make that 3 early on.
Oh. Absolute devastation for business as Eternal Fire just absolutely ram-raids them.
Yeah,
that's tough. That's super tough.
Definitely They've run out of luck. I'll see myself out. Sorry.
Well, he's still alive, right? We'll see what he can do. We'll see what he can do. Let's go. Let's go, Rhino Log. That was not bad, actually, Toby. I'm going to give you a 4 out of 10 points.
4? I was going to go with 3 myself, so thank you, James. That's much appreciated.
I was very generous.
And,
that's weird for me.
Yep. Oh, he's good. He's fine. Never has he been better. There you go. Safe rotation. Make your way further north. And it's just an awkward situation for business there. You can't really, again, fault them for this happening. They are on their way north, and it's a collapse. Business were strictly just coming in on the northeastern side. Had Eternal Fire not been there, I would have seen this on the map and go, you know what, business, smart rotation, like the timings. Issue is, Eternal Fire got to that intersection literally 5 seconds before business did, heard the vehicles, stopped, jump out, and were just sat there waiting for them. Just timings.
Yeah, technically you can even do it without some of the hard cover that they had for, but it was just the perfect opportunity for them to just say, okay, well, passing by these shacks, passing by some of these little buildings, we can stop here, have so much extra hard cover available, and then be able to hold you out strong. So
it's always the same.
Tough stuff.
You come there in your putt races, and when you least expect it, that's when the Tuscan Raiders come peeking on out.
I'm not going to make a Tuscan Raider noise, even though I can make a Tuscan Raider.
You can't say you can make it and then don't make it, James. I'm ready. 3, 2, 1.
No.
Oh, I would have liked that one for my soundboard.
There we go.
Yep, I'll take it in the break. No, don't worry, chat. I'll record it. Make sure it gets played on a streaming platform near you.
Hey, on the tangent from that though, right? Pod racing, Tuscan Raiders, everything about those prequels, underrated.
Yes.
There you go, chat. Do what you want with that.
And to continue, as James would say, that's by the by. FaZe here on the southern side, running into last day. I saw FaZe opting to go east side of Power Grid Plateau. I thought, oh no, that's going to be scary. They're going to be backfilling everyone. And that's kind of just them going, yeah, you know what, we will. We're going to sit down here. If circles come to us, we're going to be golden. If not, we'll probably just brawl in and take down some people with us, because that's sort of been the playstyle throughout yesterday and today.
Definitely has. For Lil W here, though, I actually think that some of their moments yesterday as a whole, like they look dangerous in some of the fights, right? Like I don't particularly want to be fighting up against someone like Lil W, but there was just some apprehension about their approach to some of those positions. Like, for example, when they kind of had FaZe dead to rights in some of those fights. What was it on? Was it on Rondo? I can't remember where we were. Ortego. Anyway, tough stuff.
Tough stuff indeed.
Tough stuff.
Fairy Tale to a team that we saw glimmers of potential. And I mean, obviously 41 currently in the top 8, not by any stretch of the imagination out of grand finals potential, but I feel like they haven't lived up to their group stage performance, while they obviously fell into the losers bracket or the last chance qualifier. They had some really good games. They just haven't really been able to string together any of them here.
Well, Shift West is going to make it difficult for those teams over in Cruz de Valle to really get things going, as BBL is just set up in the longhouse. Very, very... I mean, there's not a whole lot of opportunity for them to do some splits here. And as Martin always says, if it's a 2-2 split, it's going to be a hit. He says it all the time.
Okay, I guess we know different Martins.
Oh, what, really?
Yeah.
He says that all the time.
All the time, yeah, true.
Yeah. So for, last day, if they want to go for this 2-2, actually it's a 1-3 at the moment. I don't think he has a little rhyme for a 1-3. And Win or Die, of course. If it's a 1-3, it's meant to be.
Yeah, that is a rhyme Martin would make. That is definitely a rhyme Martin would make.
Oh, mine didn't hear this is getting spaghetti, apparently.
Probably. So. In any case, anything else you want to add to that point, James?
No.
Okay. Then I would like to say that it's pretty insane that we get this Western hard shift, and now we have a massive Eastern conflict. I looked at this area and I was like, oh no, Cruz del Valle, West side is going to be tricky. Indeed it was, and unfortunately for Filtil, they're going from issue straight to another issue, running away from Quantum Realm just to run straight to the open arms of Lil W, but I might have spoken too soon, because it seems like they're actually going to be able to avoid all of that.
I'm surprised that they were able to get through there. Kind of I was about to say unscathed, but they did lose one overall. Lil W here still looking that way. They do see that there is, and they were scouting earlier to see that the gladiators up on the hill above them. So any kind of movements from them will be slowed a little bit. Full Tilt still going for this big move through. Where are they going to wind up? Coming in underneath water treatment? Where are we going? Going for the gas station? Is that it? Is that where we're stopping?
I mean,
hitting a rock? No.
Coming in, no scouting done. I feel like gas station is your best bet. At least that's your starting position. You send one in there, keep the other guys moving around, and then see if you can lock down maybe some more locations. But gas station control early in a circle like this really ain't the worst place to be.
No, not bad. Not bad. The only problem is the potential north shifts that come along, I suppose. But P90 in the hands of Gedrox. Lil W trying to get as much of the armory under their belts as they can. But again, they're still aware that Gladiators is all the way up here. One of my favorite spots to play in all of Miramar is this big compounds up on this hill, because you can just see everything around you. The only problem is that everybody can kind of see everything that's going on up here as well. There's a lot of angles that people can shoot out from.
You see them, they see you. That's usually how it goes. And they'll have to learn the hard way. In the meantime, Rhino, and he's going to be vibing in his shack at least for a little bit. Issue for him is that he has multiple teams around him, so he's not going to be all by himself for much longer, especially not if the next circle goes anywhere near him too, because I feel like even though it's not the most optimal place to be, we're reaching a point where that's one of the few spots teams can actually go and try and contest. Eternal Fire, it's Code Marco, able to find one more. 4 kills now for the boys without taking any casualties.
I mean, at this point, a team like this could easily just go on a rampage. Like,
True.
They've already got themselves tons of kills to boot already in this game, 4 on the board, and they are so capable of being able to roll with these kinds of punches. They're in the north side of this circle. Where are we going to go? Looks like we will give them not the shift, as it's gone a little bit southeast of this. So they're going to have to get moving. Fex, though, still shooting towards Full Tilt. Full Tilt already taking a wound, as they will lose one here. Gustav finds another. They are surrounding them and absolutely dismantling their position.
Yeah, this is falling apart rather quickly. It's just one player left alive upstairs. We have seen FaZe feel very confident, run in and take a fight and lose 4 in a 4v1 pull-up before. But let's see. This one is going to have him dead. Indeed it does. Correxy able to swing out the corner, find him. And that's 3 early kills for FaZe. Who now has to make a move. And you know what? A dead center water treatment? I cannot recall the last time I had that happen.
Yeah, normally we're ending up like the circles going towards where Entropic is, or like any other direction. But no, full water treatment. Here we go.
I like this. No. Don't like that though.
Well, they're on a rampage. I've already said it. They're on a rampage. Well, 5 is all right. 6s are good as well. So they're just going to continue things on here. Eternal Fire, we spoke about them at the beginning of the game. The old Howl effectively is here to try and show that there's big power in MEA. As we still have now Fairy Tail going for the mad dash on through. Where are they going to go? They might end up hitting Garage themselves here.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to say, you know what, you've added a new road. We talked about paved roads yesterday. They'll take full advantage and say, you know what, we will take that fight in water treatment, because this rotation you see right here was not possible a couple of, maybe a few more, but a couple of patches ago. This was not a thing. So thank you, Fairy Tail, for showcasing that. You know what, James? Paved roads, they are nice.
It does make you wonder. I mean, with Win or Die having been split across water treatment, they were very kind of exposed on that western front of water treatment just to allow them in. So now maybe at least they can try and shut that down from multiple angles. But it's kind of annoying to have a team in between you here.
Definitely. Samler trying to figure out how they're going to rotate. And Sakura Sanson trying to say, well, you won't. In the meantime, Rhino, solo player, trying to backfill all the action in water treatment. I think he really just wants to go unnoticed, but going into a full 8-man water treatment, I don't think that's, especially not here. There are many areas in water treatment where I go, you know what, you can probably stay hidden for a while. I don't think this is one of those spots.
It's hide in plain sight, Toby, okay?
That's what it is. The ostrich, like, just put your head in the ground. If I can't see them, they can't see me. Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to be real. I feel like it's not a place I would check so quickly. I'd have to see it out of my peripheral vision, you know?
True.
Like, It's an odd spot.
Definitely is. We'll see. We'll see if maybe picking the 9th tier location to try and hide in is going to grant him any favors. I remember games where EB would have just run through an open field and we go, why is no one seeing him? And people would just say that's because no one would normally make this run. So maybe you're right. Maybe you are right that he'll go unnoticed. Fex in the meantime, able to shut down both Quetpa and Ruin. Will get taken down in return though. Marco now they're seen in the open and corrects. That's an easy angle.
Yeah, now they're going up against some of the bigger dogs here in the lobby. They've been able to farm out some of the feeder teams down towards the bottom, but now going up against FaZe, like Correx, for example, is not going to be easy. Nade goes forwards, doesn't quite catch the res that's going on at the moment. Goes around the corner, realizing it's a little bit further. Will that be enough around that? It did do some damage to him here, but he sticks the res, gets him up. Correx is going to have to retreat.
And it wasn't even a bad approach from Eternal Fire. I mean, keep in mind, they came in on the east side early on. We saw that fight with them in business. Now they're as hard west as you can get. And they were actually pulling up on a 2-man. Correxy and Fex. Issue for them is it just didn't really work out their way. Himman, once again, popping off. He's been active whenever Sakura Sanson has had success. Usually that's been behind his name, and doing so here once again, taking out Semla, but Corexy, 2 players down to low HP. Can't find any of them.
8 kills now on the board for Eternal Fire. The Mad's already gone down to the blue once again. Maybe we can just get him up and keep things rocking. But that's a success already from this game, to be frank. As we now have Quantum Realm down in that bottom right-hand corner being kind of pressed and ganged upon here by Entropic as well as Lil W. They're rallying to try and just take these kill points as quickly as possible down there. So I think this might be difficult for Quantum Realm to get out of. They're going to have to play out of their minds here with these 2 teams firing at them. Janny is setting up a mortar as well.
I like the fact that they're opting to go so aggressive on the south side that Lil W actually commits to the full fight. Same thing here towards the north, Gaming Gladiators. 3 up here, Dante still on the southern side, but help is coming in. We have Quantum Realm eliminated. That's the southern side fight that happened just before. Now it's up to Sakura Sanson to try and push through Gaming Gladiators, who currently are defending this with 2, as Himman finds 1 more.
He's been playing well for himself so far. That being said here, Sakura Sanson still very pressured, as they really need to do something in this area. Ooh. Oh, great hell of the angle here. Marsalek and Himang get absolutely roxed as they came around the corner. Let's see if anything more can happen, because it's all down to, by the looks of things, Mika and Fuzzface to do something about this. This angle's dirty.
Yep, Ace 32, too strong. Fuzz swings around the corner, headshot connected on towards him. That's going to keep him from peeking for a little while longer. Mika now taken out. That should be an easy flash and push kind of situation. Face eliminated. That's elsewhere. Teams will take down 2 with his nade before he falls, though, as now BBL starts fighting 2. And I think Fuzz is he trying to make a run for it? I think he is.
I wouldn't be surprised. They do need a lot more points on the board. Oh, but comes around the corner.
Nope.
Oh, instantaneously. You know, Rox and Pin did so much work there for Gladiator. It's a great hold overall. It isn't the easiest compound to actually approach, but they were able to get up on top of it. It just means that then their approach into the buildings is a little bit limited. Rox and Pin knew exactly that.
And look at this circle. I think this is the first time I've ever gotten to cast a proper water treatment ending, especially even with the new water treatment. This is really exciting to me, a pseudo city ending. And I think angles here that these teams, aren't too aware of. Leosh lighting himself on fire. A little bit too excited for this ending now, I suppose.
Well, we've got a code for you guys at home. So you guys, there's 50 redeems, and you can have 300 G-Coin on those redeems. So make sure to get that in. Get more G-Coin on the board. Maybe that can work towards a progressive skin or something like that. Another progressive skin. I mean, we have some of the best skins, actually, in all of games.
We just need esports progressive skins.
Oh, yes.
We've said it a couple of times, I think, in the past. But let's say it one more time, just for the sake of the people in the back lines. Esports progressive skins. Make it happen.
That'd be a big seller.
Indeed it would. Let's now see Tropic peeking on over Dedrick's eyes on 1, but forced down into cover by Blazer. They have a pretty good, I mean, they have effectively kind of surrounded Lil W, at least on the southeastern side here, and trying to not allow them into the circle. Issue is, Schengen is doing a lot of damage to try and deny these peaks.
Still, the Entropic split is huge right now.
Yep.
If they can continue to hold this and hold the teams off around them, then I think that they are doing well for themselves, considering they're on the edge, considering they're in a position where it's not exactly the most ideal spot. The problem that is going to come along really is Lil W, and they are focusing on that right now. As a nade goes forwards, trying to get Lurks and Schengen. Second one as well. but no real decent follow-up. And as a peak goes along against a P90, I don't know if you want to be taking that. Will duck away. It's Bombilova that's actually putting shots into him in the back.
Yeah.
Now Eternal Fire is done.
Yeah, it's the other side. It's Last Day that are trying to force Entropic to stay over there effectively. They have one player currently tasked with making sure the Last Day don't push forward, but of course he can't really do a whole lot to fend off against them when there are 3 guys peeking that direction. Now Gaming Gladiators, though, they're coming in from the north. You can see them starting to push down in this direction. Once this fight pops off proper, you could expect them to fully pull up on it.
They've done well for themselves with Gladiators so far in this game. Good hold off, 6 kills on the board. Still need a lot more though. Guarantee themselves in. SLR starts to spray through the smoke. Can we? That was more than spray. That was just an extreme aggression coming through here. But Dante and Rox already start things off against Lil W. This is actually saving a position for Entropic quite a lot, considering that Entropic was having a bit of a harder time against Lil W there. But now Blazer, unfortunately, with a nade in hand as he goes down. And Lil W is going to be rocked very soon.
Surprised that Jenny opts to hide in that smoke and kind of allow for Hawkeye to get flushed. I mean, there was a definitely. I mean, obviously he waits for Grenades to try and pull up and help out, but I feel like that was leaving his teammate to die. Deadrix was already in trouble, and Yanni just waiting for a bit too long, allowing for Hawkeye to fall. They will now be down to 2 as Grenades yeeted off into the blue, got knocked, and no way he's gonna get back up alive.
Yeah, Dedrix kind of needs about a bit of time for Yanni to get a move on here, but there are nades already kind of flowing on through for this. But Yanni's cross, if Gladiators is looking that way, is difficult. So smokes have been deployed. Can he make this work? Already taking a bit of damage, has to go straight against the blue, but he's only got 15 seconds on his side now. So Dedrix still needs to delay this aggression towards his teammate.
Yeah.
He's moving himself.
Yanni now single-handedly tasked with trying to fend off against all of Last Day. Maybe they haven't seen him. Nope, he's deploying. Oh, you know what? Maybe not. If Dedrix can bait for just a half second here and allow for Yanni to cross the road. No, now there's a smoke. Okay, Nitro sees that. Yeah, that's easy info. I'm not sure if they were aware. Oh, on the money as well. Nothing to do. I thought for a second maybe he could get something done backfilling, but that was not to be. Now Dedrix alone versus the entirety of Gaming Gladiators.
What are we doing here? Why is this an M16 MK12 setup? What is this from Bombilova? I mean, it's working
development.
So far.
Yeah, that's it's getting too stale using the same guns over and over again. So
wait, did you say it was research and development? He's R&Ding this weapon loadout? Is that what you're saying?
Yep, that's what it is. What better time than looking into creating new metas than when your season is on the line?
Look, he's been working 6 months on this weapon loadout, all right? If you could just let him cook, that'd be...
I remember times when people said the mutant on burst would be OP, so maybe M16 as well. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if it's going to be meta. Maybe he was a genius and we were the dumb ones all along, as Dedrix now still prone down. I mean, realizing that he has 2 teams all around him. All he's hoping for is them to go full bloody warfare on one another and then just to peek up and go, boop, final kill for me, and then dip.
Well, Molodot as well, still stalking around here. Dedrix is laying in wait. The snaky snake. Let's see if he can do anything. Technically speaking, from having a barrel with muzzle breaker, he can do some significant damage if these guys pop over at similar times. But it's about if the information gets fed back.
Can't tell if he has any flashes. Looking forward to that new UI update come next patch. But if he does, maybe lobbing one over underhand and then peeking with it. Oh no, they didn't see him.
No.
When do you shoot, Dedrix? When do you shoot? There's one more player below as well. He doesn't.
He knows Bombilova's coming as well. He's going to go for him. Oh, it takes him. And then trade in the end. But now, will anybody push on Bombilova? Will anybody push on Last Day here? Will Gladiators take the opportunity, considering that they just heard this not go down?
They're outside the circle as well. They know there's really not a whole lot to fight for, but you can't run into this next circle with a team right next to you. Bombil did fall before. Moldog Nitro trying to now fend off. They have some utils still to work with, but they're in a very, very difficult 2v4 standoff.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. All of these smokes giving them a slight reprieve. Whilst Royalty, unfortunately, down in 7th. BBL, who's now approaching water treatment, might be just joining everybody in there, but we'll see. Nitro finds Dante, darts straight into the smokes, finding himself a little bit more cover. Whilst Gladiators actually has been swung around on here.
Yeah.
I think they've given up a bit too much room, all things considered.
Dodging and weaving here last game, trying to keep Gaming Gladiators guessing, but now Devante able to find one. Bumble flushed as well. Deathdrake's able to get him. The point rewarded for the already fallen player, and now it's just one left alive. 4v1. Last bullet for Levante, but now should be able to, yeah, there you go, get himself some more.
Yeah, the man advantage really kind of paying off very heavily there for a Gladiator. I was scared that they kind of 2 ships in the night just passed one another. And now we can see the overview of water treatment, where some of these areas aren't exactly the most commonly played, not the most commonly played structures. So definitely...
Do you just deny if you're Gaming Gladiators here? I was going to say, I mean...
maybe.
I don't know what the alternative is. You're on the cusp. You're literally in 8th place. You have Fairy Tail and Win or Die down there. You're 4 alive. You want to make it happen. You want to win it. But you also know you're running straight into the open arms of teams just waiting to collect points.
The open more, basically.
Yeah, you know what? I respect them for going forward. But I think most teams would have denied on that hill. We all know what's going to happen. We all know how it's going to end, and that's exactly it. But I respect the attempt. Most other teams would have just denied on the hill.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, here it's going to fire on Win or Die. I feel like there is another path that you could maybe take, like, I don't know, something like you send 2 down and then leave 1 on the high ground to try and like confirm a knock or something just for 1 point. But yeah, it
was going to be doomed regardless. Just a matter of how cinematic they wanted to make it, I suppose.
Yeah, how cinematic.
For quick info though, Rhino is still alive. His hiding behind the car worked out. Now he's hiding in water treatment proper, and he's yet to be seen. So you know what? 4 points awarded, Rhino. You got to live with the best of them. You survived after your entire team died 26 minutes ago. And here you have it. 4 points. Maybe 5.
I like to believe people either drove or walked past him when he was at that car.
Oh, a trillion times.
That's what I'm going to believe in my head, because what a great spot that was.
Yep.
And this one might be even better.
Hiding in plain sight. Win or Die, looking for these 2 Fairy Tail players. They know they have them in there somewhere, but it's a bit of a maze. Trying to figure out what's happening. I don't think they're going to be expecting shots fired in and around this area anytime soon, though, as now, the nade loft on over, hitting the pipe on the other side, catches one in the air, jumps on over, and Sabilla will take him out. But again, Rhino, I will give you your 4 points for that performance any day of the week.
Definitely commendable. So good to salvage the points there, as... For where Fairy Tail is, actually shooting out of that, whatever that structure is such a pain. It's just high enough for you to not really to be able to get any good angles on some of these spots unless you completely expose yourself. So definitely a problem, as Baron Peak is looking around this corner, just still waiting eventually for Fairy Tail to try and go for a bit of a swing here.
Yep, he's going to chill this one out for a little while longer. BPL, they were up on the northern side of this earlier, but kind of collapsed into the north side of this structure. Now, obviously, a lot more playable since it's just 2 warehouses compared to back when it was the massive structures that weren't really too easily accessed from the north. Now, a lot more doable. And BBL going to be waiting this one out, at least waiting for April to make a move as well so that they can fully confirm that it's a 4v4.
Would be good for Win or Die. They were liking this circle from very early on, and hopefully they can convert big on it, because let's be real, BBL doesn't need the points anymore. Fairy Tail does, though, and with them only being 2, yeah, they're going to be held on these angles, so it's such a difficult manner. April, he's gone as well. Denies going down to the blue. Nothing that they can do from that. Again, it's such an odd structure to play. Anytime I find myself here and I'm going across that little thing, I'm just like, oh, why am I here? This is rubbish.
Yeah. Well, Sheila did get taken down, and the nade was knocked over, or thrown over towards Win or Die as well. That got a knock. Sheila back alive. So is the last Win or Die player. So even though Fairy Tail tried to have an impact in the final fight, not really meant to be. Presenti is back alive. Sheila is as well. This is a full-on 4v4 in a very rare ending area that we don't get to see too often.
Well, and if BBL actually wins this one out, then that means they put themselves technically ahead of last day in terms of wins, which they'd be at 4 across, what, 8 rounds?
Yeah. They would have
50% win ratio.
If we count, like, if we mash up days, this would be 3 wins in a row for BBL, but they got to bring it home first. Right now, Leosh has a perfect position. Oh, the timing of the deployable cover.
Huge, actually huge. They weren't also expecting really that angle upon those little barrels here. Still 1 for 1. It's 2 versus 2 at the moment. Leosh, though, kind of has mastery over this position. Oh, yeah. But he is quite exposed whenever he goes for a peek. But he just shuts people down from here. So he knows that the Blues eventually going to be pushing.
Is he looking for E-pickups, or what is he doing? I'm not quite sure. Looking into the end, nonetheless. Doesn't have a whole lot of ammo left to work with. Presenti needs to push forward, needs to take control here. Sheila has some cover with the US there, but Presenti, I feel like this utility is coming up a bit too short, but it's just Sheila trying to fend off here against Presenti. Will be able to get with the last bullet, but he too will fall. CC in the nice off angle on the southern side, able to take him out, and BBL winning the last game of yesterday, going back to back now on Miramar as well. That's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, definitely. 4 wins in 8 games. Great stuff from them, proving that, I mean, there was, again, a lot of doubts around how BBL can hang, not in this lobby in particular, but like when it comes to grand finals. So they're really setting the foundations for the grand final themselves. I think for Leosh, what he was maybe looking for was like, maybe he thought someone was close to him and maybe they'd done like a vert nade or a vert molly or something that maybe he could shoot out of the sky. That's the only thing I can think of, because everything else was a bit weird.
In the 8 games we've had outside of one phase win, all games have been won by last day and BBL. I mean, that's very rare that we get the same few teams doing this well in EMEA.
Yeah, it's insane. That's absolutely ridiculous. But anyway, let's head back to the desk here to talk about yet another BBL win, as they are on an absolute barn burner of a mission.
As Toby pointed out there, other than FaZe, all our games have been won by BBL and Last Day. But more importantly, half of the games we've played in this entire LCQ have been won by BBL. And I know that what just happened might have confused you, might not have kept up. So Avenger, break us down. How exactly did BBL win that fight?
Yeah, that was crazy, right? Because you had Leosh on that high ground barrel, and he actually had the winning play for that. But Baron Peak putting up this deployable shield was just insane. And then, of course, we saw CCI next have that low ground below it. Leosh had to jump down, I believe, and that meant that CCI next could kill him, and then he could take on Presenti. So effectively, CCI next actually got both Leosh and Presenti towards the end to ensure BBL this win.
What is it about this team, Saga, that we're seeing here in the LCQ, them just dominating this lobby, when in comparison to the group stages, it was like they just didn't show up at all?
What we've really seen from BBL so far in the LCQs is that they're more willing to just be patient. And again, it's all about not getting drawn into any of the silliness that happens on the like the early stages of the zone. BBL, I mean, they've been a team that gets dragged into some pretty like ill-advised, let's say, if we're being nice, or if we're going to be a bit harsh, we'll call it just straight up stupid plays left in some previous tournaments. And, you know, even things like the hot drop against FaZe, like, probably don't do that if you need to get into the top 8. But this time around, they're playing a little bit like, you know, a little bit more precautious, playing the game a little bit slower. I'm thinking back to the previous Miramar that they won, or one of them, where they had the opportunity to take the shacks, but they opted to play some dips out in the field and play a sort of much slower game, and then ended up denying the 4-peat for last day at the end of day number 1. And it's just being a little bit more willing to just slow down their game, and it's really, really working out for them. 51 placement points, almost as many as their kills, is crazy.
Crazy, Avenger. This leaderboard is insane.
Yeah, 104 points after 8 games is just insane. They're definitely going to break that 12 points, or the after 12 games maximum points if they continue like this. That's yeah, unheard of. Really impressed with the day. Also, the execution towards this last zone here. Once they saw that 4th circle pop, they were actually playing on edge on the 3rd circle once, and they were not sure where it's gonna go, so they were waiting. Okay, let's see where this next circle goes. They had a little bit of an edge to play, and then they actually took a decision to let's try to get into a far better spot, and they played that perfectly. Super well executed, both in the mid and late game and the very end game here. So yeah, beautiful to see here from BBL. Crazy stuff.
Crazy stuff. Let's focus in now on another team because we like to do these deep dives on one particular team during each map. This time we're going to take a look at Entropic. Saga, how did it play out for them?
Well, it started off pretty rough because this is like the one Miramar that we've had so far in the LCQ that didn't hard shift towards Resort, which is where they were for the first 8 minutes of the game. Probably spending a lot of time looking for an emergency parachute would have made their life so much easier, but they never found one or they never saw an opportunity to use it, so they had to do it the manual driving way, and it was only at 13 minutes by the time they actually make an entrance into the zone. So they didn't have much to do in the early phases of the game, but once they did, they played a very solid holding game out towards the edge. They were up close with FaZe Clan at one point, and then seeing the opportunity to sort of flex out around the eastern side of the hill, Martin, towards QR and LOLW, they actually played the edge extremely well when they had the chance.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure I wanted to see them take this fight on to LOLW. I would rather see them go on and take that southern side edge and just hold them out in a more passive way, because that would probably have ensured them to take more control and maybe have been able to keep last day away a little bit. But still, Dedrix managed to get and maximize some points here, managed to get both the flush and the placement points from that. So yeah, but I would love to see them try to kind of gatekeep and push LOLW and last day more away so they could have ensured themselves that southern side approach towards the water treatment.
Also, Business, Saga, finally, we got to see them get some points. We paid attention in the top 4. If you missed it yesterday, Saga was singing the praises of Business. He believed that they were going to make the top 8. A little bit far off for now, but happy with that.
This game. They were top 4 in this game, despite the fact that 3 of them were dead 3 minutes in after some unfortunate silliness in the early game with Eternal Fire. And, you know, sometimes even if you do get drawn into it, Rinalot can find somewhere to hide long enough to get something out of the game, but it's not going to be enough to get them to where they need to be. They've got to start, them among other teams have to start really getting something and putting it together in terms of actual performances rather than just finding a good hiding spot and getting lucky with some zone shifts.
Is the dream still alive for Business? Do you believe, Saga, that they can make the top 8?
None of your business.
Or are you changing your mind?
It's never over until it's over. If it's mathematically possible, I'm going to cope.
Okay, let's try something fun now as we head into our 3rd game of the day. We tried this with Saga yesterday. It didn't go well. I'm going to try it again. Saga, what time is it after the break?
It's 7:30 CEST.
World updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well, based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
think we play for points on
I knocked one. We can kill him. He's on green. No.
I can kill them.
Two active.
Knocked another one. Let's fight.
One
Let's
active.
fight.
Wait, who'd you knock? Who'd you knock?
I knocked two blue. That downstairs main building.
I'm waiting.
I'm following. Go.
Yeah. Above stairs. Dead.
Nice.
Nice.
One on compound, Craxy, on you. Last one, Craxy.
I'm nading. Come on.
Knocked one.
Nice. One up.
Dead.
Nice.
Nice,
Okay,
nice.
watch out for GG.
Watch
Play
on
on the
top
left
now.
bottom.
Do you have needs?
No.
Knocked roof.
Nice.
Nice, nice.
One more
I'm
inside.
resting.
So under half roof.
Inside.
Yeah. So,
Will generosity prevail, and will BBL as well as will they let anybody else win a bloody game here, Toby? Because right now we've got last day and BBL looking unreal good, and I don't think we've ever seen this before where we get 8 games deep and only 3 teams have won games. That's kind of wild.
Now, that is definitely a very odd occurrence, which I would be surprised to see continue, but also at this point kind of want to see continue. It's you know, when we're about to break records, we might as well just actually break records and see if we can keep it to 3 all the way through the day.
Yeah, and they were right on the money as well in terms of what time it was going to be after the break.
True.
7:30. So good stuff by Saga there. Very, very on point. Loving what he's bringing to the table so far. Well, basically because he's my body double. Like, he's my stunt double, actually. Like, I'm getting old, you know, I'm a bit rickety. So I just send him to the forefront. I'm like, go on, jump off that building. And he's like, yep. Crazy stuff.
It is crazy. And the last game was crazy too. A proper, I mean, I guess we were technically a bit outside the fence, but still somewhat proper water treatment ending. Thank you for not going over to that what we call magnet compound. Thank you for giving us a little touch of variety. We do like to see it. And now that we're going over to Tago, Hosan Prison? I don't know. I feel like we're running short on cool places to go on Taco that we haven't really been before, because I actually do think that Taco's been pretty varied. I guess northeast circles we don't get to see too often. The shipyard finish I've had once, but outside of that,
well, the thing is that once we get the, I was about to say remake, but changes to Tago, right? The terrain outside Hosan Prison is different. The bridge is added up towards Shipyard. So actually both of those circles that you potentially bring up in the future get a whole lot more interesting. So that's cool. And yesterday, we kind of ended near Studio. We didn't quite get Studio, which is a bit of a shame because it is going away.
True, it would have been nice. A proper farewell. Again, I mean, I'm wearing my Vikendi shirt to show love to the things we don't have anymore. So Studio would have definitely been a nice addition, but maybe they saved it for the very final chance, which I guess would be next Sunday. We'll see. We'll see if we get a Studio finish then. Until that point, though, if we were to keep talking on Tago, since that's kind of where we're going in a second, I honestly, with how much everyone was not excited to see Tago when it first came around, I think it has played in incredibly well to the competitive scene. And I even more so like that we're starting to see all these changes come in, river changes, or like, I suppose, shoreline changes coming in now. I think those are going to be the big ones. Yes, we talk about how Studio is going to be a school instead, but I think proper riverbank, like area fixes, I think that's going to be the big one for me.
Well, it's done all right for itself. For me, Tago's quite vanilla. But anyway, we're here for match 9 of 12 for the last chance qualifiers. And no burning plane once again. We haven't had a burning plane in Europe for a little while. Yeah.
No double plane, no burning plane, no brand new wider plane, I guess.
The fast plane.
The new super speed plane. Super plane, haven't quite seen that just yet. What we do get is a fair plane that goes straight, or almost straight west to east, but very, very nicely. I guess the one ending I'm asking for, island ending, north of Hapo, let's do it. We've already gone over why that island is so insignificant. Let's make it significant. Let's make it meaningful. Let's end the game just southwest of where how from Royal is.
I'm trying to think how you could. I mean, you would need bridges.
Just keep centering up.
Well,
And
yeah,
then
okay. I mean, you mean to shift
phase
towards
3
it,
centers up, it almost can't go off phase 4. But I also said I wanted a shipyard-ish finish, and this is what we're getting. So you know what? Fair enough. I called an area in each corner of the map, and I made it inevitable to get what I wanted. So thank you, game.
Wow, you're clairvoyant. I love that. Yeah.
Yep. I said every possibility, and one of them was correct.
Well, yeah. For Sakura Sensen, they need some decent points off this. For iGaz Power, they need decent points off this. Full Tilt, they need decent points off of this. So this first circle, not too bad for their prospects. As we are now on board with Fairy Tail, who's driving all the way south, getting away from any other conflict, going down towards school to get the looter going. Because actually, it's quite densely packed with loot. Is good old school.
True. I'm looking at the leaderboard, and I'm obviously 8th to 9th. Win or Die Gaming Gladiator just 1 point apart. That's thank you for keeping it close. But I'm starting to see a bit of a gap being made down towards Lil W. And when I look at Lil W and the teams below them, I would say they're down there for good reason. It's not just, you know what, oh, they got unlucky, things didn't go their way. I haven't really seen a whole lot, if anything, from Lil W, Sakura Sands, and the teams below, where I'm like, you know what, no, you deserve a top 8 finish. So I hope that one of those, or maybe two of those 9th through 16th place teams will do something here in the last games to keep it close, because I think that gap that we currently have set between 9th and 10th could potentially keep growing with some of the top teams actually continuing to deliver.
Yeah, it feels like there's a bit of a divide, huh?
Definitely.
Like it's and that is always the kind of risk you run when you're trying to include 24 teams at the very tippity top of a region. I mean, I hate to continue to repeat this, but one of the places where it is most prolific is North America, right? Like their top teams are insane. Like they're so good, but then if you're going all the way down to like, if you have to pick 24 teams to represent from the Americas, it's slim pickings towards the bottom. And sometimes here in Europe as well, it's very difficult to compete when you've got the disparity of, hey, BBL, Last Day and FaZe are looking unreal, and then all of these teams down towards the bottom have suddenly then got to deal with these teams that have been at LANs, been at big LANs as well. Oh, FaZe. Ooh.
A little close for comfort in a buggy, now spinning through a field. I think FaZe got to live with a scare there, because more often than not, he would have probably been taken out.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't do me any favors when it came to the point I was trying to make. But anyway, Gustav here might not do me some favors too. He takes a lot of damage. Gonna have to go back to some position of power, but I don't know if it's going to be enough because they're pushing very aggressively, taking him out. I don't mind the attempt at trying to go for the underhand nade. It could have caught them off guard if they'd have been a little bit slower, but they weren't. They were right on the money.
And this is an interesting one where FaZe is actually opting to claim center real estate very early on, which usually they don't do. Now we see more fighting happening. Nice drop shot there from Neeks to come out victorious in that fight. Some of these bottom teams trying to come out victorious, trying to stay alive in this tournament. And, well, at least for now, it seems like it's going to be Samler that comes out with the win in this fight.
It's happened to us all. I think Irio got out of his car a little bit too quick. So unfortunately, it will fall down there for a second. They're going to get him back up, and Samler's going to try and play this out. Now, the interesting thing about the position that they're in is they used this as an anchor point position yesterday whilst they were looting Yongchong and weren't really able to get much done with it. This time around, it can be an anchor position. It can be a slightly central position. So maybe I'm coping, but maybe we can get something from this.
Maybe. Yeah, true. Could potentially happen. As I was just sat looking back at the map feed from what caused FaZe to be so split early on. James landed like a kilometer away from Buksansa and I guess didn't have a vehicle, so Corexi went down to pick him up, and while he did that, that's when the fight happened on the other side. So once FaZe finally drew up to try and commit center early on, they get pulled up on, because as we know, a lot of these teams are very notorious for wanting center early on, and this game is no different.
I think we're getting crazy already.
Nice. Around the corner headshot there, a bit of desync maybe, but able to get the double headshot connected. Ombre down and out. As Samler finally things going their way just to instantly get shut down after.
Yeah, not ideal. And looks like they retreat, they regroup, and they're all heading south from this as well now, as Entropic at least gets 1 point on the board for it all, for their troubles, for the trade. I mean, they're at 57 points right now. Not looking too bad at all. Royalty, where are they going? Across the bridge. Already very heavily centered here on Tago, though. So not exactly the easiest thing to do is find yourself a middle position here. So maybe having to play along, maybe even the shoreline wouldn't be terrible to get things started. And they are stopping for a little bit of scouting here. But as time goes on, the circle will be moving away from them.
Definitely will. Also, of course, keep in mind it's a little bit difficult, I suppose, to see on the map, but not really. East of where Entropic currently is, you do have an extra river that kind of cuts down towards the eastern side, and so far, only full tilt on the very southern side is east of that. So if none of the eastern side is going to get played by anyone, we're effectively limiting this phase 1 circle to sub-phase 2 terrain, like, amount.
Yeah.
You can see it here. It's obviously not too deep, so you can crisscross it rather easily. But still, I mean, if everyone's committing further west, because it does set up kind of a, is it going to go east or west of the river vibe, then it could cause some chaos for teams if everyone is, I mean, committing to the western side of this river.
That's the thing about it, though, right? It's not as much of a detriment as the other rivers because you can just drive across the vast majority of it, unless you're kind of up towards the mouth of the river that kind of joins up towards Shipyard. Everything's so shallow. It's just the problem that there's just not much cover in there. So if you get tires popped whilst you're going across it, well, GG, mate. That's rough. Yep,
you're in trouble. Definitely in trouble. We'll see if that's going to come in. I mean, end up having any impact at all, though, as. I'm looking towards the south. Fairy Tale, Last Day, both wrapping in late, but even later is Business and Quantum Realm. Quantum Realm, I'm not sure if they're setting up for a potential rotation kill. I mean, they're still chilling in studio with Blue coming in. Have they read the Business handbook and know they usually make these rotations or what? Because with how they're positioned, like, they have no good reason to still be looting. Considering that we're 8.5 minutes into the game. So this to me is them waiting for rotation to come, but who would go that far southeast?
I mean,
Business is already cutting it wide east, but they're still not going all the way studio.
I thought they were just going to be waiting for the E-pickup timing as the circle closes. And
but they don't have an E-pickup deployed.
No, not currently, but maybe they group together and do it or something like that. But now everybody's kind of driving east, so maybe they're just coming in wide too.
I guess, I mean, and also, obviously, they will assume that there aren't too many people east. We will guarantee for them that there isn't. So maybe it's a case of, you know what, let's see if we get a kill here. It's phase 1. I mean, we're not in a hurry. We're the last to join anyway. If we don't get one, we still have a pretty clear entry east side. So either we get a point and we then move, or we don't get a point and we then move, and it's going to end up being the same regardless.
I mean, if you can infer from other Tago games, especially regionally, like, Europe loves to center up on Tago. Like, no, in this first game, right? So, in the first circle, I should say. So, if you want to come in a little later on some of these circles and go in wide, then you would suspect that you've got some room to play with. As now we're just waiting for the shift. Where are we going to go?
East. Oh, spicy. I like it. A lot of field, a lot of river, and a lot of teams that have to try and somehow figure out how do we all go over here. And now there's the rotation we're just talking about. Business, Last Day, driving side by side for quite a bit of it. Now running into each other in the middle of the open, and Fairy Tale is going in this exact direction.
Reinforcements coming down as well. Molodox and Wells Nitro are converging on this position. Smokes are already down. Let's try and stop this and allow Business to advance into a position where they can start raining down a few more shots. But behind them, as you say, Fairy Tale is going on the big wrap. I think they might just not stop. They'll just go shoot from their cars, but think for themselves, and we need priority on this eastern position of a circle like this.
Too much to be lost by trying to commit to a fight like this when you know you have the jump on a lot of teams in making this rotation. Issue is that Quantum Realm is over here as well, and Fairy Tale actually now opting to try and take this fight. Gustav, we see everyone FaZe went out earlier in this match. Him and now pushing up on FaZe as Sakura Sensen once again. I feel like FaZe and Sakura Sensen has been fighting one another quite a bit today.
Gotta agree. And for the most part, if you're Sakura Sensen, I'd be avoiding that fight like the plague. But Masterlek does find James.
Yeah.
Business takes out Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail did pull up on it by the looks of things.
Yeah.
Get obliterated. I have to question that decision. I think they should have played for position, but whatever.
Oh, yeah, true. Fuss swings around, finds Vex set in the open, couldn't connect with the barrel initially, but able to take him down with the mini. That's Phase out early on. Now Sembler is pulling up behind this. They are only 3. Keep in mind they lost a player earlier in this match, and Rayo now kind of stuck up here. I don't know if they have any business being up on the mountaintop proper. Maybe just back off. Had there been more knocks, oh, you know what? Maybe now, with Marzalek being found from afar, maybe that's the time to pull up.
I thought that was initially quite far away, but looks like Royalty is also just pulling up for this. So this hillside does not have much cover on whatsoever. You're hoping that the slope of the hill alone is really providing you something. There's a few rocks here and there, but that's about it. Look how open Jash was down there for He-Man to get some shots on. He pulls out his rapid fire weapon and with the AUG as well, and able to take down Suppy so quickly. He-Man, he's doing bits here and there for Sakura Sensen. He's
cooking.
In.
He's doing all the modern day meme things that I don't know the names of. He is demure. I don't even know.
No, not that one. I hate that one. It's awful.
I've been told once I can't use words I don't know what means, so I'm not going to finish that one. Yeah, I'm just going to stop right there. He will, though. Try and see if he can connect some more. I like the idea of the Royal pull-up. Again, we haven't really seen Royal, I feel like, dare to play too aggressive. Obviously, this time it's a complete disaster. But the fact that they even do it, try and apply pressure, goes to show that A, things are changing. B, they are realizing where they are on the leaderboard and what needs to happen in order for them to get into the top 8.
Here goes an emergency pickup. It is business after wiping a team in Fairy Tail. They are... Hey, man, this could be it. This could be the turning point. Saga is apoplectic right now on the sidelines. He's like, I knew it all along. He knew it all along.
Jumping like a crazy person with hair on fire. That's what he's going to be doing right now. I question this pull-up, though. I mean, again, when you use E-pickups, one of the big things is that you don't get cars. So they're going to go straight in the middle of everything in, well, open greenhouse and just prone. I don't think that's a recipe for success. The circle shifts south as well onto the mountain too. That is going to be an incredibly tricky one to play. Even worse for business, because the game they actually won in group stage was out of Canyong.
Yeah.
And would have loved to play that hillside on the southern side, but opted for the E-pickup. And now, I don't want to say stuck up here, but whenever they're going to have to leave and not having vehicles, I don't see how they make that move. Even if, I mean, if they even get to try and make that move.
Well, also, I mean, they've kind of had to take I guess, a consolation position in terms of these greenhouses, right? They're not the best spots. They don't really give you a load of lines of sight. They don't give you the best angles. They're keeping you alive for now, which is okay. We'll take that. But definitely a consolation position.
Definitely. We'll see what they can make of it, though. Mika now spots one more of the Royal players, Bumbly trying to stroll his way down the hillside and make it across the water, which seems like should be possible, especially with a little bit of help from iGas coming in to make Mika think twice about holding that peak.
Got his full name in. I'm proud of you, Toby. And, well, Royalty is still just kind of swarming around Neeks here. He's doing the run around. Oh, he found Halv, though. He was doing the run around on this pylon. Don't know if he can get any more than this. He's keeping himself alive. And Royalty's shut down. I
mean, you say, I mean, like, yeah, to be expected. I mean, without the rotating and clearly just kind of like a... I don't want to call it a headless chicken, but close there too. It seemed like they were in trouble from start to finish in that rotation, and that's usually how you end up getting yourself taken out.
Hey, there was a headless chicken that survived for a long time, all right? In the real life, in real world.
In the real life, James?
In the real life.
What? What life is that?
Well, how long did this headless chicken live for?
James, don't look it up. Let's focus on this game.
Okay.
We promised one meme per game, and you've already done like 5.
Did I? No, I didn't. Headless chicken.
Okay, so while you're looking into that interesting fact, Millman, too, will try and figure out how the handbrake works on his vehicle as they start making their way further west once more. Win or Die can't really figure out what side of this river they want to be on, and I understand that, because here in Phase 3, we haven't really confirmed it just yet. It could still swing west. We'll see how much of an impact this river ends up having on the final circles of this game. Eternal Fire, up to 2 kills already here as well, as the Matt finds one more. Up to 2 for him. And now Sakura Sanson, again, I mean, they're on the cusp-ish. They're still 10 points out, but with 3 games left to play after this one, now would be the time to start turning that tide.
I do like that they sent Marslek forwards here. We've had the circle shift, but Marslek, I mean, yeah, okay, oftentimes, yes, he is away from the team and doing something crazy, but like actually having him, so bye-bye, Neeks, as kind of an anchor point on the other side from them to maybe transition across is kind of good. The problem is, though, it is BBL that's in front of them. They will get towards this hillside, which has been a focal point of our previous Tago games in the past, just a little bit more north here, and actually, with BBL having moved the way they did, they've allowed Marslek to get in, and this could rally the beacons here for Sakura Sensen to make the move.
Definitely could. See how this is going to go down. Let's now CC. Oh, headshot connected. Not what you want to have happen when you're in the blue in Phase 4. Nope, he's going to fall because of it. Not too much more you can do. Nice shot from Moldog. Won't be rewarded with the point of it, but at least it's going to allow him time to reload, reset for this potential fight against BBL. Seems like they're going to back off, though. And once again, I mean, BBL on last day, despite the fact that both these teams are in first and second place, respectively, they actually have had quite a few run-ins in the early to mid-game in this last chance so far.
Yeah, they have. And, well, I mean, it's not really paving the way for them to do anything more than they've already done because they're both totally fine. But last day here, still down towards the south. They would love to be able to wrestle off the hillside out from BBL, but at the same time now, Gladiator is going to make an absolute mad dash through the middle here to see if they can find any room of their own. Pin's already gone down from the Quantum Realm, who was peppering some shots in their way. We still have Full Tilt as well as Lol W kind of being weaved through here. And Dante takes out Secreto super fast on that. They're wrestling this away from them.
Yeah, able to force them off. Needed to, because they didn't really have anywhere else to go. Playing that hillside with all the teams still up in the north would have been practically impossible, given how many angles would have been on, I mean, how many teams would have had angles on them, I should say. In the meantime, now it's just AP. I guess the last team to try and cross the Deadly River, and it seems like they're going to struggle doing so. Percival already taken down. Cherix, Kral, they're going to be running straight into Sakura Sanson here.
This bridge is scary as well, because look, you can see in the distance how open it is around that bridge. There's really no cover around a lot of it. So you've got to be very careful about the cross.
Him and just chilled into blue to get a P90. You know what? Fair.
P90 watch, you got to get it.
Exactly. If that's the win con, then that's the win con. Him already doing great, and now with a P90 in hand as well. Try and keep track of what he's going to do with that gun.
And unfortunately for Win or Die here, they're actually not too bad on the knocks against Lil W in response, but there's still shots coming in from Marslek as well as Sakura Sensei in the distance. It shows they are actually technically quite far away from them, but it's so open, this area. Leaving it this late, unfortunately, means that you're just going to be absolutely blasted from every single angle.
But hey, we're changing these areas, so or maybe not this one in particular, but some of them. So we didn't get to do the farewell ceremony for Studio. At least we get to do a riverbank farewell, maybe. That being if this particular riverbank will change. It could need a change, as you say. It's a very, very open, but hey, we don't appreciate the sun if it doesn't rain every now and again. So maybe this is just one of those rainy days in terms of locations.
Joke's on you. I'm British. We love the rain.
True. I've witnessed that. Yep, it's true. There's a lot of rain in the UK. Moldog now peeking on over. Spots one of the BBL players. Not sure if we've seen Sheila. There's Blazer with a triple. Wait, what? Were they outside on the other side? Oh, did he actually get that nade through the door?
I don't know. Maybe if we can have an option for a replay or something like that. I don't know if we do, but anyway, bye. As we have Sakura Sensen in the distance being shot at as well. Blazer, he was super close.
Yeah, I thought he was from up there. I was like through the little hole. I thought he threw it through the window on the left side of the building from up there. I was like, that's one of the most impressive nades of a long time. But not quite the case. He was already down there. Fair enough. Still impressive, but not as cool.
No, very well executed overall anyway on the holdout, right? All of those teams trying to come in from this angle, they were knocked and actually kind of wounded when that fight was going down, but they were able to manage it. Manage the expectations. Dedrix and Smojik. Business. How many are alive? Okay, they're coming in from the greenhouses, trying to move on up from there, but Entropic as well as Lul W is hearing them as they're moving through. Lul W unfortunately loses Gedrox. Sakura Sense and 10 kills. This could be the game that turns things around.
Would be convenient. Again, it has been FaZe who's been kind of there for the day-to-day, so maybe with them down and out, by their own doing, I should add, it's this is the turnaround game they wanted.
Maybe a turnaround. Needs to be a turnaround for quite a few teams down here, actually. We're getting an opportunity for 9, 10, 11, 12, all of these teams to really start racking up points in this game. That being said, though, business, I look at the point difference even to Sakura Sensen, and it looks kind of insurmountable considering the way they've been playing so far. And, well, MK14 on board for Rox. He's trying to look through all of this foliage. The coverage is difficult to see through.
Let's see. Matt strolling on up. Wants to take out the remaining last day of players. Quizzy over the top P90 in hand. Can he best him? Nope, he doesn't see him. Oh, Matt stopped the spray initially, but hops back on it and able to come out victorious because of it.
Dead. Eternal Fire blazing right now. 5 with the opportunity to maybe get some of these guys up. That being said, Madzy is coming along here for full tilt. Maybe that can work on out. Baron Peak's the last one alongside Schiller here to try and deal with Sakura Sensen that's moving around. But if Sakura Sensen can take out BBL, they are going to have a pristine chance to be the high ground.
True.
And be able to play it on forwards.
A little bit of lag. I think that's on our end, not what the players are experiencing. But Mika, caught on an island, will be seen, will be found. But here's him, and with the P90 in hand, has to disengage though as Rox is starting to shoot at him from afar.
Oh, the nade just went a little bit too far. Still a lot of ammo for the P90 though.
True.
So want to keep that on board. 5 already for him.
He's clearly the main impact player on the side of Sakura Sensen. Maybe due to the fact, like we were going back to the whole Mika talk of 3 IGLs. He's the non-IGL in the team, I guess, looking at the lineup. So maybe that's what it is. The guy who doesn't need to concern himself with talking is the one that just goes fracking.
So 3 people micromanaging one person.
To go. Yep, that's what it is.
I like the idea of 3 people conflicting information constantly, and he's just like, guys,
I'm trying to get kills.
That'd be rough.
That is fun. That would be fun if that was the case. Maybe not. I mean, I guess we can go check it out on the player VODs after the day is over. In the meantime, let's see. Here's Eternal Fire. Starts sprinting on forward again. There's no clear, I won't say winner, but sort of in this whole position. As I see a floating smoke grenade just kind of hanging in the air there. That was distracting.
Well, we have two main fights going on, the north and the south. And I feel like Sakura Sensen should be able to win out the south. That being said, though, Eternal Fire is still there and kind of poised to be in a good position themselves. Meanwhile, look at all the chaos that can potentially ensue here in the north. Full Tilt needs to go and start sweep mode, and they will do. Groan finds Reno Lock, takes him away.
I mean, regardless of the side of the fight you're on here, you need to finish your fight so fast. This is effectively turning out to be a Sanok ending, where if you're not done with your fighting after you started within, I want to say 10 to 15 seconds, you can be sure that there's going to be a third party coming around the corner.
Yeah, you can. It's just too great an opportunity for some of these teams up north to find that pretty swiftly. Eternal Fire still just waiting. Entropic, unfortunately, is gone. I'm surprised that... Unfortunately for them, okay, business is gone as well. I thought maybe that they were going to be done much earlier than this, but they've survived for quite a while until 6th place. Now we're in the top 4 because our unfortunate solo from Gladiators is also gone. So north fight, south fight, but Sakura Sensen's positioned themselves in such a way where they don't really have to commit to either fight just yet.
True. In the meantime now, Famous and P90 on the side of Eternal Fire. We'll see if they can make use of those, as him and obviously with a P90 as well. The blessings of Tago and Rondo, where great weapons are abound. Circle swings somewhat southeast. Eternal Fire will... you know what? I love this position. Set up down here. Don't force any fights, but show enough presence that teams are going to push towards you. In doing so, they're effectively forcing full tilt and shift W to take a fight. BBL is still, I feel like, the Joker factor in this fight, because they can spring both directions. But if you can force full tilt and Sakura Sanson to take a fight, you're setting yourself up for a really good endgame.
I think both Eternal Fire and Sakura Sanson both know that BBL is kind of stuck. So having these flex outs and making sure that they can try and also pay attention to the north is quite astute of an assessment to make for this position that they find themselves in. At the same time, full tilt. Oh no, full tilt's going to get ganged up on here. This is bad.
Yep. But again, it's the funneling of Eternal Fire. Again, showing presence over the ridgeline, forcing full tilt to try and commit to one direction, but haven't done it fast enough. And now that's, I mean, causing them to run into both teams at the same time. Because they can't pick their poison, they just get stabbed from both sides.
No team really wants to crest the summit of this hill just yet, so we're going to see a lot of edge play here whilst everybody kind of wiggles around. Full tilt still looks to be the prey, unfortunately, for them, as Marcelik's looking in for the swoop on in, gets Madsy. Will he be able to take Groan as well with the spray? Almost has to duck back there for a bit of cover, but we need Fuzz to come in and clean this up.
Yes, 6 bullets as well. Marcelik, no spare ammo, running double 5-5. Hopefully Fuzz can drop his mini and give Marcelik the ammo from it. I'm not sure what the plan is here, but my man needs some bullets.
I think he did, yeah. I think that little turnaround there and looking down, he must have given him something just so he can hold it out. 25
nope,
in
25
the MK.
still, and no spare.
No. Don't like this. I think he feels pressured to finish this fight because he is running low. He wants to be able to get in there, get the stuff, and then kind of get out just in case Eternal Fire was flexing all the way around for an angle on it.
You say pressure. I think the Marcelik is just feeling Marcelik right now. It's like, I already have 5 kills. Fair. I have 700 damage. I'm going to keep going until I'm running out of bullets, which, newsflash, he's about to. So might want to fall back a bit. Him-Man, obviously, alive still doesn't have 5-5 as far as I saw. It's P90, obviously, with its own ammo. And then no 5-5 gun to follow. So Marcelik sat on low ammo. There should be a couple of corpses down there around him, but no helmet, broken vest, only, 50 or 49 bullets in total between 2 guns. This is not optimal, and Eternal Fire is still 2 alive. If Eternal Fire can force BBL towards him, and that should be them setting up for a win.
Okay, so he took the ammo out of the MK12 to utilize it in the AUG.
Okay, Him-Man, you have 164. You guys need to
get together here.
You need to meet up somewhere.
You've got the P90. You don't need that many at this point.
Exactly. Exactly. But Him-Man doesn't know because he doesn't talk. He can't say that.
That's true.
He's not allowed. He's muted. He can't talk.
Him-Man do this. Him-Man do that. He's like, yeah, sorry, boss.
No one asks what Him-Man wants to do.
Aww. He's only Him-Man.
He is him, and we'll see now if Marcelik, with his 1 clip and 7 spare bullets, can find something here. Again, I mean, everyone knows where BBL is, but BBL is buying their time. 7 bullets are going to be committed to the MK. Kicks on forward. Nice tags, all 3 connecting. As now the mat on the other side will say, thank you. Marcelik will take the wounded players, get some points off of them, and that is going to be full tilt out in 4th.
1 each. Again, we happened yesterday. Fair is fair. BBL now trying to push through, but at the same time, you're seeing both Sakura Sensen and Eternal Fire trying to hold them out, but Him-Man is also putting some pressure on Eternal Fire on this side of the smokes. I think he realizes, oh, a nice little takeaway there from the blue, and just making sure that he can get... I mean, 14 kills on the board. Yeah. This is huge. This could be the swing that they need to get into the top 8.
Definitely. Schiller against 2 P90s and a FAMAS. I get the denying. No reason to do anything insane. He will fall down in that one. And now, 4-man strong Eternal Fire versus a ammo-lagging Sakura Sanson on the other side. Marco forces drop over to the MK Ruin, spots Marcelik from the side. More P90s in action.
Give me the P90 versus the P90. I'm going to have absolute ecstasy in this fight. It's going to be great. Oh, but it's the FAMAS that's able to win it out. And Eternal Fire absolutely rinses them on this final fight. That ended far quicker than I thought it was going to, Toby. Jeez.
Yeah, the 3x Fama spray. That's, for those of you guys who don't know, that's a pretty beefy gun to try and control at any distance, and it's with a 3x in particular. But of course, who else than these pro players or high-level players to come out and do so, showcasing their capabilities.
Another win for MEA. Brilliant stuff here. And again, you know, we came into today.
Winner.
They love it, man. They love it. We came in talking about the old Howl, now Eternal Fire, just being able to get themselves on the board, not only in that region, but just across EMEA as a whole. And that was great control from them in this game, Toby.
Definitely was. They played it in from the east. They knew when their time was to leave the compound and start coming up the hill as well. And they just, I mean, cleared out on every single fight they had to go through.
It's a big game for Sakura Sensen as well, but let's head back to the desk here to break down our Tego as we end on a familiar hill, but not with the familiar winner.
Talking about familiar winners, Saga pointed this out before we went on air, is the fact that this is the first time since the second game of the LCQs that BBL and Last Day haven't won the game. We have a whole new name in the mix, Eternal Fire, which is always a little bit exciting, and it is that battle in the mid-pack that's happening here, Avenger. These teams are starting to get hungry, realizing time is running out.
Yeah, it's a whole new game, and of course Eternal Fire doing this was super well executed. The time for them to kind of step back and make sure they're staying all alive and have that and maintain that control was really what got them this. But also 20 points for Sakura Sensen. This was exactly what they needed. They only had 28 points going into this game here, and now they're actually putting themselves into a potential top 8 again.
Business also getting some points. I have to call that out every time I see it, just for Saga. But Sakura Sensen is one. I was a little bit disappointed with their first day of the LCQ's Avenger. What do you think has finally changed for them coming into Tego?
Actually, I don't feel like it's a Tego thing, to be honest. It's more day is progressing and games are happening, and they're feeling it way more here. But like this is changing so many things, because this is solidifying Eternal Fire in the top, right? But also it's making our maybe 1, 2, 3 teams that are on our cusp, making it even more close.
And there we go. You see the leaderboard here.
Close.
This is mental, Saga. Look at the fight that is happening here for, I mean, what would we argue? That it's from 5th onwards, or would we say 6th?
I mean, if we say 6th down to maybe Lil W in 11th, that's only an 8-point spread. So only, what, 3 of those teams can make it in of the 6. So it's likely to be 50% of the teams currently between Quantum Realm, Glam Gladiators, Sakura Sensen. But, stop laughing, Martin. There's an outside chance that it could still be done by one of the teams down towards the bottom, because Game Gladiators, they didn't even win that game, but they get out of it. If Business does that, they're right in the conversation. That's all I'm saying.
That's all you should say. Avenger, it is damn close there. There is a huge fight going on in this mid-pack. And we saw this in the group stages as well. Granted, different teams, but it seems to be a common thread that we're seeing throughout PEC4.
Yeah, I love it. I gotta point out, the most accurate math I've heard today, out of the 6 teams, is only 3% making. It's at about 50%, guys. It's not 50, it's about 50.
But it might not be those teams, Martin. That's what I'm saying.
That's
Come
true,
on.
that's
Sabla
true,
still
yeah.
has a chance to go full eggs.
Business has a chance, you know. Guys, so it's not over till it's over.
It's not over till it's over. Eternal Fire getting the win. Let's break down, Saga, exactly how they went about doing that.
Yes, we did this right, at least. We picked Eternal Fire as our team to watch. They got themselves a zone that didn't really have that many people in it in phase number 1. There was only about 4 or 5 teams who really had a chance at claiming some priority. Sadly for phase, they were one of them, and they tried to do it, and then Eternal Fire showed up and took it away from them. And phase had a pretty short game after that, but Eternal Fire was able to hold down this position for quite some time. Got a couple of good zone shifts, particularly phase 2 gave them the opportunity to wrap over the river towards the less occupied side of the zone, and they kind of just held it down for quite some time until the time came for them to start flexing out. And as we'll see, Ketpa made the move first, sort of disappeared a little bit along this ridge, got himself an off angle with some information, Martin, that opened up the door for this push to come through successfully onto Last Day.
Yeah, and that ridge that you're making sure that you maintain that eastern control is really what is setting them up for success. That's what I really like. They want to make sure they have 4 guys alive, and this is probably the most set thing that casters always do. 4 guys alive wins you the game, but it's just a statistical fact. If you are 4 guys alive, the chance of you winning a game against 3 or even a 4 is just way higher. And yeah, they were so focused on that they wanted to be that last team to come in from that eastern side. And yeah, of course, the level 3 gear, the crate guns and everything really worked out for them too.
Definitely worked out for them because they got that win, they got some points, and more than likely, I mean, Avengers, it's safe to say with that win, they've probably guaranteed themselves a spot in the top 8.
Yeah, sure. That's, I think 70 some points that they're going to be in, right? 72, I think. So that's going to be, again, we're talking about a cutoff point that is hypothetical because we are having so many points in the very top. I think it could be lower. I think we should be ending around the 65, 70, depending again what happens here in the very last games.
So we are halfway through day number 2 here at the PUBG PEC Fall Last Chance Qualifiers. I said it all in one go. We're going to Rondo in a little bit. We're back with the PUBG game show. It is round number 2. Just to recap, if you didn't know, Aduzi, Pixel, and Batulins are with us. They are competing, trying to make sure that they can win this for their own pride and the pride of their teams. Right now, Aduzi is in the lead. He's got 3 points. Batulins and Pixel, 0 on either side. This is the Q&A part of this, though, so this is really easy. You just need to answer as many of these questions correct to get some points. We'll jump straight into it. You got 5 points up for grabs. If you get all of these questions right, you'll leave round 2 with 5 points. First question, boys. How many games did Virtus Pro, they were playing as Mad Bulls at the time, win in the PEC Spring Finals? Patulins is like, I have no clue. Come on now.
I have no clue.
Do we have any questions regarding American region, by any chance?
Pixel, unfortunately for you, that is not going to be something I can help you with. So here we go. All right. The correct answer was 4. So well done. I do believe Aduzi grabs a point. Also, I like how cool Aduzi is just before he submits. He keeps this like super cool face and then he like grins straight afterwards. So impressive. Question number 2. Which of these teams has never competed in a PUBG Nations Cup? Norway, Sweden, or Finland?
This one is easy, I guess, for everyone.
It is easy for everyone. Everyone, yeah. It is easy for everyone. Everyone gets a point. Everyone got it correct. It is, in fact, Sweden. So well done, boys. Moving on to question number 3. Which player had the most kills in the grand finals of PEC Spring 2024? I have so many things I want to say during this, and I can't, so I won't. Well done.
Wait.
Okay, you submitted. Aduzi, you took away the answer and submitted a new one. You shouldn't have done that because the correct answer was example. Here's a fun one. Anyone want to guess how many kills he got?
I don't remember.
28?
So it was 34.
45, but close enough,
45.
right?
Okay.
There we go. Okay, so after that, Pixel and Batulins get a point on the board. Aduzi doubted himself. He was running so clean there. 4th question. Yeah. During this year's anniversary on Erangel, what was the color of the number 7 balloon outside the school? So it was that big balloon in the shape of the 7. What was the color? Right. So you've all submitted your answers, and you've all got a very similar shade. You're way off the mark, though, because the correct answer was pink. It was pink.
I wanted to press blue, but if I would press blue, is it the correct answer or not?
No, it's pink.
Okay.
That is definitely pink.
Yeah, I think it looks like pink, yeah.
There we go. Here's the final question for the final points in the Q&A round. Who was named MVP in PNC 2024?
Oh, that's super easy.
Congratulations, boys. You all got it right. It is sealed. That was a great job. Round number 2 is complete. I felt like we went a little bit easy on you guys, but considering how round 1 started, it makes sense that we would have to do that. We're totaling up your scores right now. Every single one of you walked away with 3 points here. So that's impressive. Of course, Batulin's Pixel, that means that you're both tied in second place. Aduzi is still 3 points ahead after round 2. We're going to have to decide who takes the lead when we move on to round number 3, which is everyone's favorite. It's Pub Geography. Coming up soon.
Yes.
Many knocks, guys. Many knocks.
One running far back.
Orange, still knock, guys. Dead.
One running by the blue edge.
On win.
In the smoke or what?
Yeah, in the smoke.
Got him.
Nice.
Guys, see that? Fuck. One more.
One more. Yeah, I see. Hit him.
Knocked.
Nice.
Touch him. Nice, guys.
Good.
Nice. Good shit.
2.
One more.
He's still in the shot.
I'm holding
Slow.
shot.
Bind it down. He's 1 HP.
I don't have the open for them.
Okay, for that.
Both of them in that car.
PBL, push out now, guys. PBL, help He-Man if you can. He's gonna run through the smoke.
I'm with you.
One is on the far edge, left side.
One in the blue.
Blue, 1 HP. He's not
One outside in blue zone, right?
Oh man, I can't believe we just got to witness Anixia raid leader Marsalek. He was like, left side, many knocks. Like, what is he doing?
I mean, he is not wrong. There were many knocks on the left side, but yeah, I would like to see like a painting stream with Marsalek. The most calm thing you come up with, and just see how he would go about doing that. The paint is drying. No, I'm kidding. It's. I mean, in all fairness, Sakura Setson played a phenomenal game. This one, hard one to bring it home, but as you can see, they were all completely bruised by the end of it. So it makes sense because they had been battling, and there were many knocks coming into that final fight.
Many knocks. Look, right, okay. As the painter, as the resident painter, I'm not letting Marsalek anywhere near my Warhammer. All right, he'll
paint grown-up stuff. You know, like actual paintings, James, not small toys.
Real painting. Oh, okay. Hey, I am an artiste, I'll have you know. But anyway, we have got ourselves Royal Rondo Rumble on the way here for our next one. And yesterday's Rondo was sort of predictable in how it would go down in terms of our circle. But not in the ending, because we had Sakura Senten being in such a great spot in terms of those compounds. Hey, maybe this is the jolt that they need from the previous game to be able to get them going in the next one.
Yeah, it was definitely a crazy finish. We kind of knew how it was going to pan out with them being in the compound and teams around them, but in the matter in which the final fight ended up going down with Dante and Molotov, I believe, fighting that 1v1, both coming out of the compound, and it was all the way down to the very end of it. I feel like a lot of these fights actually have. I mean, whenever it's been 1v1s, it's been an additional 30 seconds of fighting than what we thought it was going to be. Like, they keep getting dragged out, these fights. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah. That, or, again, maybe slight nervousness here and there about the 1v1. I mean, you can play as much PUBG as you want, but nothing feels quite like it does in a 1v1 at the very end of a game when you're just about, like, you have to be clutch. You have to be the person to win it for your team against just one more person. So that feeling, but the cool thing about that feeling is it's also the best feeling when you do win them. When you win a game in PUBG, it's like, it's not like any other game when you win.
True.
What a great feeling.
That is true. It is therefore reason one of the very best games out there. And we want to see these teams now bring their very best as we go over to Rondo. Again, we talked about locations we want to see on Tago. I feel like Rondo is still so incredibly unexplored, and it's kind of sad because there are some really cool locations on Rondo in terms of the topography and how the the locations have kind of been laid out. It's just because they're so far out on the edge of the circle that we never get to see them, and it's really sad. I think there are some pretty fun areas there. I want to see an ending where each player just stood on each of their escalator going weep past each other as they crouch down. It could be so much fun.
You love this Jadina City thing. Like, it's
they have
definitely
escalators, James. PUBG has escalators.
It's very different. It is weird. And it's like, again, you know, I've been playing so much Satisfactory. It's just like there's the conveyor belts, and I'm just like, oh god, I'm already in a world of conveyor belts. I don't need a Janina City finish for more conveyor belts. But yeah, it's weird. It is a weird location landmark. There's so many places we have not explored competitively.
Yeah. Exactly, and there really are some interesting ones. I hope we get a little more variety, not just the old test track and repeat situation. We have been a bit towards the southwest, I suppose, but there definitely are some other areas I'm looking forward to seeing more. Also, this opens up a discussion, and you know what, chat? I think you can join us in that, as we do have a remake. So we'll remake the game. We didn't hop in, bait you, and then leave. No, we're doing it early this time around. Sure. I want to hear deployable cover. Let's call it emergency cover, because deployable shield cover kind of gets tangled up. Emergency is everything that comes out of the sky, and deployable is everything you equip. At least that's how I'm doing it now. So emergency cover, you know, you throw the flare, preferably on top of your teammates, and they get booped in the head by it, like if you were Goomba and Super Mario came flying around the corner. Do you want that on all maps?
I think.
Join in the conversation. James, deployable? No. Emergency cover on all maps. Yes or no?
Stop saying deployable if you keep calling it. It's emergency flare cover. I think it's a good addition, personally. Like
on all maps? Yes or no?
Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Go for it, yeah. I would say especially on Tago. I would love it on Tago. Yeah? But like across all maps, sure, whatever. Because the thing is that it just gives these teams another option, another avenue by which to go down. Some teams might end up swearing by it and carrying a load more. Hey, guess what? That takes up some of your bag space, quite a bit of your bag space, in fact. And then, you know, you're sacrificing maybe a little bit more ammo, maybe a little bit more utility in terms of the grenades. Oftentimes you hear about a lot of the pros saying, oh, I wish, you know, grenades weren't as impactful and stuff like that. But if you're suddenly taking out your bag space with something else like this, which is equally as powerful but not as powerful offensively, it gives other great options. I like it.
You know what? I have a trade to propose to PUBG and you, James, because you obviously are the decision maker and all.
I'm the designer of PUBG.
Yes, yes, exactly. So I want to hear from you. I give you emergency cover on all maps in trade of Panzerfausts only on Rondo.
Okay. I mean, we've seen some funny Panzerfausts on Rondo, I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, they're fun, but oh my lord, do I cry inside whenever I see a guy practically whiff a shot and still get 3 kills.
You can't make this proposal though, because everybody's just gonna be like, yeah, we don't like Panzerfaust, it's rubbish, right? So it's kind of a non-issue for the most part. I think to that topic, obviously Panzerfaust is quite divisive and stuff like that. And I think technically speaking, Mortar's still kind of divisive, but it's nowhere near been as oppressive as people.
By far more loved than Panzerfaust. It actually takes a grain of skill to be good with a mortar, and it's incredibly situational. Yes, it does buff the team already in a preferable compound, but you have to go outside. You have to potentially kind of expose yourself to being shot from various angles and whatnot. So there is a threat involved where Panzerfaust just don't be next to a wall, you know. I mean, it's
True.
It's a super shotgun, effectively.
Well, if I recall correctly, I think you were one of the people that was concerned about Mortar, no?
I was, and
what do you think
I'm
now?
glad to see that it didn't turn out to be as impactful as I feared that it was going to be. On the other side, I will say that if I was at a 5 and Mortars ended up being at a 4, I was maybe at a 6 on Panzerfaust, and they've ended up being a 19. So I feel like my concern for both of them were reasoned. as the Panzerfaust has turned out to be as insane, if not even more influential than I thought it was going to be.
Has the Panzerfaust... Oh,
double plane!
Let's get on with this then. We've got ourselves match 10, double plane on the way. This causes problems for those drops, so let's get to it here. Although, that being said, with this double plane, it's an interesting trajectory they've taken. Might not cause problems.
Oh, are they going to collide? Oh, no, they're safe. Oh, they're safe.
Phew.
Oh, almost had me there for a second. Whew. So now, which plane would you rather be in if you could choose? Because none of them goes to Jadina's city, so I honestly don't care.
The one heading northeast, I'd rather be in, because it just covers more of the map as a whole, right?
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair. Let's now see. Where will this first circle take us? We will know 30 seconds from now. A big variety of loot spots being granted to these teams as they start flexing out. A lot of teams flying out towards the east. Sanson taking test track and in Tropic and Win or Die to follow. We'll try and see if they can stretch a bit further.
Double plane's a weird dynamic for me when it comes to esports. And the reason I say that is because, yes, technically speaking, there can be conflict, but more often than not, what you see with double plane in esports is just a more extreme spreading out of teams in the early game, meaning that usually there's less likelihood of any kind of early of the fight unless somebody's competing for test track and Neos factory is kind of by the by. That's kind of what happens in a lot of these instances. But we get, oh no, boop. Well, there's no weapon, so he's just going to push him for a little bit and run away. So we get that southwest circle on the go here. But yeah, I mean, look how far 16 teams are spread out on this massive, massive map.
Yeah, it is pretty wild what these double planes can do to you. We are going southwest. Once again, I want to add to that because it is a once again situation. I feel like, honestly, this, I mean, BBL-esque area we're seeing right now, south of that as well, down by the intersection, and then test track. Those two have been our repeat locations. Where is the Jowl Tin? I guess it's technically still in, but where are those circles? Where are the funny southeastern ones? We have an entire desert we have yet to explore up towards the northeast.
Yeah, we never really get to go up there.
I've never been there. I mean, I've been there in the game, but I've never actually casted a game that was in towards Muhupan or anything like that.
I've watched a few games up there, like Ryan has been a bit of a focal point, places like that and stuff, but yeah, not personally cast them or really covered them myself, so.
Gimme.
Yeah, there's a lot of room for us to explore here for Rondo, and well, Gladiators, they don't explore much. They go to Stadium and they sit there for a while. Meanwhile, where are we at for Fairy Tale? They're in Fongtun, and a bit of a split. So the circles worked out very happily and nicely for them. And where are they sat right now? Just on the cusp, man. Just on the cusp is Fairy Tale.
Yeah, big game for Sakura Sanson. Pulled them just up ahead, and look at this. 45, 47, 48, 49, 50. I mean,
it's close.
10 through 6 could not get any more dicey. I guess technically they could all be tied up, but you know what I'm getting at here. We have 3 games left to play. Rondo, I hope, will be the joker of the 3 in terms of predictability, how teams play it out. So therefore, I mean, honestly, come out victorious on Rondo, play it chill and dub like 2 times a Wrangled, you might be in. Like, if any one of these 6 through, I guess, 11th place teams win this game, there's a good chance they're in regardless of their Wrangled, regardless of their Wrangled placements in the next 2 games.
Yeah, you're right. One win would be able to really solidify yourself. And already for Suppy, not the best start. Oh, Jash! Jeez, he came around like a wrecking ball.
Say hello to my beefy friend. And that's a shotgun right to the dome. And there's the Panzerfaust to follow. We talked about it just before. The skill machine does no damage.
You still got to aim it the right way.
A skill gap. It is an incredibly hard weapon to use.
Proven by Schiller. Hey,
proven by Schiller.
But what if he uses the emergency flare cover right now, throws it there, and it hits 2 people? That's big brain.
Shoot, Baron. Shoot, Baron. You're not going to get him sitting completely still, my friend. Just tappity tap tap.
Do it.
Shoot, Baron.
Yay.
Oh, I thought for a second he was going to whiff that. But thank you for actually getting the knock on the final bullet there. Bombily Bomb will go down.
No. Not Bombily Bomb.
Not Bombilly Bomb.
Oh, Chilla's still throwing some utility across the way here and seeing what they can do. I mean, already losing like 110 points, man. They're absolutely soaring. So let's see if they can just kind of shut down the prospects of royalty. I mean, anything that they do here in terms of even just one kill alone is huge impact against royalty, who hasn't been able to get things going with 4 people. Never mind having just 3, even if they can clean up BBL. So still, this will persist. Still, Baron Peak is doing what he does best, peeking around that corner. But Eternal Fire's on the way to ruin the party for royalty.
That's the thing. Normally, when we see these scrappy fights in the early game, it's usually a kind of a random location that has no impact on the circle. But this time around, it's almost dead center phase 1. This could be a very crucial compound down the line in this game. So for BBL, having already lost Lyron, I mean, even if they win against Royal here, there's a fairly decent chance that more teams will look this way.
Good spray down on the molly.
Yes,
Not often we get to say that. Code Marco, though, is now shooting down from the high ground upon them here. Royalty, you're stuck in the royal sandwich. This is really sad for them.
Yeah, it's a, I guess, a döner.
Ugh.
I'm trying to... Did you just döners? I'm trying to come up with a Turkish sandwich, and that's the best I could do.
I don't think the döner is... Well, actually, no. I mean...
It is definitely Turkish.
Yeah, Turkish, but it's
I know
kind of
Germany, like Berlin has tried to do a whole thing, but there's like a full lot. Okay, you know, let's not jump down that rabbit hole.
I like it in Germany better than
I
Turkey.
randomly looked into that recently, and there's a whole lawsuit going on right now with that name, and Berlin doing it differently. Oh yeah, it's big, but let's I'll let people Google that for themselves, and James, you can do it in the break. Not now, James. We are still casting as Bombiliovo will look for kills on the other side. How do 2 players, independent from one another, both end up with Bombil in their name? That's what I want to know.
It's my favorite thing. We got Bombilovo versus Bombilly Bomb. I want it to happen. But at the same time, he had an M16 again, by the way.
It's meta, bro. He is clearly on something.
Yeah,
do we let him cook, though, chat? Or do we shut him down?
You know what? Yeah, let him cook. It's fine.
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Bombil, he might actually get to use his M16 just a second from now as BBL comes sprinting on forward, but it's going to be Moldoc with the Orc in hand to get the first knock. Baron falls down. Now CC, the rest of BBL forced to take this fight. And look, once again, it's last day. And BBL, I'm so surprised by the fact that they're both this far ahead of everyone else when they're constantly fighting each other in the early game.
Trying to get a knocks where they can, MK12s, as well as, very importantly, again, QBUs, super impactful on Rondo, because they're nowhere else. And now, at least they've kind of shooed BBL away, I suppose, as they just went razzing past them. And, I mean, just getting out of there now is Nitro.
Yeah.
So, not bad here for a last day.
Not bad at all. North side of this circle incredibly open. I mean, I'm seeing Quantum wrap west on it. Honestly, just go straight south. There's no one down there. You have the first 1.5 kilometers to yourself. Of course, they don't know that, and they do like wrapping on those edges in the early game. So might as well keep doing what you've been doing so far. Lil W also coming in with a slow approach to this one. But do you think the reason for not having anyone in the northern side is the barrenness of it, or is it just the mental aspect of, no, but if we go out on the edge of the map, it's less likely to have anyone next to us? Because that's obviously not going to be the case right now.
I'm going to go with the unplayable south of Jiaotin. That's what...
Yeah.
And
good reason. But for scouting purposes?
Yeah. Well, the thing is that, I mean, if you get up there, cool. Oh, hello. But, like, gliders can do it for you, right? Gliders can be your scouting alongside all of that more southern area. Where is that glider? I mean, technically, actually, Little W is much more north than I was expecting them for using that glider, but they're just playing the edge and scouting with it, right? So it's fine.
Yeah. Blaze up. Just going to keep flying around for a bit. He does have a few holes in the top, the wing, I suppose we should call it, as he flies through EMP zone after EMP zone, and is seemingly for now doing all right. Oh.
Uh-oh. Well, thank God it's a glider.
It does what the name entiles. Glide.
He's like, I'm losing altitude.
He's losing speed. Mayday, mayday, mayday.
Warning,
200. 100.
This is...
Pull up.
Stay on this camera.
Pull up. Pull up. Surface. 50. 20. 10. Impact.
It's kind of anticlimactic, really, isn't it?
This is arguably the best 10 seconds of my casting career. I think we just witnessed there.
I agree.
Blazer will stroll out of the EMP zone, regain speed right about now, and then head back to the skies where he belongs.
That was my favorite moment of the day. That was... Well, no, I mean, we actually don't really see the EMP zone that impactful in these games. So, I mean, well, a glider, you're never going to get truly ripped out of the sky for it. There is an EMP zone down towards the south here, and Full Tilt will be in vehicles and maybe running into other teams too. So, if we're super lucky, we might get this be impactful.
No, I'm just imagining the scenario where the EMP pops and your wings on the glider just collapse. It's like, whee! Just taken out of the air instantly. But that's not to be, fortunately for these teams, I guess. I mean, they desperately need these all last 3 games to go their way in order to claw back into this one. And why not start it right here, right now against Business, who also is having a tough time in this last chance.
This is like, these fights down in the south is like loser POV, unfortunately. I mean, it's all these teams that are trying to scramble for more points wherever they can, and they've all found themselves in the exact same spot here. Full Tilt in the distance. Business getting sprayed down as well, though. First of all, managing to do something. But whoa, no, Barisi just flying out of a vehicle himself. Oh, it's a disaster.
Somehow Percival able to stay alive through this one. As Business comes flying full speed forward himself. Percival down to low HP, needs to try and dodge and weave as best as he can, but he will be seen off, tanking more bullets than I thought possible there for a second, but Aega's power have run out of just that.
Sad to lose Barisi as Percival was able to deal with all of this, but yeah, in the end now, Business will be able to recoup, as we do have Marsalek and He-Man catching themselves between Entropic as well as Win or Die in the distance. They need to wiggle their way on out of this because they're stuck in a 2-2 split at the moment. The other two are in Yulin, which is quite far away. So get across these fields. They're kind of annoying to drive across these little fields with the up and down, and up and down, and up and down along the edges of them.
Yeah, He-Man found, taken down. But it's a knock at quite a distance, so I'm doubting there's going to be too much to it. Sakura Sanson are split in a pretty wide 2-2, though. And again, I mean, as we talked about yesterday, the danger of 2-2 splits is that whenever a team gets in between you, you get in trouble. Because that's kind of the fire escape being pulled away under you. And as you can see here, him and Marsalek sat together, back on their feet now, but they have Win or Die right in between them.
We'll see what Quantum Realm's going to be up to as well. Far north. Can we find some room? They can kind of thread the needle between the teams above, in front of them, Lil W. Now they can just stop and get some good scouting information across all of this. There is not enough foliage cover to really deny them some of that, as you can see in the distance as well, unfortunately for Lil W. They are being fired at by gladiators. And oh, Bobber. It's Marsalek. He's going to be able to rendezvous with the rest of Sakura Sensen. That's okay.
Yep, no, he's just going to drop off him and go, I'm going to go. And then he's going to full speed send it somewhere else. For example, towards the next circle where FaZe has gotten the high ground on lockdown. They're the only team out on the far western side, or southwestern side, I should say. But look towards the southeast. A lot of teams are going to be coming in from down there. And this area, I mean, really in between James and Samler, is very hard to maneuver. Limited cover, and with FaZe inside the circle with the high ground position, it's going to be hard for anyone to make good use of it. So makes sense to me that both Last Day and Full Tilt are actually trying to wrap all the way west on this.
I'm happy for Royalty that were able to disengage from all of the situations that were going on and still be 4 alive, because we were very scared for them considering where they were. Meanwhile, FaZe is just kind of shimmying about in the middle of this circle. It's going to be an E pickup from Sakura Sensen. I think what they might try and aim for is where Fex currently is, kind of like just kind of living and coexisting above FaZe for now. We'll see if that materializes.
Yeah, I was going to say Sakura Sensen going to E pick up onto that hill, because I don't see where else you go. Like, no cars coming into an open circle like this.
Yeah.
Either you just send one off of this, and that's all you do. Lorix, oh, nice shots there. Ball to Montagus, great angle for him to hold. Catches them, 2, does damage on 1 more, but it's actually going to be shipless to find Getrox in return.
Committing to the crash in, but the LulW's is also reinforcing as well. They're coming back for this. I don't know if this is the wisest thing.
Yeah.
As they technically have taken 1. The Mad's actually providing some supporting fire from all the way in the distance. So actually it's not going too badly. More rocking up, and it's LulW that goes down for it here. So not bad by Quantum Realm, but now they're going to be held out by Eternal Fire.
A tip of the hat over to Ruins and Parting Bullets as they say thank you for the help on that one, because I don't think without him that they would have been able to make it, but indeed here they do. In the meantime, it seems to me like Sakura Sanson opted to go for a 2-2 with Marsalek and Mika driving, and Fuss and Himan opting to fly up on the hill if they can hit it. Yes! Successful on the approaches now. Face. Upset that they took them out in that previous match on Takeo, giving them a few warning shots.
Well, they did kind of go where we were expecting in terms of the 2, but the other 2 were just going for the drive on in. Wait a minute, what is that logo?
I've never seen this before. He ran himself over with a glider.
No, I've
never seen that logo before in a kill feed.
No, neither have I. And Sakura Sensen just dropping the smokes up on the high ground to see if they can get some. They need to deal with Eternal Fire, who's currently shooting at them, and I think that's why Marsalek is pitched up underneath them to try and get rid of them, because that is a vulnerable angle for the guys up at the top.
Yeah, just wait for the mortars to come raining on in. You're going to be in a whole new level of trouble. As the new circle does pop, it shifts northeast off the cliff, as to be expected, towards the north. And Royal going to be on the northeastern edge in pretty good control, you would think. As him and now flying off the hillside, popping the parachute early. I thought maybe he'd wait till it was a bit further down to do so, but rather safe than sorry, I suppose. You never quite know exactly what's going to happen with them. So 2 Sakura Sanson players inside the circle, 2 still having to make their way around the hill.
I completely agree with you. Never know what's going to happen. Sometimes I have jumped off things and it's just not given me the option, and I fall to my death. So you, as soon as it pops up, FF to get it deployed.
Spam.
Yep. True. It's scary.
Fairy Tail wanting a good finish to this one here with 2 Erangels left to play. Sat now in a very, very good position to bring home 1 of set games. Looking at the teams alive in this circle, I'm thinking there's got to be at least 1 team that pulls up on this, because that's honestly, in a circle like this, it's a shareable compound east to west, and you would think there's going to be at least 1 team making the descent forward.
It's 100% vulnerable. You're totally right. I mean, that south side corner, especially, if the problem is that other teams, as you try and crash it, that are not Fairy Tail, right? There are still other teams that can look on that as you're crashing it. So you've got to hit it hard and you've got to be in there quickly, especially maybe even throw some pre-smokes as you're coming up to the compound to try and give you some extra cover when it goes down. But you can see here, Full Tilt might be a little bit exposed to E-Man if he peeks on around. He did hear them rock up in this position.
Yep, E-Man creeping further forward. Shot at initially. I thought maybe he was going to get the jump on them, but not quite to be. He's going to have to back off. In the meantime, Janny and Tropic trying to fend off against Samla. Hawkey back to the M249 duty. As Bjorn's up. Seems like he's the only player on his feet right now. His face is coming over to say hello, and Fairy Tail from afar is joining in. So a lot of angles open here, which these teams are clearly not aware of. No, again, and Tropic yesterday on Rondo had issues with nades taking out teammates. This day is no different.
Yeah, taking these small dips with just all of your team in is not the answer in the end. Samla goes down, though, thanks to the fact that FaZe is here. Gustav pushing up on this position. Again, though, as we were kind of talking about in terms of that compound being vulnerable to these kinds of angles, these angles are vulnerable to that compound. So that's why Fairy Tail has been very happy to try and have some influence on this position that everyone seems so keen to take. But again, how much does it afford them later on?
We'll have to wait and see. James lobbing a nade on over. A lot of util coming through here from FaZe. If they can get this dip under control, they should be looking very good. Hawkey falls once more. BPL out in 11th place. That's first place down. Janny, Hawkey now down, both of them. That's going to be Entropic down, and that should give FaZe some space to wrap around the side of this mold, effectively, and take the dip on the other side.
Eternal Fire still having a lot of impact on this lobby, as they are kind of created a little barrier around where Sakura Sensen is, but Marsalek finds the Mad, who the Mad has been a bit of a terror in this game so far. He's been shooting at everything. We've seen Nox going his way multiple times, but he is now thwarted in his attempts. Still there's a few more ahead of them. A lot of smokes were down because we're trying to recover Mika by the looks of things. Oh, the code.
Code. Get yourself 300.
Code.
Quick and easy G coins. That being, of course, if you're fast enough to be one of the first 50 to type it in. So be fast or don't get points.
Like some free G coin. And will Extents have a free kill here on Bombilovo? Around the corner here. Nitro, though, has got himself a Grozer as well. If he peeks, he's going to be able to come and crest this hill very, very quickly. Presenti's down.
M16 out victorious once. We'll see if he can do it once more. And indeed he will. The back-to-back M16. The taps come through. Bombil looking to try and see if he can get the third. Will this be the first ever 1v3 M16? Or will it not? Not going to matter. Gustav there to spoil the fun.
We need some more Bombilovo POV. I want to see more of this M16 in action. He also has a sawn-off as well. He's got such an interesting loadout. But anyway, Mika finds Madzi as they try and go for a mad dash towards this truck.
Wait,
so not bad.
Did Raven pull up with a stun gun in hand? I think he might have.
I didn't say.
Nope, it's not the worst idea if you can get close enough to use it. It does leave your opponent unable to do anything effectively for a decent time. So, you know what? If you're two in a car anyway, it might be worth the try. For him, though, didn't quite work.
I need someone to snake, and then when someone walks near them, just stun gun them in the legs,
and then
you know?
Dance. Just go full emote mode.
Well, let's see. We can see Eternal Fire stun Sakura Zenzen as they try and push across this ridge. It might be a bit problematic for Eternal Fire when this eventually comes along, because I don't think any other teams are really looking this way. That being said, April does find Mika. Never mind.
I was going to say, and now one more goes to an 8. We saw Sakito in the blue behind them. Yes, he got knocked by himself in a glider, but now trying to crawl further forward. Good thing for Sakura Zenzen that FaZe is there to help them out, because Prone up there still had some util to work with. He could have been more dangerous, but now FaZe obviously offer the flush on one player, knowing that backside is completely free. They want to see what more they can get off of this.
They're on the hunt. The rock formation that they had before was giving them enough kind of leeway to be able to just keep being a bit more aggressive with this. Technically, that was a great nade. That was a really nice nade, but there's nobody in the smokes to exploit with it. And Gustav just wants to peek on over. Maybe throw the molly forwards into the smokes if he thinks that they're still around. Nice spray. Whoa.
Body shot, headshot connected as FaZe came out of the smoke, connects once more. Marcelik down, now it's just him and left alive. Sakura Zenzen, only 4 kills so far. This would be a 6-point game if they fell here. And Gustav single-handedly dismantling Sakura Zenzen from the side.
Yeah, the ramifications of Gustav deciding I'm just going to become a one-man army and absolutely lay it in against Sakura Zenzen. This could ripple for Sakura Zenzen. That is catastrophic for them. I mean, maybe it was always going to be difficult to eventually get rid of Eternal Fire, who's kind of lurking underneath them. But yeah, Gustav just gives them the 1-2 punch.
Yep. Now the rest of FaZe coming up here to try and engage. James will be taken in the vehicle. Eternal Fire still down here. I'm not sure if FaZe is aware. Now they're losing all their players as they try to approach from down below. All of them fallen except for Gustav, prone on the other side.
Yeah, I think maybe they were just expecting. Ooh, he tried for it.
Was that him? I'm not sure if it was him or them themselves, but it was close enough. Gustav with a knock on to Marcelik. And I mean, credit to Sakura Zenzen for being able to stay alive this long. You can see Gustav every single time these smokes fade. He has to go for new ones because all Fairy Tail is looking at him.
I really hope he tried for it, but anyway, yeah, Sakura Zenzen somehow still alive. Blue nade, we got the mollies going forward as well. I don't know how they're still living this. Gustav's taken out by Fuzzface. Sakura Zenzen, if you can recover here, that is monumental.
The revenge coming through, them being successful in that one too. Impressive play.
Way.
Impressive tenacity for Sakura Zenzen to stay in this race. Again, so baffled by the fact that Fairy Tail has not been pulled up on before just now. And it's the duo of last day that opting to do it. Royal, obviously in a good position, but earlier in the game, so many teams could have tampered with this compound that Fairy Tail has full control over. And not until now has it happened.
All the flashes going out from either side here to try and kind of breach this position. He-Man goes down. Marcel goes for the trade, though. It's only up to Ruin to try and do this. He goes for some great shots. Bombilovo actually steals one here, but Ruin completely smashing this out of the park, but it will be shut down by Marcelek. The crazy pole is able to take it out, and they go down anyway, but they get some points off the back.
All of them torn apart at the end of it, but nice effort again. I mean, I think in many cases, Sakura Sanson would have been down 3 minutes prior when Gustav came around the corner, but able to stay alive, get some kills, and make a top 4 appearance. A solid performance on their part to claim more points and try and secure their spots for the top 8, for the grand finals before the final game of the day.
Now, Bombilovo getting taken out here by April. Fairy Tail still looking for points. Likewise, though, so is Royal. Royal absolutely needs an absolute smash hit of a game to then also kind of cascade into the next games, but it will be difficult at the same time. April is on an absolute tear here. Nitro goes down. That's last day gone. Royal is going to be pulling up to this to try and shut down the position. They had to pull up to it. It's a really smart play despite the circle going away from them. They really want as much as they can here. They want to be out in the open against this position.
Let's see. Fairy Tail. They want to make a move on the left side here. Royal will join them as the flashy circle on the bottom right keeps doing what it does best. Alert these players of where to go. Royal will be the first ones to make the move back to where they came from, but they're not set circle center. They're kind of clinging on to the eastern side, potentially allowing... No, thank you. Now they're going further. And I was going to say, they're going to stay out here. Now they're going to wait for some deployable, emergency cover as well, as it will be boop, beep, boop, off the sky. There you go.
Landed in the best of spots. Zabila finds Halv straight away. One thing, though, is that they've clearly... They reevaluated their tactic, right? They crashed up here, thought maybe they could push in if a knock or two was... on the cards, but not to be the case. Brightside taking a huge off angle here, finding himself a spot in the circle. But for Royalty, as long as they don't get knocked, they can play this a bit slower than Fairy Tail.
Yeah, we'll see if they can win this one out. They're still very slow-moving phase 7 coming in, so they have a ton of time to work with. But of course, as soon as you start seeing the indicator that the circle is moving, you automatically feel a bit stressed. See if April and Fairy Tail lets it get to their heads, or if they don't. Fairy Tail desperate for a win here. We'll see if they can cling it.
I'm scared for Royalty here. I think Fairy Tail has a better grasp on how they want to approach this in terms of this team fight. Also, it feels like they're just a bit warmer for this one. 7 kills on the board so far. They're using a lot of utility to try and dislodge Jash, and they will be able to take him here. Once again, it's Zubila alongside the mollies that were already raining down on them to try and get this shut down. And they've got Grozers in hand, QBUs in hand. They've pushed up against this ridgeline. Halv tries to go for the jump, goes for this pickup. Are there any more utility to use on that rock?
I was going to say, very naive rest on that backside. Now they know exactly where they have him. It's up to Soppy now to do something to keep them from just holding that angle. Not to be Sabila lops the nade on over, gets a double. Nice nade in return, though, but it's a 1 versus 3 now. Just Soppy left alive to try and make the impossible happen.
Fairy Tail just knows how to round these games out much better than Royalty, and they do it in style. They had this compound for a long time, but this was a great push out. Brightside going for that left angle. Fairy Tail, the rest of them pushing up to just that slight ridgeline. Royalty gave them too much room there where they could have maybe held them a bit harder.
I like the initial idea of falling back out of the compound and then kind of setting up a perimeter, but they just weren't, I guess, tough enough in trying enforcing the angle. They were split too thin. The communication clearly wasn't there for them to hold the angles. And then for the opener, for Sabila to get up on the balcony, I suppose, find the first knock and allow for the troops to backfill instantly thereafter. Very nice win from Fairy Tail, a team who we, I mean, by the start of today, said we have seen good things from them. They just haven't been able to bring it in. Now, finally, they do at the last moment.
Yeah, good win for them here. And considering that might solidify them in the top 8 as well. We'll see. We'll see. It will be close calls maybe towards the end, unless they go out 0 points, I suppose, but in the next couple of games. But anyway, let's head over to the desk here to break everything down. Fairy Tail, hold it down strong in the compound.
That struggle for the points, finding themselves more and more in the final fights. And Fairy Tail just seemed to have a bit more experience ultimately than Royalty there, Saga, and that played out in their favor.
Yeah, they also got a bit more hard-fed, which is always nice on Rondo. But, I mean, if we think back yesterday, I mean, we gave BBL the team focus on Rondo. Part of the reason for that was they like to play the southwestern drop spot, which so often tends to get circles. This time around, they did some silly stuff in the early game and then got the same zone. So it was just kind of whoever took that compound, but then it wasn't as simple as that. Fairy Tail did have a lot of work to do to hold down the area and close down the W in the end, and it was a really well played 4 versus 4 to secure it.
For sure, and at that end fight, Avenger, you just saw Royalty sort of backing off. I felt like they lacked the aggression they needed to take Fairy Tail.
Both yes and no. I mean, they saw that the circle was in their favor, but they just didn't execute it perfectly. Like, they should have held them out of the compound as they was running out, as they're coming out of the compound. But yeah, that I think the decision to pull out was actually fine, but the execution towards the late game was not on point for them to win it.
And Secure Sense are now finding themselves with 11 points, double digits. I mean, if you take a look at the match results, you can start seeing those teams that are in contention, Avenger, for qualification, that are sitting on the cusp, which we'll see now where it sits. It's getting closer and closer, and that fight there, it's going to come down to the last game.
It is Fairy Tail putting themselves on 68 here. 2 more games to get across that holy 70-point mark. It's making it extremely interesting here. Gaming Gladiators on 8th. This is very interesting because they're one of the teams that actually have one of the most PGC points. So I'm actually a little bit surprised we haven't seen more teams kind of focus on getting them out. If they were eliminated and not were in the final or going to be in the final here, they would significantly increase their chance of getting more PGC points than them, and then yeah, making it a way higher chance of themselves making it to PGC rather than Gaming Gladiators. So yeah, I kind of expect, actually Scoom wrote this to me, why are the teams not focusing Gaming Gladiators? They are in 6th, they have 220 PGC points. If they are not going into the final, that would make it a like 4 or 5 teams way bigger chance, of course, including Scoom's own team, but also other teams have a bigger chance of going to PGC instead of Gaming Gladiators.
So we're going to focus in on Gaming Gladiators now, and obviously, Saga, they are sitting on the cusp there of that top 8. They can still be kicked out of the 8 and find themselves not making it to grand finals.
Yeah, this one, it's a weird one. This one is almost less of a focus on what Gaming Gladiators did and maybe more of an interesting case study on like the double plane paths and how that just affects the mentality of everyone in this map. Because apart from this sweet little kickflip that Levante actually landed, there's just a whole vast open expanse of no teams on the northern side of this map. Where the sort of plane paths intersected, everyone who was on the plane that was heading east did not rotate to the west. They all went south around the eastern side. All the teams that were on the western plane went to the north and then wrapped around to the west. So there was a enormous wedge of space on the northern side of the zone that was just blank, empty. It was also pretty horrible to try and play, but there was some playable areas that could easily have been profitable had teams gone for it, but nobody did. And in the end, Gaming Gladiators, even being in Stadium, one of the closest to the initial phase 1 pop, Martin, wrapping around to the western side just got them caught up in a little bit too much of a crossfire with all the rest of the teams who made the same play.
Yeah, very unfortunate for them. And also I feel like they had a higher priority inside that circle on some of the better locations. Maybe it's due to map knowledge or terrain knowledge that it went this way, but I feel like they had way more, way higher priority and some better spots here that they didn't really take advantage of.
Do you think now, you've mentioned it about focusing in on Gaming Gladiators, do you think as we move to the final 2 maps, specifically Erangel eventually, do you think that's going to happen, or are the teams just focusing on playing their own games?
I mean, they have to. They are significantly increasing their own chance of getting more PGC points or taking over that spot here, because if Gaming Gladiators go to the final, if they have a good day to start things off with, or they just have a above average or whatever, a few games to begin with, then there's a real chance that they might take a spot to PGC instead of some of these teams here, Internal Fire, BBL, etc.
We'll see how this plays out. We have 2 games left at the LCQs here for your EMEA champs. We'll find out which 8 teams are making the grand finals. But first, we're going to give you a quick break so you can go get some refreshments. When you get back, we'll start on Erangel. welcome to round number 3 of the PUBG game show. And of course, Aduzi, Pixel, and Batulins are battling it out to see who is going to be the winner in this particular little mini tournament within the tournament. Right now, Aduzi is in the lead by 3 points. After round 1 and 2, he's got 6 points. Pixel and Batulins sitting on 3 apiece. We move on to everyone's favorite, though. It is pub geography. Let me explain how this works for those of you at home who don't know. We are going to show 3 different pictures, their locations on Miramar. What our players have to do is they're going to have to go on the map and they are going to have to choose the spot that this particular screen grab was taken. If they are 0 to 20 meters within the distance of that spot, they'll get 5 points. If they're 20 to 100 meters away from the spot, they'll get 3 points. And anything further than 100 meters will give them 1 point. Gents, this is very important. This is going to test your game knowledge. This is going to test how much you know about Miramar. First location, tell us where on the map is this? Well, that was a positive response. Pixel was like right off the mark. Hey, you just immediately submitted. You must be feeling pretty confident.
I know that hay bale.
I mean, he's losing there.
Okay, let's be... No, that's the wrong answer.
It's fine.
But I'm gonna send it.
I also have wrong ones.
Alright, so everyone has submitted their answers. Let's take a look at the map and see how far or how close you were. I can confirm Pixel was exactly 6 meters away. So he said he knew that hay bale. He definitely did. Bang right there. 5 points. But a doozy, Batulins, a little bit off.
In the same place. Yeah.
I baited them.
Good job there. You guys each get 1 point. And with that, I mean, Pixel, you kind of just really pushed yourself up into the lead. So impressive. But now there is a target on your back. Be prepared. So you're going to have to do just as well in the next 3 locations. This is our second one, though, gents. Tell us where in Miramar is this? What?
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 Help!
No one familiar with that light bulb? No one seen that before?
It's called anywhere.
This is a hard one for sure.
This one's super hard one.
This is absolutely mind-blowing. I will be clear, none of you were close, but all 3 of you were close to one another. I think that like Pixel and Batulins were like 7 meters away from each other. Batulins and Aduzi were 9 meters away from each other. None of you were close to the point, though. However, you all get 1 point. How is that completely random, but you all chose the same spot? That's really impressive, but incorrect. That was insane. Okay, we're moving into the final one. This is the final spot to see if you can get some points. So tell us where in Miramar is this?
This one is so easy compared to all of them. Like what?
It's unfair.
Yeah.
Right, gents, this is interesting. You are all, in fact, very, very close. Here is the spot. Well done. Every single one of you less than 20 meters to it, which means every single one of you get 5 points. Unfortunately for you, Batulins, you are in last place. I know you're not used to that feeling, so just get used to it now. Maybe it'll inspire you in game, but you are stone last with 10 points. And then in second place, this is really close, 1 point separating them. He was leading pretty much the whole way through round 1 and round 2. He tried to make a comeback, but a doozy, unfortunately, you're in second. And we're all damn surprised because he thought he didn't know anything about the region, but here we are. Congratulations, Pixel, you are our winner.
Let's go.
Do you have a little...
Pixel.
Congrats. Well done, gents. Let's go back and get into the serious tournaments.
I see this guy.
Need to kill him.
Knock this guy.
Nice. GG, fighting with the EP.
They're fighting someone else.
We're fighting on orange already.
Nice.
They're 2 active right now, I'm gonna... They're just 2.
Lost, yeah. I'm going pole zones, mate. I feel pole zones now.
I have no idea where
Knock
they are.
one for my blue zone.
Knock one under us.
That's the guy that knocked me. Keep smoking if you can. They're orange, by the way. Bind the... Oh, they're taking that. They're taking one.
It's one guy.
No?
Nice.
No.
Flush him though.
One more.
I'm dead.
I mean, we need to kill the dip.
Yeah, but then
well.
we need to kill the dip after.
We can't stop on you. I think we're fucked if we stop on you.
I don't know if you just want to come right by.
Got 3 men.
Knock 2.
Eternal fire is in front of us somewhere on the ridge. Nice. Nade the smoke in front of us.
Smoke in front.
We need to push. We need to push down. I'm flashing. Wait. Go.
One bottom left.
One on left. There's low on left. Get flush.
On the gun.
Find the bus.
Oh, he find the bus. Find the bus.
Reloading.
All right, it's the classic. It's the grassy pastures. We have got 2 more games remaining. It's becoming dire, honestly, for the teams down towards the bottom. Either you qualify yourself somehow into the top 8, or your road for this season, for 2024, effectively, unless we get some other little tournaments popping up here and there, will be done. It is tough times ahead, Toby.
Nah, it's tricky. It's incredibly difficult with how close it is. I mean, I guess that makes it more scary, but also better, considering that with so many different teams keeping up racking up points, even for the bottom teams, honestly, I mean, I'm looking at the very bottom of things, the likes of Business, somehow stringing 2 solid Erangel finishes. We're talking double-digit kills at a minimum, but even then, actually reachable. You know, it's a long shot, but what better scene to do it than your final 2 games of the tournament?
Scary stuff. Scary. I was hoping maybe, you know, if there was going to be some kind of comeback for a team like Royalty, it had to start going and had to start really popping off in this last circle, this last kind of second place scenario that you find yourselves in. Maybe they were able to hold off Fairy Tail. Really not to be the case. I think it's probably done for them, considering they were in dead last going into that game. That's, yeah, I don't see it going well for...
I like to believe, and we always get lucky with all games come right down to the final one. There's always something to play for some of these teams, but right now, of course, it's simple. Just get top 8. There's no points on the line in this stage of the tournament. There's nothing else in terms of seeding or whatnot, so just find your way into top 8. You're golden, and I think, honestly, the bottom 6 are going to be in the race coming into the final game.
The bottom 6, you mean underneath?
Oh, like, well, yeah, so everyone excluding 15th and 16th, I suppose. It still has a chance, and this one, Southern, you know, I mean, when Pachinki is a stretch, you know you're in for a rough playing path.
A rough playing path, probably into a rough circle, considering how it normally goes. Jeez Louise. All right, our penultimate game, Erangel, is on the cards. And for all of these teams, they are looking at this circle, and, well, playing path has a problem. Already Last Day and Semler dropping alongside one another, challenging for those vehicles. This is not normally where this would be going down, but Semler likes to just drive high up north, so they might lose out already on our first Erangel quickly.
No, yeah, true. I mean, whenever you have these tough circles, you're always forced to audible into weird spots where, for the teams that are used to going here, you kind of have to steal their cars and try and see if you can get away alive. And for now, Ombre is trying to make a run for it, going surprisingly close to Nitro just to say hi, maybe trying to kind of force him off, and maybe he should be able to pick up his teammates over here. The issue is Nitro has seen them down below now. Bombville with the gun in hand will find the first one, will get the second as well, and Semler... already dead last. That is a tough start to your second to last game.
Truly agonizing. And I liked what Nitro was doing, actually. He was trying to block the car so more shots could come in from his teammate, which was kind of an awesome little attempt there. But, I mean, they get 2 for it. I mean, it wasn't quite off the car block, but it was just off of the other vehicle. So Samler... Man, they're done. They're super done.
It's looking near impossible for sure.
Yep.
Not gonna be a fun race, this one. Bjorn turn on Brett. What can you get going here? Just 2 alive from the very get-go. As we try and keep track of everyone else. Circle did go fair, I suppose. Issue being, of course, that... Okay, now we have more early game shenaniganry. Jash taken down. Ruin almost finding a second there, not quite the case though. And of course, this is while we have talked about it's chaos in this lobby. This is strictly plane path. I mean, blame the plane.
Yeah.
Chat. It's what it is. It's these teams would have gladly avoided one another. Issue is that they literally just there's not enough cars on the southern shoreline for all these teams to get along. So so yeah, it was bound to have some casualties running in. Issue, of course, is when it's two of the teams that are desperate to try and make something happen in the last two matches that lose players. That's tough.
Unfortunately, really crippling their chances, even Royalty. But at least the caveat to all of it, at least they've got somewhat of an okay spot for the circle as it continues for the moment. But I mean, it's only circle one. It's only circle one. That is, that's awful for them and their chances here. But anyway, we already have emergency pickups going in from Quantum Realm, from Voldemort. They were going all the way to the West Coast. Not too much surprise that they want to get in there early. And I wouldn't even be that surprised if they try and hit somewhere like Heaven and then already kill off someone like Samler.
True. I mean, they know it was a very southern plane path. They have, of course, seen the kills and the kill feed. So even just sending it full speed north towards Kameshki, I mean, why would anyone opt to commit that hard north on such a southern plane path? Even if they go up there, it would probably be the likes of Assembler or Last Day who'd be in that area. So you're coming in 4v2. Go up there, you know there's going to be vehicles available for you. I mean, it makes perfect sense if that's what they want to do.
Winner Die as well. Where are they currently on the leaderboards? Are they on the cusp? 10th.
3 points out of a tie with Gaming Gladiators and Quantum Realm.
Oh, dear me.
Now, I'm curious. Obviously, a lot comes down to how this game unfolds, but do you think there's a chance, because there is a bit of a jump from Gaming Gladiators up to Sakura Sanson, do you think there's a chance that either Entropic or Sakura Sanson does not qualify, given the bit of a buffer they currently have?
Sakura Sanson.
7 points in with 2 games to go.
I want to see him qualify, personally. Right? Like,
not biased.
Not biased at all, no. I just, I like what they can do in terms of a flamboyant attitude towards the game, but at the same time, it is like really, we're M16 again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the meta, bro. Yeah. It's, why be a normie trend follower if you can be the one to create it, you know, and they see? Burst all the way.
He's actually really making it work. Quiz, he's got the M16 as well. Is this it? Is this it? Is it happening?
Might just be. Might just be the meta-changing day bomb build. Tried to jump up on the railing, but that's on fire too. He will take damage, but once again, M16 prevails, and that's going to be Samler demolished.
So obviously, you go in, like, okay, the muzzle breaker comes out, you go in, you're like, oh, I'm going to test this with the God, this is really cool. I'm going to test this with the barrel. This is kind of cool. I'm going to test it with the Ace. This is kind of cool. I never thought to test it with the M16.
Yeah, I think it's just burst in general. I mean, M16, Mutant, you name it. If you can get the timing right, because there's a thing where if you spam the button, like your shoot button, wherever you keep on it, most likely mouse 1, but you know what I mean? If you spam it too fast, you can kind of ruin your timings. But if you get the timing down, like kind of muscle memory, you can shoot those insanely fast. Mutant in particular. You can almost, like, your fire rate can almost get faster than some of the fastest other guns in the game. If you can, like, we're talking nanosecond time it right.
Sure. I mean, the Mutant was you already brought it up before, but it was the one that everyone was like, this is going to work. This is the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
But hey, man.
I just haven't seen anyone dare to kind of put it into play.
Yeah, it was, I mean, that was a little while ago now, but the muzzle breaker might have just changed things completely for the M16. But anyway, well, regardless of that fact, we have ourselves Gedrox, unfortunately for him, being caught in between everything that's going on for FaZe. And this is down south of this circle, so not even really that central here. Where's the rest of...
No, Lil W were coming off a Novo, and FaZe, as we've seen before, like to do these... it's not really even trolling, it's just great understanding of the timings of other teams, and they like to set up traps in various locations. This one being no different. Gustav in the tower currently overlooking the rest of Lil W on their rotation.
And Fairy Tail has got themselves in to the top 8 right now. 68 points. It's feeling like it's going to be enough. here for them, as they're going on such a huge move up on the north side of this circle. But I don't mind it. I'm a big fan of the wide wrap, the good old wide wrap. It's not quite a Donna wrap, Mr. Toby, but a wide wrap, I'll take it for now.
I guess a wide wrap, that means it's more of a wheat burrito sort of situation.
What did you just say?
You know, when it's with wheat instead of like full corn.
Oh, wheat! Yeah. Wheat! Okay.
Yeah. That is the word I was saying. I don't know what you were saying, James.
Weed.
Weed, exactly. As we now see full tilt go full north. Sorry, that's fairy tale, but FT had me baited for a second as James tried to throw me off by wrongly correcting things I was saying. As they'll do the approach that I thought we would end up seeing from. Oh, my brain is malfunctioning now. Full tilt, I suppose, who came in earlier on the other side with the pickup.
Oh, sorry, I'm recovering.
It's okay, James.
I'm recovering.
Okay? Are you back in? Are you all right, old man? Can we bring you back in the show? Are you gonna be?
Well, technically, what I thought you'd said was just so stupid.
Oh, it's funny how you always default to thinking that what I say is stupid, and then you realize, no, you know what? I was actually kind of smart.
No. Well, anyway.
We've lost him, chat. We've lost him.
Yeah, I'm gone.
This is the retiring moment for James. He can never come back off of that one.
I'm just too old.
Yep, that's what it is. That is what it is. When even your kids are old enough to be playing this game, that's when you know. That's when you know. Your kids being all of us, because we are all one under the banner of James.
No, you're all whippersnappers to me. Yeah, that's true.
Exactly. Gaming Gladiators caught in the rocks, or not so much caught, opting to set up shop here. Not necessarily to try and engage teams as they come driving past, more just to get info on how many are actually coming around the northern side to try and wrap in further east. I like this approach to it again. If you want to play edge and you're somewhat center initially, just go out and get info. It's very much like the Twisted Minds approach to it. Get info, let teams go past you, and then play your edge knowing where it's going to be more heated depending on the next circle.
Well, it is just slow down towards the bottom as well. This phase is trundling on in. There are technically a few spots that they could try and go for, but they're looking to be a bit more aggressive about their spot finding, going towards middle spot. That being said, though, circle shifts, they turn on around here. Fairy Tale as well as iGaz find themselves embroiled in a fight, and hey, Zubila is popping. He is popping right now.
Definitely is. Off good game last game. A win at that. They want to keep that going. Issue is now they're starting to get shot up from multiple angles. Quantum Realm down towards Naya has angles on them in hand. iGaz 2 up close has been able to find one, so down to just 2 at least for now. As Eternal Fire try to fend off against FaZe, and so far 1 down. Make that 2. Gustav down to low HP. He falls as well. Matt, what a nice off angle. Able to take them out. Quetba 2 doing a lot of work here. And just like that, it's just corrects. He left alive downstairs.
Yeah, good start, good stop here for Eternal Fire. I am a little bit surprised that FaZe wasn't giving much respect to the idea that maybe Eternal Fire was still lurking around here, because they do drop here in this kind of formation, in this kind of split. So they absolutely shut them down. And Zubila here still kind of trying to find the remaining members of iGaz, who are down south of him. Finish it up, because you've got a lot of knocks. You need to recover your entire team.
Yeah. Quantum Realm trying to wrap on this one now, looking to steal all the points away before Fairy Tale gets a chance to reset. I like this approach coming in from the northern side. We'll see if Shiplist can get something done here. Shots are coming from the south as well. Tarkus able to find the first, and what looked to potentially be yet another great Fairy Tale game has crumbled quite rapidly.
That being said, even just a few points here and there might just be enough for them.
True.
We'll see, we'll see. Gladiators definitely not in just yet either, but they need to go really on the warpath here, and they do find the ship list for all of that. They need to find a little bit more as well. Levante will shut him down. Now it's Destruction Derby. We're all in the cars. Let's keep charging around.
Yeah, looking to try and see if they can find a solo anywhere. Little do they know that solo is still inside, or nearby, I should say, the compound. But makes sense that they'll stroll around for a little while longer just to make sure that the area is in fact clear. When there are bushes around, you never know if there's a solo lurk in there. So Gaming Gladiators will take the extra point. And again, I mean, try and solidify their spot in the top, because they too are not guaranteed just yet.
No, they are not. So, I mean, where they're currently heading up towards the north, I wouldn't mind a little wrap for them continuing on from the previous wraps that they were doing.
Yeah.
I think they probably believe places like Heaven are already taken and all these kind of locations, considering the circle that we have here at the moment. So looking for maybe the compounds on the edge of the east is a smarter and wiser play. They're just scouting things out now.
Yeah, let's see here. Eternal Fire. I mean, they're well aware, of course, that there's still face play around, which makes it so annoying when you're trying to maintain a split and you never know when that guy's going to peek on out. You kind of have to dedicate one to look into the shelter proper, and then it's limited how aggressive you want to go on your scouting when just one guy set up high. Because at any moment, especially if one of you guys get knocked, Corexi could be peeking on out, right? So I feel like even though you're two in shelter, it's kind of limited how aggressive you can really play out of that position.
Yeah, especially against Corexi. I mean, he is like, there was even just an interview with some of the guys as well, and they were like, who's the most underrated player? And a lot of them said that guy like Corexi, right? Like, he doesn't really get a whole lot of the spotlight, despite actually being one of the workhorses, the absolute workhorses of a team like FaZe. Well, we have emergency pickup on the way from the north. So
that's way up there.
But where on earth are you going to go? Because there's not much places to play in this circle when everybody's already scrambling for it.
Just go mention Forehead, it's free. Because obviously they would know that too. Said no one ever. As everyone tries to full speed send it into the fields. I mean, maybe somebody do know that Mansion is free, because both BBL and Sakura Sanson are looking to go in this direction now, though. They're both backing off of it. Quantum Realm going to get pulled up on former Kingquin. Dip is now under pressure. As Global Army is going to try to fend off against the full push here. Fuss, first one to fall.
Maybe they can do something with it, though. Tarkus going to go for the spray here. Iman goes down as well. Nades forwards. Huge nades forwards. Oh, no.
Destruction. Destruction unfolds. Two left alive, but not to be, because here comes business. Full speed forward. Mika falls. Trade is there, but Marcelek needs to do all kinds of work in order to stay alive through this one. Vanos back in the car now again. Where is he looking to go? Are they continuing this push? Yes, they are.
Oh, it crosses him. Oh, my days. There's actually another nade there. He needs to move away from that. Here comes Madzi as well. I completely understand why this got a bit hectic in this spot, because let's be real, there really wasn't that many spots to play anyway. Double blue zone nade. Can he crawl away from that second one? Might get a little bit of chip down. No, never mind. Doesn't extend further enough, but still more nades rain down on this position.
Definitely lose Sanson out. 5 points, though. 5 kills this game is a good, I guess, for a game that ended earlier than they wanted it to. At least they get 5 points on the board. So now set up in 6th place, and Tropic, the ones on the hunt, as Eternal Fire now starts shooting in from the west again. They've been able to kind of flex out, play pretty open over there. This circle, with no one Mansion and no one Heaven, we know that obviously part of the reason why is because the plane was so far south. But never have I ever seen this circle play out with nobody in the top 4th of it.
Yeah.
In the northern top, I should say.
I think a lot of the teams realize, right, like, to be able to make an eventual cross from a mansion, from that forest, from Heaven, with how all of the other circles played out, and with the way that the playing path was so far south, there's probably likely a lot of teams already kind of pitching up in the south and have naturally come in from that angle anyway, unless you're a wide rapper like a Gladiators or something like that, right? So it's a bit of an anomaly compared to those other games that you're referring to.
True. And I guess another anomaly is that we have 36 alive at 16 minutes.
Yeah.
But that's just been this tournament so far. It's been absolutely crazy. Let's see next circle where we're going, centering up out into the open. Quizzy on M16 duty once more. Maybe, you know what? I mean, maybe we have seen the ripples in the water of one more Nitro also rocking the M16. I think, you know what? I mean, they're already in, so maybe it's just trolling, but they literally all have M16s right now.
I mean, if you can test
they're
it in
literally
a lobby
all
like
playing
this.
M16s. If there's a time to test the meta, I suppose it's when you're already qualified.
Yeah, for sure. Given that it's a lobby that's still really stacked, Give it a go. Kirexi still lurking in the shelter. The beast of the shelter. Ready to pounce. But
oh, Leos. Oh, Leos.
Never mind.
That's a double headshot.
Like a purring kitten instead of a monster. Sorry, Kirexi. Meow.
And he fell. But now, again, no one coming in on the northern side. A 9 trillion IQ little W rotation would be to wrap all the way into blue, west around and coming in from the north. But in what world would they know that to be an option? Not a world that I'm aware of, anyway. So let's see how all these teams come off Prison Hill and into this next circle. I think we're going to have the likes of 3 teams alive come the start of the next circle shift.
It's funny because actually the rotation that you're kind of alluding to there, which obviously LOLW doesn't know about, is actually kind of an old Howl rotation, right? We always used to think to ourselves, how do they realize that something's open on the other side? Well, they think to themselves, okay, everybody's shooting on this side of the circle. There must be nobody on the other side of the circle, surely. I mean, they might get caught off if they are trying to dash for it, because they are trying to dash over that way. So they're kind of using the process of deduction to maybe head on up there, which could work.
Yeah, definitely could. We'll see now as Yanni forced to back off, well aware that they have last day nearby. The amount of M16 shots they've been hearing around them leaves them a little perplexed, I would imagine. Aegis power up, down and out. 26 points so far would need... I'm not even going to go into that sentence because that's not going to happen. In the meantime, Win or Died also have to figure out how they get into the circle. And so far, really the only threat is between them and circle is, well, last day to the east and Eternal Fire to the north.
So looking for opportunities to shoot at literally everything that moves, because these Molodocs. Fairy Tail now finding Entropic, who are making a bit of a mad dash themselves into the hillside alongside Quarry. Sorry, not Quarry, Prison. Way away from the location I was talking about.
Let's see. In the meantime now, Sabila, 1 of 2 players left alive for Fairy Tail, obviously losing players early on in this game. That's a good nade. But unfortunately, just a little bit off. Still jammer packs on the side of Hawkey and the Entropic boys, so they'll be all right for now. Little W down and out there in 11th. They would have really wanted this to be a good game so that they could have a shot at it next one. Now I'm worried that unless if they have the game of their life, they will probably not qualify. And Entropic, I mean, still here. Forced to tank blue because they know Fairy Tail's around.
And there, in fact, was no room on the other side for little W. Sorry, boys. They tried.
Not to be. Sabila finds Detrix. April vibing, trying to just outlast at this point, I suppose. But Fairy Tail is 71, even if they fall here, should be good. Entropic at 63, though. I'm not sure. Both them and Sakura Sanson down outside of placement points. Sakura Sanson did manage to get some more kills with him, but Gaming Gladiators still in the mix. We'll see if they can do something here to make that last game ever so much more exciting.
Gladiator's going to have some difficult times ahead of them in terms of their entry to this next circles. I do like that Full Tilt has had this kind of entrenched position for a whole lot of this game and really not had many challenges towards it.
Yeah.
But now Gladiators is on the move north of them. I think they realize that there are only so many spots that you can take in this very flat terrain here. So dropping some smokes, trying to cover a little bit of their tracks. They have about 2 minutes to really make a decision as to where they are going to go next.
Okay, so hear me out here. BBL last day, Eternal Fire eliminated. Boom, out they are. Full Tilt or Business win with at least 6 more kills. All of a sudden, that's another team in the party for the top.
Another party for the top? I won't mind it.
Yes, sir.
Won't mind it. There goes Eternal Fire. They're gone, basically. Well, I mean, they've got a little bit of a chance. I mean, they're so deep into the top 8 anyway.
I mean, they checked my DMs. I said, go die, please. And they are doing exactly that. Let's see if God Margo maybe has other plans. If he doesn't follow my script, he does, in fact, not, at least initially. Now, other things happening. He will fall. And Gaming Gladiators finds themselves a spot while not technically inside the next circle yet. At least it's closer.
Well, they made their decision much quicker than I thought that they were going to. I thought that maybe I thought, okay, we've got 2 minutes, so we've got to play around this or whatever. So they were very proactive about taking up this northern position. But at the same time, what is going to be maybe a thorn in their side? Of course, the Full Tilt position's annoying. Business is still existing. Last day, Molodok is just making big swings here. and understandably.
Yeah. I mean, they got all the space in the world now to play around since Eternal Fire went out. They knew that they were their contest in that area of the map, so might as well claim what they gave up. As Gaming Gladiators now able to squeeze into the circle. Full tilt here again. I mean, set at 30 points. They had a couple of decent games in the group stages. Hasn't been much here in the last chance, but if they can come out and win this game, I know 58 currently, 20 points up is a very tall order, but some back-to-back momentum and 2 good games in a row. Maybe it's going to be enough. We'll have to wait and see. Sheila able to find one. BBL currently in first place, looking to make that gap even bigger.
The top 2 teams are just looking to shut down everybody's prospects at the moment, with BBL on last day still alive, still vastly beyond 100 points now. They're putting on a show. As everybody coming out of prison, coming off this hillside, it is a bit of a problem, actually, to then eventually get into a good spot. Looks like, unless something really crazy happens, Full Tilt should be able to do very well here. Another spray forwards. Bobby Lobo trying to get away from the SLR. Come on, M16 crew, get out of there. No, it's not going to work.
It's not going to happen. It's almost as if the MK and the SLR is a little better at that distance. They will find them both. BBL opting to assert dominance on the server. Proved to be the best last chance team in here. As now nades, oh my lord, a lot of nades coming in. Business under pressure. One goes down, that one close to Modic, but he stays alive, Orm in hand. He has the entirety of Gaming Gladiators to deal with, but they're all turning around here and realizing that Moldog was behind them.
Well, if they wanted to shove away Business, though, that was beautifully coordinated. It really just caused such an issue there for Business to stay alive. Technically, Mozik is still alive, but now the full crash will occur here. I think Moldog's also kind of going forwards beyond them.
Yeah. Definitely.
No way.
See Moldog trying to fend off against one more. Car coming in. Thank you for the extra cover, I suppose. He's going to sit tight, at least for now. Nate's coming in. Molly to follow. That's going to give the info of the at least approximate angle that he's playing at. Moldog running off into the smoke here. A couple of taps from behind, but he's fully committed at this point. He has to take this fight to rocks.
At this point, I have to assume that they're pursuing Gladiators. The way he was moving, and he's looking for it. He's still in the blue a little bit. He might get ticked down here. He's on the other side of the car.
He's gonna die to blue. Rox is like, bruh, what are you doing? Get out of here.
I can't help but feel that that was a pursuit, though, no? To a degree.
Yeah, it was definitely targeted, I think is the best way to put it. Rox will fall as well, so down to 3 teams to go. BBL, yes, you can further extend your lead, but please just fall. Die somehow, preferably to Full Tilt, so that we can get more teams in the race coming into the final game, because they would desperately want a good finish to this one.
My concern for Full Tilt is they've not shown that they can round out games against some of these real big dogs.
Yeah.
As much as they had these trenched positions for almost the entirety of the game, or entirety of the mid into late game, yeah, they've got one more from Business to deal with, but I don't know whether or not they have the chops to deal with BBL here in this circle.
No, it's gonna be tricky. BBL, I mean, as you can see on their helmets and vests, barely targeted through the majority of the fights we've had here. And I mean, honestly, what a run from BBL. Looking to get their 5th win in 11 matches. That's... obviously, I mean, yes, this is not a grand finals lobby, and there's a very high likelihood that they probably won't win the grand finals. But even then, the level of play we've seen from them here has been absolutely insane.
They've definitely asserted some dominance. And
today has been 2 wins and a 3rd.
Yep.
And then the last game, and then now probably a win as well.
And the 2 wins yesterday. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. As well, 2 wins here if it was to be. Yeah, anyway.
Yep.
Let's see. Full Tilt here needs to do some big moves. Chile is very exposed there. They do take a few snipes at him, but I'm not able to shut him down just yet. BBL's just looking to get rid of the last Business player. And then from there, but Schiller goes down. Recovering him might be difficult.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Modik is kind of the fourth player for Full Tilt right now, trying to help out a bit. And Sheila, I don't think there's any chance that he's gonna get back on his feet. We'll see now, though, if the remaining Full Tilt players here can actually deal with BBL. Lyron is up close. Baron Peak at a distance is trying to do damage with the Grocer too, but Lyron gets taken down. Baron down to 1 HP. He too will fall, and this might just be that Full Tilt win.
There's a big opportunity here. Big opportunity. They'd still need to have a big game in the next one as well, but they are able to deal with some of what BBL's throwing at them. CCNX, though, goes big. Oh, but he will be taken down.
Wow.
As now Full Tilt, all they have to do is get rid of Business 1, and that'll be a 19-point game for them.
Yeah, solid. Modik, you know what? I also respect this. He got the first knock on Sheila, and to thank him, they give him the second place. There's also a chance that they throw this. He does have an armful level 3 gear, barely even touched. So let's see if somehow Modik can do this. Highly unlikely, but let's see.
The only thing that I'm concerned about is now that they've probably lost exactly where he is, as they've had no read on any movement on the other side of this circle for a little bit's time. Raven God, though, he might eventually spot him here, getting very close to one another.
Let's see, Modik. What can you do? They have lost him. Clearly, not quite sure where he is. Raven is holding the southwest flank for good reason. He's right over here. Oh, does he? Oh, no, his eyes are elsewhere. This is where the eye tracker is convenient, so we can see exactly what he's looking at. But because we can see the movement, but Raven has no clue. It's his peripheral vision. It's just there. We see the head bop, but is it leaves? Is it just the grass? Nope. It's Modik's big head.
Ooh! Big head on Manti as well, apparently. Goes for the spray, though. Realizes exactly where he is. He's going to follow this up with a molly. He should be dead here. No! The molly popped! The molly popped! Oh, well, they shut him down with a nade. But I think he hit the molly. He shot the molly, right?
I think he shot the molly. I mean, in all fairness, it was an attempt at spraying him. Just connects on the molly instantly. But that could have gone a whole other way. If we hadn't gotten that much damage in from Raven early, that could have definitely been a win on the side of Modik. But for Full Tilt, for their fans, and for their chance of staying alive in this tournament, that win was incredibly important.
If that had gone slightly awry, even further, we could have had an insane win on the side of Business. But yeah, it's good to see Full Tilt be able to get this one on the board. They still need a big one, though, Toby, it feels like, even despite getting a win here.
I don't know what the exact score is going to be. We'll let the desk break that down. But it's definitely, it's as I said coming into this game too, they're going to need not one, which they fortunately got here, but 2 great games. So yes, phenomenal here, but you can't let off the gas now.
All right, desk ready. Let's head over to them here for the penultimate game. It's done and dusted. We have 1 minute Erangel on the cards.
As the highlights roll for our first Erangel of today and our second last game of the day, Saga, it was so close. I thought that I was going to have to eat some words. Business almost got the win there, and hell, it would have been something fun, wouldn't it?
We almost got the visit from Steve from accounting from their logo bit on the big screen. Almost got it done. Motik shooting that Molotov, almost getting it popping on the second player to get down to a 1 versus 1. So close. But hey, he hit the AWM headshot, and that's good enough for me.
Good enough for you. Avenger, what did you think of this particular matchup?
It wasn't good enough for me, and I'm joking. Impressed with BBL. Super rough circle here. We had so many teams on that southern side, south of prison, and there's way too many kind of unfortunate fights. No teams really explored that northern side. There's actually so many angles of attack there, but yeah, it didn't really come to fruition here. Even though, yeah, Full Tilt, sure, guys, they got a 19-point win, but they were 15th going into this here with 24. They almost doubled their points in the 11th match here. There's no way they're going to make it into the top 8 unless they drop 20+ kills and a win.
Unfortunately, just a little bit too late for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, as one of my good friends always say, the broken clock is right twice a day. And that happens sometimes as well with some of the matches. Obviously, it comes their way here, but what we've seen from them so far is simply not enough. Like, they are, I feel like, too far away here. 18 points off 8th plus whatever points are like they need a huge game. And if they do in the last 2, props to them. But yeah, they should have turned on earlier.
Okay, realistically, when we take a look at the leaderboard, Avenger, how many spots are actually up for grabs and in contention, if you like?
I would say if you ask Saga, Pista still has a chance, but there's no way.
No ways.
Yeah, there's no way. Sorry, I'm sorry. But I think Quantum Realm Win or Die is a potential prospect. Gaming Gladiators being that 8th cutoff team right now is kind of scary for them. I don't know if BBL, Eternal, if they actually realize that they're a team that should be eliminated for their own sake in terms of the PGC points that is available in the final. I don't think they think as much about it right now as much as do anything else. Plus, it's hard to find them. Like, there is 4 players out of the other 56, if you exclude their own team, that they need to go out and fight. So you have to be really clever about it and try to really search that kill feed to see if you can third party one of these teams here. Plus, GG guys are gonna be super aware of they are one of these cusp teams. They are going to be playing safe and sound and try to find one of these angles of attack that is not as approached by so many other teams.
So I guess like a little bit of a dangerous one, though, if you go out of your way to try and find Gaming Gladiators and then you lose out. Yeah, fine, you're sitting top, you know, you've qualified, but then they still end up qualifying. It kind of feels like a pointless endeavor, right?
Yes, but it's always about risk versus reward in a game like this. So, like, there is no real risk. I mean, either they sit back and Gaming Gladiators qualify, or they take a risk and try to prevent them from qualifying, and then maybe they qualify. So the reward is kind of self-evident, but it's not the end of the world, because, you know, even if they make it to the grand finals, you still have to go out there and perform to get enough points for it to have mattered, whether or not they're there in the first place anyway. So it's likely that Gaming Gladiators are going to be under a lot of pressure in this final game, but the more we talk about it, the more we just set them up to catch a 9 zone and get a free win, and none of it matters anyway. So we'll see what happens.
There we go. One of the teams that have been incredibly inconsistent in the group stages found themselves here in the last chance qualifiers, had a banging day yesterday, and then kind of fell off a little bit today is FaZe. When we take a look at their first attempt at Erangel Saga, what worked and what didn't for this team?
So what didn't work was Erangel. It didn't go great. We did see a little bit of innovation, let's call it, from Gustav. There's no mountains on this map, so he decided to climb the ladders and do the scouting that way instead. Sadly, though, on the phase 2 shift, all of the area that Gustav had worked so hard to climb up to this high elevated position was no longer in play, and so they ran out of things to have scouted. They got a single kill onto Gedrox out of it, but then they went for a pre-drive north on the phase 2 shift. The circle didn't go the direction that they were heading, and so, Martin, they went straight into shelter, into the awaiting arms of Eternal Fire.
And a little bit of another kickflip there. Jeeves goes flying. And also, this is so clear to me that these guys are like, oh, there's people over here, guys, go this way, we're gonna shoot them situation, more than it is like they're having fun, they're pulling up, and then they get completely destroyed because Eternal Fire has a really good angle of attack in this one.
So there we go. You had a chance to see how FaZe's first Erangel goes. Avenger, do you think it'll be a little bit different for them as we move into the final game?
Well, they're gonna have more fun with some of the stuff they're doing. Obviously, in this case here, like, sure, he's gonna get hurt. He's gonna get hurt here in the lower shelter, but also, what else are they gonna do? Like, there is no incentive for them to do, maybe besides focusing Gaming Gladiators, but I don't think they're worried about going to PGC. I think they're focused on going through it at PGS, and also because they're in the finals already, they have that next weekend to think about more so than anything else. But yeah, let's see here in the last one if they're gonna have more fun, or we see more drive-bys or more kick flips with cars featuring Jeems.
There we go. It's the PUBG EMEA Championships for fall. Your last chance qualifiers, and it is your last chance if you're one of the teams to get some points and hopefully make it through to the grand finals. The top 8 teams will make it. There are potentially 2 upsets that could happen. We'll find out if that is the case after this.
Oh, that was so close, man. 1 HP points.
The OS-12, the shotgun with the slack bullets.
Okay. That was fast.
Bro, that's so broken.
You will die. No.
Yeah, you went out to a man.
Good luck, man.
Oh, insta headshot. Holy shit.
Where are these guys? I don't even see them, brother.
There's south for you still, Vex.
I'm going yellow, come Gustav, come.
I'm going yellow, going yellow, going yellow. Committing.
Coming south. On the ridge, they have they're camping on the ridge. They have
it's fully glitched. He's back, nice. They lost one early, right?
I'm stopping here and nading.
Yeah, I'm nading.
Drive by them.
I'm knocked.
It's 4. Let's go back then. Nice!
Nice. Watch out.
Back car. Closest car is blowing at me, guys.
Yeah.
Car, another thing. Only one guy. One more low, 50 on me.
One more car.
Nice, right.
He didn't get knocked from the other team? What?
No.
All right, one more last chance to dance here. We've got ourselves the final game for the last chance qualifier, and we will, at the end of this, know the last 8 teams moving through into the grand final.
And there's 8 teams that won't be playing competitive PUBG for another 5 months, potentially, depending on what happens next year. So yeah, it's going to be a lot on the line for this final match.
Yeah, just throw them into the circles of hell, Toby. That's, I mean, it is the reality.
That is where they now live. That's just what it is.
Well, that's where I live. I'm the devil. Actually, I'm probably like a little imp that lives in hell.
More likely, yes.
Being annoying, you know.
Yep. I do like the standings, though, as we saw just before. The desk did a great job of breaking them down, too. The fact that we have, I guess, 6th, 7th, and 8th, all in a situation where they're in, as long as they don't mess up now. Because I feel like even if you're like, I think it's Gaming Gladiators and Tropic and Sakura Sanson, if any one of them go out early, as we do get this last game started, those other 2 teams can surpass, and then it's just one of the 3 teams on the hunt that has to do better. Like, you just don't want to be in that 8th place spot if you're 6th through 8th, I think, coming into the mid phase of this game.
You're right on the money.
That's my breakdown.
Well,
that's my shit talk.
Though.
Thanks for coming. Yep.
Thanks. All right, bye. It's match 12. It is the last game here for all of these teams to put points on the board. If you are down towards the bottom, if you are not even just on the cusp, if you're lower than that, you've got to win. You've got to win and get big kills as well. And thankfully for all of these teams, it's a pretty decent playing path for you to get where you need to be, get rocked up, get situated, and get good to go for this very important game.
And get an M16, because clearly they are now bread and butter in PUBG.
We'll think on that and ruminate on that after the game. But yeah, it's wasn't expected considering that. Well, I mean, last day may be having some fun with it, but I mean, they still look really good with them. So
yeah,
you know,
I mean, as long as you hit those headshots, pretty darn decent. We'll see now as the circle is right down the middle. Almost everyone is inside it already. Gonna make for a pretty easy one. Having said that, though, Bumpilovo is now gonna go up against Matzy. Has a SKS in hand, best gun in the game, but he's up against an M16, best current meta gun in the game. And Matzy, well, I think he should win this one, even though I do like the SKS.
Yeah, Bombilovo is absolutely livid that he found an M16 before.
And a shotgun. Oh no.
It's the ultimate loadout.
And a UMP. Oh, he drops the M16. Clearly not aware of the meta.
Well, they're going to have to go big if they want to do something. And actually starting out with some early kills could be that difference maker, as he's going to just wait for some reinforcements to come along. Zubila already taken out by Gladiators. 1 point extra for them. Any little points the Gladiators can get, unbelievably important. They are in 8th place right now.
Definitely. You want to surpass the Coruscant and Tropic if you're in their spot. And of course, if you're Winner Dio, Quantum Realm, you too want to get up there. Raven got able to take down Bombil with the MP5. I feel like we said the fastest MP5 kill ever yesterday. This might actually have beaten it.
No, it was before 2 minutes.
Oh, it was an instant hot drop. True. It was very fast. Yeah, you're not wrong.
I'll remember it forever.
We'll get the flush. Skyle on hand. We're throwing all the guns in the mix today, it seems like. Skyle get a little bit of a screen time here as well. As FaZe very, very quickly to start their rotation, just 3 minutes in. Where are they opting to go? Are they just on the hunt for win or die because they don't want to see them make finals?
I mean, some kinds of hunts wouldn't be too bad at all.
Yeah.
Like, if you've got teams dropping near you, again, I do think that, some of these teams might just not want Gladiators in some of the in the finals, because they do pose a potential threat to some of them as time goes on. I mean, there's a whole dynamic going on with the PGS points and PGC points as well when it comes to Gladiators. So some will take that into consideration too. Yeah, there's a lot of things to track for our international tournaments coming up.
Definitely. If we were to take a look at it, I have them up here. Gaming Gladiators are at 220 as it stands right now. Win or Die are at 100. And I guess they're really the only two teams kind of in contention to make it through here that have PGC points or like in any way are relevant in that conversation. And they're both currently on 8th and 9th place respectively. So if you want to have a better chance of surpassing teams, I guess those two would be the ones to take out.
Definitely got to do something with it. As well, we will see. We will see. As Gladiators here in Gatka, they've got a lot of room to work with for the moment, but they are one of the teams that, at present, the thing is that if you want even just PGC points, you have to initially qualify for the final. You do not get any PGC points down here. You have to qualify for the final, and then you get, I think, a minimum of 50 points for 16th place, if I recall.
I will double check for you as we speak, because it is, of course, pretty important for us to get right, and you are correct. 16th place in the grand finals gets 50.
Okay. And then it goes all the way up to 400 for first place, because this is the one that's weighted most.
Correct.
So, yeah, very, very important. I mean,
no direct spots, as we've seen in previous years, but as good as it gets, 400 is going to get you a long way.
Yep. And anybody above someone like a BBL, for example, who I think, actually, I can't recall where they are in terms of points without looking it up. So, but yeah.
BBL is currently sat in 9th at 150.
Okay. And, well, they've basically guaranteed themselves into the final, right? So they're getting a guaranteed...
That's with the 50 that they're going to get from
that's with
finals.
the 50? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Right, so that's already added on.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
Well, we'll keep track of that as
it's going to be close. Like, looking at the PGC point standings right now, it is going to be incredibly close in EMEA, depending on, of course, on the teams that... and their placements in the grand finals.
And then eventually, maybe get the PGS slots as well, and then that all kind of perforates down. Yeah, it's a little bit scary. But for all of the teams here as well, if you have a kind of ideas and aspirations of being able to go to PGC at the end of it, you're hoping EU teams or EMEA teams do well at PGSs. True. So... You get to root for your own region. I mean, that's across all regions, right? You get to root for your own region, and that's a cool dynamic.
I like it. Able to bring home more slots for the teams in the region. As now Fairy Tail looking to rotate out of Fairpier. I mean, the teams have been surprisingly quick in grouping up in and around the middle. Little W still with full, I guess, boatyard control now. We can't call it water town anymore because there is no town in that water. But full boatyard control. They have Semler split somewhat nearby them now as well. A lot of teams in and around the middle there. FaZe have opted to take Pachinki Hill, looking towards the north. They know, or they should know full well, that BBL is still in and around there off of the circle like this. So a lot of teams sent it up, and then up to the northeast still. Full Tilt obviously had to delay their looting phase a little bit. They're going to get that going, but they have teams around them. And as we see here, Semler now being pulled up on by Royalty.
Teams just going to cause themselves huge collateral damage here. And there are two teams that are really out of reach now. So why on earth not just absolutely go for it? Big send, crash it, as we were saying in the previous days. But Bombilly Bomb is going to hold onto the stairs for a second.
It's a good read by Royal, honestly, this one. They realized that you had two Semler players driving off here. And now they come back in and take the fight 4v2. A little help on the side as Jazz finds Neeks up on the roof proper. Ombre, it's all on you, my friend, to take them down because your teammates are nowhere near.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the circle, if Full Tilt had any ideas or delusions of being able to get a second big game in a row, they've just lost one to Quizzy on Stalber. So, and they're the furthest away from the circle as we still have this fight going on here. Samler just needs to heal quicker than that, maybe. But it looks like Jash will take Neeks as they're trying to run away from all of this. Samler, they've not got anything happening in the final, and they're not getting happening in the last chance either.
Not a whole lot to write home about off of this last chance qualifier, unfortunately for them. But hey, they made it to the final, well, they made it to the top 24 teams, which in all fairness, I mean, I know a lot of people go, if I can't win the tournaments, why am I even here? But to still be one of the 24 top teams in your entire region is pretty darn impressive. Better than all of Twitch chat combined, I'm sure. So yeah, I mean, they made it here, but of course not the final or the last chance that they would want to have.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Maybe we'll see them back. Maybe we'll see them being able to do some damage down the line. We will see. We will see. And for now, we have iGaz just trying to make a move themselves. They're also way out of contesting the top 8. So, I mean, there's opportunities for some of the teams that are on the cusp to try and find, I don't mean like find these lower ranked teams and maybe get some quicker kill points on the board. For Royalty, that 4 points came very swiftly against Samler, even though they can't really reach up.
Now that would be a record-breaking game for Royal, which I haven't seen performances from them thus far that would make me think that was going to be brought in now.
No, gotta agree. Gotta agree. We're just waiting for this circle to pop once again and see where we are going, see how we can kind of then weigh up the prospects of some of these teams that are trying to challenge for those top spots.
I'm looking back, I mean, looking at the leaderboard, I'm actually kind of surprised to see Quantum Realm fall off. They were in the top 8 for quite a bit of it, and now, obviously, on the hunt once more, right outside, I say just about 8 points out, but they were looking very good initially here in the finals, but not really a phenomenal day today. They had a good Miramar game, but outside of that, 16th, 13th, 10th, I mean, it's just not been their day. Hopefully for them, they can bring it home here to not qualify for the group stages all, and then maybe make grand finals. That'd be kind of impressive.
No, they started today in 7th, so they've fallen 3 places. Look at this. Well, anyway, we've got the circle shift. We've got Gladiators already finding themselves a strong 2-2 split across a position, which is high prio for a circle like this. And Fairy Tail actually just moving on alongside it as well, who should be in at this point. They've lost 1 though, so unless like many teams over leapfrog them and then also win or die gets like a win, they should be in. They should be done.
You would think so. Sakura Sanson able to take the plank buildings on the south side of Ruins, because we can't call them yellows anymore now that they're blue.
I like calling them yellows still.
Business, I think Phosphase heard Business take the twin compound just north of them, so they'll be aware that that's taken. Still waiting for Marslick to come over. He was, I don't know what was delaying him for a bit, but now they are all 4 here to get that rotation potentially going. Of course, for now, they're sat in the circles trying to figure out exactly what's happening around them.
Yeah, last day just looking forwards, seeing what they can spot themselves. We're kind of on the periphery of this circle. So just going for the big wide wrap once again. Royalty has now found themselves on the side of Everest here, and above them is iGas Power.
They need a 30 kill win.
Yeah, they've got to go big.
Yep, definitely do. I guess would need to go 9 points bigger. So we'll see if they can fend off this and get themselves a 40 kill win.
We're hoping for some big things here. Like, this is...
Definitely praying. It ain't Christmas yet, but you know what? Give us those gifts early. We'll see what's going to happen with it. Marsalik knocked that's elsewhere on the map. As Lorix and Old W, they were aware that they had players down there. Hopefully, for Secure Sanson, they can get Marsalik back on his feet. As now, first knock comes through here. Subby able to find Percival.
All right, just 39 more to go. And see if... Oh, blinded.
Take it for granted they get the flush, yes.
Yes, true. Yeah, not done just yet. But they try and peek over, and actually Suppy is completely, well, knocked once again, so needs to move back during this. Full Tilt is getting some kills here and there on the other side of the circle.
The man with the coolest name in the game trying to keep his dreams alive for this team, but it's not really that easy, especially not when he needs himself. Nia now on his own, trying to get the rest on up here. Royal, you have to continue this push, have to make it further forward, because now Quantum Realm is coming in from behind, and that's a team that's actually in the race still, but they too need a pretty good day, and why not try and third party this fight towards the north?
Yep, just get a few more kill points on the board here. Shipless as well as Voldemort just throwing some nades forwards here. Quantum Realm might be able to finish it off, and yes, they do. Yeah. Royalty is gone. I'm scared I may never get to say Bomb Billy Bomb ever again.
Oh, you'll get your chance. You'll get your chance eventually.
Maybe.
Quantum Realm getting 2 much needed points there, but of course for them a bit of a loss. Should Tarkus get flushed, I think they are on the rest now. They should be able to get him back up, but now Circle shifts back once more. They want to clear this north side. They want to be the only team to come off of Everest and then play in on foot. We've seen a lot of games end up in and around this area, but there's also the chance that it swings down south, and look how many teams are already down here. FaZe have to make their way on in. BBL is still on the western side of Pachinki, and then you have another 5 teams either in or east of Chopsticks.
You got to force some of these 2-2s to have to regroup. If you're on the outside, you need to start hitting some of these locations, maybe push Pin away from where he is, if you can really kind of blast through some of these other teams. But at the same time, if you try something like that, you are going to get gunned down by an Entropic, by a Fairy Tail, by all these. I mean, Fairy Tail is actually in Chopsticks proper. So
I mean, look at Entropic split. They have way too much control for what they should. But in all fairness, I mean, if you're not getting punished, why give it up? As long, again, I keep saying it, but it's because it's worth mentioning. As long as you have your exit strats ready and good to execute, you can take as much space as you want. As long as you know how to regroup, as long as you have a way to get out of there safely, feel free to go ballsy. If no one's punishing you, that's small space for you.
I don't think iGas is going to get any more space against Quantum Realm, though. Quantum Realm wants this fight. They want to try and get back towards that 7th place that they started out the day in. Nades, flashes, going forwards. Niang are going to be peeking across there. Tries to take a few more shots against him. Doesn't quite connect against it, does Tarkus.
Quantum has a lot to lose in trying to fully commit to this fight. I mean, even just one casualty, then having to come off here would be so difficult. I think for Quantum, as much as they want the points off of iGas, because it might be the, I mean, lesser opponent to go up against for the remainder of this game, it's also a case of if we can just scare them off, if we can just force them down the west side of this mountain, then we can make a play. Because now you start seeing little W come up on the ridge line, and that's where, I mean, Quantum Realm is going to be forced to take this fight, and they're going to be in the blue a couple of seconds from now. So you got to be fast and make up your mind here if you're a Quantum Realm and what you want to do.
Yeah, they were looking for a free pick. But they only got one. Oh no. I'm scared. Hold me.
Well, maybe they can swing all. You know what? If they go far enough north and shoreline and wrap little W, or don't hit a tree. Oh, they got another card.
Oh, okay, never mind. I'm not scared anymore.
They actually flipped the card, something under that tree. Got scared for a second too. But if they can wrap hard enough east, Ruins is technically free for the taking. So, I mean, Little W, this timing could not be any better. Little W is pulling up on these buildings now. That's going to be an open path in for Quantum Realm to push in behind them. That is the best timing, most fortunate timing they could have hoped for.
And Business likewise as well. They have their car exactly ready to go straight away. That being said, the circle will shift south of this. So they're going to have to continue the chase here. And ahead of them, there are other teams that, technically speaking, Business is still in the running for it. If they have a big game, they're trying to survive.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we're talking again double digit and a win. That's the least. But anything higher than that would be preferred. Triple digit, no, just a really good game. No. As we now see BBL and FaZe fight for memes and pride, I suppose, because both of them obviously already miles into the grand finals, but a little bit of dominance to be asserted here. Maybe this is the warm-up for Picado hot drop we'll see in the grand finals.
Yeah,
or hopefully not.
Baron Peak still under pressure here. Fex has already done a lot of work on the outside, trying to flash around this corner, knowing exactly where he is, even the smoke as well. So a flush here and there, but Fex is going to go all the way around, but he hears this movement, knows what's going on. Let's go for a little cheeky peek. Ooh, not bad.
Cheeky peeky.
Cheeky peeky.
Tries to swing the corner. I mean, again, when you're up against the two FaZe players here, Gustav has had phenomenal showings today. Fex too, a great player, but they're up against the Baron with the peaks, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Do you out-peak the Baron?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're about to find out. Maybe you don't peek him at all, just nade him.
Yeah, I'm going to go with yes, you can out-peak the Baron.
We've seen it a couple of times.
Yeah, a couple.
Doable. Second nade gets lopped on in. Why throw one good one if you can throw 3 mediocre nades and get a kill off of it? Nope, never mind. Needed the 4th.
So you talk about a whole...
You know what? I mean, sometimes you gotta play the slow game, and clearly it worked out there for Little W as well. Able to rock up on this position. They took out full tilt, so their run is gonna be over.
No.
They're down and out. Business now caught in the open. Tried to make a run for it. Thought they had this position on lockdown. Not quite to be, but it did get to lob a blue zone nade over. Able to get the knock on the first one. I guess now falls as well. Last day in gaming, Gladiators able to get points off of that.
Yeah, something that we often don't see is that a blue zone is a sphere, not a dome. So it actually does go down into the ground as well. But a big nade once again, Business. Oh, if they can keep going with this, maybe they can do something with it. They do have 2 knocks still, though. They really need to recover this as much as possible. On the other side, Global Army actually doing some damage against Marselec. Secure Sense under pressure here from a team that's trying to challenge them.
Incredibly important fight taking place here between Quantum Realm and Sakura Sanson. 6th versus 9th right now. As Mika trying to hold this angle. Marselec was somewhat isolated early. He is inside the building. No mind. So I take that back. He's actually should be restable here if Mika can commit to it. Seems like he will, but him has fallen already. Where's the push coming through? And now for First Phase on this off-angle position. How much spoiler can he play? If his timing is right, he could potentially get 2. But let's see here what's going to happen. Blue is closing in, and it is Phase 5, so you can't really commit too hard to it once you're in there if you get knocked.
Because of the points, if you want to keep your hopes alive as Secure Sense, and you kind of need to win this fight. Unless Quantum Realm goes out right after you lose. If you lose, then, oh dear me. But at the same time, Marselec is up. Looks and try and use these roofs to do a bit of damage forwards here. The one thing that's going for Sakura Sensen is the fact that they're kind of close towards the circle here. Quantum Realm, we're trying to wrap around on it.
Oh, Entropic is starting to look this direction too. Should they fully flex out of the compound? I mean, this is really the perfect direction for them to go in, because they ain't really nowhere else for them to try and push off of this position. If they can dislodge one or both of these two teams, that's effectively them securing their spot in the grand final. So that would be a perfect play to make the arc slowly making their way in this direction, but all of Quantum Realm realizing, you know what, we can't take this fight, we have to go north, maybe starting to realize that there's pressure to be mounted up on the top of Marselec. Now able to find Voldemort, will find one in return. That's Shipless finding Mika.
It's a perfect peek over here to try and respond to it all, but they've lost Voldemort as well. If it stalemates, it feels like Sakura Sensen would probably end up being in unless something catastrophic happens elsewhere. So, I mean, all they really kind of have to do is just put the boot in against their opponents that are trying to do the damage to them. And that said, Quantum Realm still looks like they want to leave.
And while all this is happening, Win or Die is fully wrapping around this. They're seeing this in the kill feed. They're saying, we want no piece of this whatsoever. We will set up for the late game. We're going into the fields. We're hiding behind cars and hay bales. Let's see if we can play it from there. Quantum Realm now in the meantime falling, but where do these points go over? Entropic are the ones picking them up, and they have surpassed Sakura Sensen.
It's desperation here. You can see Shivellus doesn't exactly know really where he wants to go. He goes to one of these, but he's gone. Quantum Realm is gone. That's their hope dashed against the trees here. And now as well, you guys at home can check it out. The code, get it, 50 people, 300 G coin available there for you. But that's it for Quantum Realm.
Yep.
Oh.
From one important fight straight to potentially another win or die. They were sending it through. Mad Dash to the west. They've made it happen, though. Now they're sat over here ready and waiting. And if they can just outlive the likes of Sakura Sanson and Entropic, they might be good. But here comes Fairy Tail. They're fully pulling up on this. Are they giving the points over? I'm not sure. They were sprinting forward to try and take them out, but one down, two down. No, Marcelik down here as well. Win or die, getting a lot of points off of this. I say that, but it's only one so far. I thought there was going to be more, but those points were taken away.
Yeah, it's getting really, really close. Marcelik is now also down here. Sakura Sensen only has one more left alive. It is Fuzzface to try and keep their hopes and dreams going here. For Entropic, though, they've probably secured themselves guaranteed here, considering the damage they've done to the teams that are actually close to them. So at the same time, win or die still needs a big game. Only 3 alive. Melman in the center of this circle might actually provide them. It might get them to be able to leapfrog.
It's a matter of which of Gaming Gladiator, Sakura Sanson, or Entropic would be the ones to fall. Looking at the numbers right now, it's not looking good for Sakura Sanson, but Entropic might help them out. Melman was the guy on the dot, but he's been found, seen, and taken out by Entropic's Grindies. We'll get the flush on him as well. So win or die now down to 2, but Sakura Sanson has fallen as well. That is the point to beat. They need another 8 points in order to surpass. 5 teams left alive. You guys do the math. Let's see if they can do it with just 2 left alive. Has Sakura Sanson just exactly gotten enough to make it in?
I think they might have. I think they might have, because the problem is now with Melman going down in the middle of this circle. Oh, and Leosh also falling. Presenti's trying to use this burning car as a little bit of cover to save any opportunity, any potential chance at him being able to survive and keep their dream alive, but it's not going to go their way. Get into the coupe, try and find another spot somehow, some way in terms of cover. But all these other teams, like Entropic, for example, like Gladiators, are going to be able to continue holding this.
8 points for one player to accrue with 13 players alive. We're talking a highlight game, Presenti. I mean, you're on, my friend. The camera's on you. If you can do this, insane. Unlikely, improbable is the kindest ways to put this, but let's see if somehow he can find 8 points, because I feel like that's the only thing that could happen here for us to change up anything on the leaderboard.
Well, the crazy thing is, win or die came into... Oh, my Dante is just going to finish this off.
You say that? Yeah, there you have it.
They're gone. They're gone. He just continues to fire as well with the M249.
So now, James, Lul W, 15 points.
Good luck.
Let's keep the hope alive, you know. Lurix can do it. Maybe, nah, never mind. He's down and out. Entropic Gaming Gladiators and Sakura Sanson, it has been sketchy all the way through, but they managed to pull through into the grand finals. We'll see now if Shenkin can do anything to keep us entertained here in the final moments. Lurix, flush, down and out. He goes, nice nade to get one, but unfortunately for him, Moldog gets the majority of the points. So even though you get a solid 1,000 damage, 5 kill performance, I'm afraid the run is over. 13 more points needed. It's gonna be tough. Impossible? I think so. Also, but let's see. Let's keep our hopes alive and see if this is actually happening. 1v4, if he did this.
It would be the greatest game in PUBG history.
4 points in placement. There would be 8 points total. He would be short by 3.
And he's about to be...
And he's dead.
Well, Gladiators, they win it out. They get themselves a guaranteed spot into that grand final here. And, I mean, considering that this was them dropping in Gatka, this circle coming towards Gatka, coming towards those fields, they knew exactly where they wanted to go, and they knew exactly how they wanted to take those fights. So, congratulations to them for securing themselves.
I like the idea of win or die trying to just get out of there when they realize, wait, it's Quantum Realm, Entropic, and Sakura Sanson over here. If they realize we're part of this too, they're all gonna come hunting for us, because technically they wouldn't have to fight each other after Quantum Realm is out. They just have to make sure Win or Die dies early. So them trying to leave and say, you know what, you fight, we stay back. Great idea. Issue was Gaming Gladiators was also over on that side of the circle, and they did not want to keep him alive.
There were a lot of moments there towards the end of the game where I felt like we were the guys who's like looking at the board and there's like strings attached to everything. It's like, guys, I'm sure that they can make it. I'm sure they can make it. But anyway, that's how it's going to break down. Thank you for listening to us for now. That is going to be us sending it back to the desk here to break down who is qualifying into the grand finals alongside the big dogs.
Who is qualifying? We'll have the answer to that. And I mean, Hull, Saga, this was so close there. There was moments where we thought certain teams were going to leapfrog, and I was sitting on the edge of my seat waiting to see how this was going to play out.
I've done it. I've Martined myself. Unfortunate. We'll try again. It happens so often in LCQs where we set ourselves up for all these amazing storylines and teams to make these miraculous runs, and then the team who's on the cutoff point just catches a whole bunch of zones and wins the game. Kind of saw it coming that Gaming Gladiators would secure themselves, but it did leave a little bit of room for some of the other teams to try and get stuff done. But a zone like that where it is just open fields, kind of a Rondo-esque scenario, just super, super tough for any of the teams who were not quite able to make it.
Avenger, hello.
Hello. I have not muted myself.
Doing that. I know, I just thought it would be a fun little throwback to before, because Saga muted himself.
Yeah.
What did you think of that last game?
So I heard what the first half of Saga said, and then I laughed so hard I didn't hear the second half. No, I'm joking. It was great, but still, I am super surprised that these teams have not focused more on Gaming Gladiators throughout this. Obviously, great for them to be in here, but they're a serious contender for PGC points. They are a team that should be, you know, worried about for everyone else. And yeah, of course, with this fantastic game here, they're going to be able to go into the top 5 of our last chance games here for the 12 matches we played. And a little bit of a cutoff, still have a huge difference, 8 points difference, guys. We're talking about the cutoff being around that 65 to 70 point mark it ended up being, but still, there's a pretty big gap down to everyone else.
There is your 8 teams that will be headed to the grand finals on your screen right now. Sakura Sensen just sneaking in there, and then obviously the others we've seen throughout the course of the day. Quantum Realm, Win or Die, they fought so hard though, Avenger, right at the end. They're just not enough. It was really close.
Yeah, very unfortunate circumstances with that last game. Quantum Realm should have pushed harder, I feel like, on Sakura Sensen to take those points from them away instead of just, you know, a Hail Mary send. It took too long, that fight, that engagement. Of course, I know it's hard. It's a hard compound to push. It's a hard compound to clear. Usually you lose 1 or 2 guys just by the sheer fact you're going to have people sitting and holding every single possible cross and angle that are in there. But yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate circumstance for them. They had the opportunity, but yeah, they didn't grab it.
I tell you what, let's take that opportunity that they had. Let's take a look at their game, Saga, and break it down to see where, unfortunately, they fell short.
Well, for Quantum Realm, let's be honest, they were never expecting to be here in the first place, so to even really be in with a chance of getting to the grand finals as the 8th place team from MEA qualifiers, where only the top 5 qualify, super unlikely. But yeah, getting away with a little bit of vehicle shenanigans and then doing some early scouting with the glider once again up towards Everest got them into a couple of decent positions. Then they went back to try and get engaged in a fight. They knew that they needed points, so we can't really say anything too negative about getting involved into some of the chaos. But the big problem for them was that so many teams were getting involved in chaos that when they desperately needed a team to be playing in the forest to sort of the northwestern side of Pachinki, just getting angles as Sakura Zensen are just sitting on these rooftops, there was nobody left to do so. Only 10 teams alive at that point is so incredibly low, and in the end, from that ridge, Martin, it's pretty much an impossible fight to try and take cleanly.
Yeah, it takes so much time to actually push these houses here, and the yellows in general it's a hard area to push, but this, I felt like it took too long. It wasn't, you know, it didn't really come to fruition for them as much as they could have committed a bit more. Yes, they knew exactly this was the team that 1-1 they had to take down to make sure that they had a chance to going into the top 8. They obviously didn't know anything about win or die. Win or die actually had a pretty good opportunity too as well, but they didn't have enough cars or cover to play that northern side. And then yeah, Gaming Gladiators, they just full sent it and took it out of him.
Well, there we go. We know what our 8 teams are going to look like going into the grand finals against the 8 teams we saw in the group stages. And we thought now would be a good time to chat to one of our finalists. Marcelik from Sakura Zensen is with us now. Always fun to chat to you. What's happening? How did you find the last chance qualifiers, friend?
Oh, they were terrible. They were terrible, but they were better than the group stages. No, it was actually pretty okay, but me and David were sick during the group stages, so it was finally good to feel a little bit of games, because the last week was rough.
Fair point. Avenger, I'm sure you've got questions.
Yeah, of course. First of all, Marcelik, congrats to being in the finals here. It's so good to see you again here at the very top of Europe. And I want to ask, so first of all, how much did you know, like in the last game, about what was going on, like that you had to eliminate Quantum Realm, that Win or Die was still alive? Like, walk us through about like your comms and your thoughts throughout the game. What happened with the team?
I mean, obviously, in the beginning of the game, when we saw the scores, we knew that Win and QR is the main targets. We had that on the ruins. We had Lul W, but it turned out it's QR, so actually it was good for us because we had to kill them. We managed to do that. We also saw Win or Die, I think, send into the bunkers. I mean, that was mainly the team's focus. But like when we died, we still like stayed in the game because we had like 3 teams around us with the points that were still alive. So, I mean, it was close. We finally managed to step up after like game 2. So, I mean, we just did what we had to do straight up from the beginning. A little bit late, but yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, like you say, sometimes when you die, you manage to stick in the game. Sakura Zensen is pretty good at that, especially coming through the open qualifiers. Sometimes you die and then you just pop straight back up again. Can you talk a little bit about how the addition of bringing Mika into the team sort of made that experience of coming through the open qualifiers, which can so often be pretty hectic? Did he sort of bring an element of calm or just add to some of the chaos sometimes?
Oh, I don't think Mika is bringing chaos to the team. We all know who is bringing chaos to the team. Everyone knows it. I know it the most, right? Actually, we made the Sakura Zensen team like 1 hour before the qualifiers signups closed. So it was actually Mika asking with him and asking me and Fuzz if we want to play. I mean, it's nice. Mika is a quiet player, so he's not really that loud. But when me and David pop off, then it's. I like the hectic games the most, to be honest. I don't know. I feel like all the hectic games were the points, and where we were quiet, the points were not there. So, I mean, that's your answer, I guess.
Nice.
Yeah, perfect.
Congratulations. We will see you in the finals next week. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. What a vibe. That dude is always such a vibe. But there you go. Like, also, I just love the brutal honesty about knowing full well and being self-aware enough, Avenger, that he knows who the loudest person in the team is.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always this case, right? You're fully aware of what you can contribute with, and there's no doubt about that. Marcelik is a super good fragger and it is able to compete at the very top level. It's just awesome to see that, you know, now that we have a few teams here that is being put together at the very last minute on the last day, and then we have some of them in the finals. That's just awesome. Yeah, and I think what these guys are like, all these things that they're able to bring and the information that this comment coming through, if they work a little bit on it, they actually have a pretty decent chance of surprising some of the teams, because they are not bad players, and mechanically and experience wise they have a lot of that.
Gents, it's been an absolute blast doing this with you. I hope that you've had fun. My time with the PUBG EMEA champs for fall is done, but Saga and Avenger, Kylaris and Toby, as well as Mark, will be back for the grand finals to take you through, and we'll be crowning a new champion. Make sure you head back next week to see who that is. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you've enjoyed it, and I hope you're excited about our finalists. We'll see you next week. Good night.
Bye.